Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our weekly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. In 2014, I was staying in a women's shelter with my child, my mom, and my brother. About a week after we got there, we were talking with the other women, about 6 of them, and one of them says, "Have you met him yet?" We asked who, and she proceeded to tell us about a little boy who haunts the shelter, and the other women said that they've all seen him as well. They said he's harmless but creepy. We were, of course, like whatever, not real, but still felt creeped out. My family shared the same room, and the other was on the second floor with no balcony or anything. One morning I woke up, and my brother told me that he saw the boy last night. He said he woke up in the middle of the night, and the little boy was standing at the edge of the bed looking at him. Then, when my brother tried to talk to him, he ran out of the wall/window. I was thoroughly creeped out. A few days later, my child woke me up in the middle of the night around 2 to 4 a.m., so I went to go make him a bottle. We were the last room at the end of the hall, so out of habit, I would always look at the window at the end of the hall when I leave my room. When I walked out, I shut the door and made sure it locked. Then when I turned, I looked into the window and I see a boy in red overalls with a yellow shirt and no hair reaching for me. I ran so fast down the hall and down the stairs. When I got down the stairs, it was pitch black, and the worker was cleaning with no lights on. The next day, I asked my brother what the little boy was wearing, and he described it exactly, right to the bald head. I was so freaked out. I asked the women, and they described the outfit as well. The worker was off for a couple of days, so I had to wait to talk to her. But when she came back, I asked the worker why she was cleaning in the dark, and she told me it was because he wouldn't bug them when the lights were out. I have a few more stories as well. Let me know if y'all want them. I've never really been a big believer in religion or the paranormal, but I feel like what I've been experiencing for the past 5 going on 6 months is starting to change my perspective on the topics. So starting in May was my first ever encounter with something that you could say. I'm a night owl, so I stay up fairly late. This night, it was around 4 to 5 a.m., and I'm laying down in my bed on my phone watching TikTok. The way my bed is set up in the corner of my room, horizontally towards the door, so when I lay on my side, I'm either facing the wall or the door. In this instance, I was facing the wall, wide awake, when I heard something walking towards my bed. I have carpet, so I'm not sure if anyone else knows what I'm talking about, but you can hear when someone is walking on it. The noise it makes when the weight of someone's foot is being put down. It's almost like a scrunching sound. I turned around to see if maybe my mom was walking into my room for whatever reason, but there was no one there. It freaked me out, to hear but not see anything. Eventually, I just put it off and fell asleep. Told my mom in the morning, but you know how people are when it comes to stuff like this. They tend to have every possible explanation in the world to falsify things. Fast forward about a month later. Once again, I'm in bed, up late at night on my phone, but this time facing my door. The light from the phone in my eyes, so the surrounding area sort of blurs out, and I'm wide awake as well. When again, I hear something coming towards me. But this time, it wasn't regular walking. It was more like a quick shuffle towards my bedside. And these past 2 instances have been clear as day to hear, so I know that I wasn't tripping. Wanted to put out there that the month of July prior to this past one, my grandma passed away peacefully in her home. I was there by her side through the whole thing. It's just me and my mom that live in the house, and I told her again, She told me that other family members have been visited by Grandma in their dreams prior. I also have seen her in my dreams as well, way before any of this. My mom was really down about it because she says that her mom hasn't come to see her in her dreams yet. But fast forward to about 2 months ago. I was up around 2:30 a.m. just finishing out the shower when I walked out of the bathroom. My mom was asleep and I was walking to the laundry room when I heard something downstairs, like metal clanking on the floor. Not dropping, but being tapped like someone was holding it and tapping it. I froze and tried to focus my hearing, but when I did, it stopped. Then I continued to walk. Then it picked up again, and when I stopped, it stopped. I tried to silence my steps to see if it would start again, and it did. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and did a full sweep of the downstairs and didn't find anything. Absolutely nothing. That would be the source of this sound. I told my mom again, and she said it was probably my grandma. She's said this for every time that I've told her about something I've experienced. At this point, I started to get angry because I felt like I was being toyed with and my grandma wasn't that type of person. I was drawn between believing my mom and going off of what I literally experienced myself. And this is where it gets funny. And I mean like funny in an I'm so angry this is laughing type of way. I was again in bed about 2 weeks ago on the phone, and my ceiling light turned on. It was 4 a.m, and it just turns on, and I just lay there staring at it. I literally took a picture and sent it to my brother. I could feel the annoyance building up in me at this point, and I was tired of it. And for a little background on my ceiling light/fan situation, the way mine works is that it has a pulley that you can pull on the ceiling fan itself to turn the light on and fan on. Short pulley for the fan and long pulley for the light. Then you have the light switch on the wall, which allows you to control only the light. But in order for the light to be turned on from the wall, you have to turn the light off from the pulley on the fan. I had my light on before, but turned it off from the fan, meaning only it could be turned on from the switch on the wall, which is across the room. And whatever it was did that. I got up looking, and my switch was flipped, meaning it forcibly had to be clicked. Literally, my body froze, and I ended up sleeping with all the lights on. I told my mom in the morning because I stayed up all the way till she left for work since I was terrified, and she just said it was my grandma once again. Now fast forward to today. Earlier this morning, I was up, went to walk downstairs, and I kid you not, it looked like a dark shadow cloud was hugging the side of the wall on the steps. I felt my heart pick up, but I tried to ignore it and continue down the stairs like I didn't see anything. I went to get a water bottle for my hamster, came back up to give my hamster some water. Then, as I was walking to my shelf to set the water down, I looked down the hall and I thought I saw the same shadow cloud go into my mom's room. My mom's room is directly down the hall. I turned on my flashlight, and as you can guess, nothing was there. I told my mom once again, and she just said it was my grandma. For extra info, my house was built in 2009, and I've been living here since. I'm a 19-year-old male and just wanting to know if there's an actual explanation for this. Or am I really experiencing the paranormal? I figured I'd take it to the experts. You guys. Thank you for any help, and I appreciate any responses that you can give me. I woke up somewhere between 3 to 3:15 a.m. because I was so hot and thirsty, and I noticed the hall light, it phases through all the collars, was red, which isn't unusual, but I noticed it just because of the time. I drank some water and laid back down and just felt odd. I always do in the dark. But I wake up for work at 5 and wanted to get some rest. But no matter what position I was in, I couldn't go back to sleep. At around 3:33, my fiance started making this horrible groaning/growling noise I have never heard him make. The closest I can describe is the Annalise Michael audio tape of Cain. I shook him a few times and called his name, but it took so much more effort than it usually does, as he's a very light sleeper. Throughout all of this, the hallway light remained red. When he woke up, he held me, and after some explanation of what happened, he turned on the regular hall light for me to try and get some sleep. I'm not sure what happened, but a little after 4, I was finally able to sleep. For additional information, we moved to a new apartment at the beginning of September, but haven't had anything like this occur since being here. My fiance does on occasion snore, but this is a sound I have never heard before. We've lived together for a little over a year, but have known each other for 7 to 8 years. Sorry for the formatting, I don't post often. But if anyone has any idea what to do, I'm open to anything. I regularly sage my house and add Palo Santo whenever I feel it's needed. There's salt at my front porch door, but if I need to change anything, I will. I went out for a drink with a friend of mine yesterday. Before I get to the paranormal part, I have to provide some context. We were at a Mexican restaurant, and she was asking me if I was one of those people that couldn't stand cilantro. But she got the herb mixed up and asked about oregano, so we ended up joking around about oregano for a bit. Later on in the conversation, we start talking about weird things that we may not know about each other. So I told her about the time that I saw an extraterrestrial in my bedroom. She's not the type of person who believes in these things, but she was very respectful and asked questions about it. She asked me later to send her a drawing of what I saw. So this morning I texted her a quick sketch. Maybe 30 minutes later I went into the kitchen to get a drink and saw an oregano container out on the counter. It was open on its side on top of an oven mitt. I use oregano maybe a couple of times a year, and I live by myself. I keep it in a cabinet towards the back, so it's not possible that it could have somehow fallen out, opened, and ended up on the glove like that. I immediately got the expression that something was letting me know that they were listening to me at the restaurant. I really don't know how else to explain it. Has anyone else experienced this? My wife yelled at me from our kitchen, and I went in and asked her what's the matter. She told me that she saw a flash of light similar to a flashbulb from a camera going off. I thought she was seeing things, and a couple hours later she said that it happened again. I still didn't give it too much thought. I was standing in front of the stove later in the evening, and what do you know? The walls I was facing both lit up momentarily, exactly like a camera flashbulb going off. I've checked every light, anything I thought may be the culprit. Has anybody else ever had this happen to them? And if you know, then what is going on? I was wondering if anyone had a scientific explanation for this phenomenon. My mom was telling me that her bedside lamp, which according to her has been unplugged for months, has been turning on randomly. She tells me that she witnessed the light come on twice, albeit dimly for a couple of seconds each time. This was over a week ago, and I don't think it's happened since. I'm 26, and my mom has had that lamp for most of my life. But as far as I know, it doesn't have any interesting history behind it. I'm pretty sure that it was store-bought when she got it. This is 3 stories in one, because they all happen in the same house or town. In 2007, I was about 11, and my mom moved us to a small town near our family's res. Where we lived, that part of town was built on old indigenous burial grounds. It was me, my mom, my 2 younger siblings, and a cousin a couple years older than me. We always heard things, people saying our names, things being moved, things out of the corner of our eye, etc. But being so young, it slipped our minds easily. What didn't slip our minds was the uneasiness we felt. All of us felt watched constantly. We were never alone in the house. If we had to be, we would hang out outside instead of staying inside alone. One day, we were messing around with my mom, and she was chasing us around the house. So we ran upstairs into a bedroom and locked the door. Mom banged on the door saying, "Open it, I'm gonna get you," etc. Then all of a sudden, she started banging. "Let me in. Open right now. Oh my God, open now." So we did, and she ran in and locked the door. My mom was so pale and looked like crap. After calming down, she told us that after banging, she turned to go downstairs, and when she looked down, there was a man with long black hair and a top hat peeking his head around the corner at the bottom of the stairs. This man proceeded to step out in all black and looked as if he was gonna come up, which is when she started banging and yelling at us to open up. Another time in this same house, my cousin was napping, so I crawled in with her and Big Spoon, and there was a small TV facing her bed. I was dozing off, and I felt something hit me, and when I looked, there was a fist-sized indent on the bed/blanket. In the summer of 2007, a woman was brutally killed, and my grandma was friends with the cops, so she told my mom, right in front of us kids, all the horrible details. We lived about 3 to 4 houses down from the woman, and we all hung out with her the night it happened. For days, we would walk by and see blood all over the window. A couple weeks later, we were walking by again, and we saw that poor woman in her window. My cousin and I started running because we knew what she looked like, and we knew what happened, so we got super scared, obviously. Thankfully, we moved that summer. Hello, I'm new here, and I have this story that I've been needing to get off my chest. So ever since I moved into this house in 2018, everywhere I go, even at high school, I hear what has got to be a spirit following me, and it mimics people I know, and usually it's someone I know that is alive. Sometimes even my parents' dogs. I'm not a dog person, and I think the spirit knows that. But the mimicking of dogs started to happen when I had to move out of my house in 2021. And ever since, the spirit never leaves me alone. Coincidentally, this only started occurring after my grandfather passed from cancer in 2020. Now in my new house, that spirit keeps mimicking my dad's dog and barks loudly once, and sometimes scaring the heck out of me. It literally just happened right before I made this post. But I have managed to learn this about the dog bark. It's only one very loud bark and then it stops. When my dogs normally bark, it's usually quieter, but more than once. I'm always inside when they are outside. One weird thing, the spirit has never mimicked my cat. No joke. I have a theory that could explain this. And no, it's not because it's a black cat. That's not how this works. Or does it? Because I don't know. I think cats have some kind of meaning towards spirits. Or at least this particular spirit. The internet calls these kinds of spirits mimics. Anyway, maybe the mimic might not mimic my cat because 1, the cat is nearby constantly, therefore being no reason to mimic the cat. And 2, I love the cat so much, maybe making the spirit not want to mimic the cat that I love. The spirit hasn't mimicked my parents for 1.5 months, and I love them too. Anyway, that's all I got for this story. Tell me what you think, if you want. So to start, I want to say although I've had a lot of paranormal activity in my life, I'm very logical when it comes to experiences. I would say 99 times out of 100, there is a reasonable explanation for the weird things that happen, but lately it's just been strange. Some backstory to start: my husband has had tinnitus for years now. Some days good, but mostly bad. One day he said he felt like he was going schizo, and I chalked it up to him going crazy with the ringing in his ears, and that reality was getting harder for him to deal with. I comforted him, but didn't ask too many questions. Sometimes he just wants to vent and not answer 100 questions. So fast forward to me sitting in bed a couple weeks ago, and in the doorway I see what looks like part of a head poke around the corner, peering into the room, then quickly jerk back into the hall. I knew no one was upstairs, but I got up, saw my husband downstairs on the couch, and asked if he was just upstairs. He replied no, and I said, well, I saw what looked like someone peering into the room at the corner of my eye. I joked about shadow people, because at this point with living in our house, it's kind of been an on and off occurrence. I'm honestly not even fazed, more fascinated. He said, it's weird because I've felt like I've been going literally crazy. I've been seeing stuff like that a lot recently. We both were a little weirded out, but oh well, at this point. Then a week ago he was in bed and he saw something move at the corner of our bed, then suddenly disappear. Another weird occurrence I experienced was right before I saw the head in my doorway. I had a strange sleep paralysis. I was laying in bed vibing with this odd, energetic flow, not realizing I was asleep, while my husband was laying to the left of me. All of a sudden, a hand slid onto my stomach from the right side. I freaked out, screaming in my dream for help, and finally woke up. My husband was asleep, and the weight of the sleep paralysis lifted. But sometimes when I wake from that state, my brain feels full, like it's still working out the sleep chemicals, and I haven't regained full alertness. It's very odd, but during this state, I can see things move that aren't there. So I look, and there's a shadowy figure on top of him. I thought it was him moving his legs in the dark, but then I realized it wasn't. As soon as I realized it wasn't, I noticed this thing was holding something that looked like a phone screen. It was just a rectangle of white light. I told myself that I must still be in a dreamlike state because of the way my head felt. I put the covers over me and tried to relax until I was more awake and with it. Then I looked at my husband's side of the bed where his legs were, and whatever it was vanished. I told myself it must have been the moonlight, even though my curtains were fully closed. Again, I'm so used to weird stuff that I'm not afraid of it anymore. Just really interested in what is going on, whether it is some scientific phenomenon or something actually paranormal. Then today, I got weirded out by something out of the blue. I was working the lunchroom at my kid's school, and at the table where my kid sat last week, in the exact same spot, there was a small Tupperware container missing a lid. Last week she lost this piece and only had the lid. I noticed the missing Tupperware right away because OCD, and I couldn't find it anywhere. Here it was today, right where she sat. Now today, that side of the table was empty, with other kids sitting on the opposite end. I was like, oh, someone probably picked it up and just put it here, but it was weird that it was exactly where she sat. Then a little while later, one of the kids sitting at the other end of this table was very distraught. She had one strawberry left in her lunch. She got up, came back, and it was gone. I said, well, maybe you ate it and forgot or it fell. She swore up and down that she had one left and someone must have taken it. I was like, well, we are going to have to let it go, because if no one comes forward, we can't accuse people of taking it. I know this is very off topic from shadow people, but I definitely had some intrusive thoughts of maybe things are disappearing to another time. Is this table some weird time-jumping portal, victimizing Tupperware and strawberries? I know that can't be right, and it's just a case of kids being kids and misplacing taking stuff. But with all the incredibly weird stuff happening lately, I can't help that my brain is going to crazy places of thought. But if a lone strawberry magically reappears in that spot next week, it will be the end of my sanity for sure. I was also wondering if anyone else has been experiencing occurrences that seem strange and out of the ordinary. I swear, I really am logical and don't like giving too much weight to paranormal things, especially when there's most likely a logical explanation, but the air feels different, and I love hearing about unexplainable things. Jordan Valley, Oregon. It's a tiny town near the southern Oregon/Idaho border. My family and I are from California, and we would drive up to Idaho to see family. Once we'd stopped in Jordan Valley to get gas. We pulled up to the gas station and waited for the attendant to come out to pump our gas. Used to be an Oregon law that you couldn't pump your own gas, I think. The attendant saw us, got up, and went to walk outside. Then we saw him squint as he tried to read our license plate. I'm assuming he saw the California plates because he quickly closed the blinds and never came out. My mom thought the town was charming, but my dad and I got a really creepy vibe. She wanted to drive around a bit and see the town. The whole time we didn't see a single person other than the gas station attendant. No one walking around, no one driving, no one at the elementary school, nothing. Years later, I did some research and found out that there had been human and bovine mutilations there that are still considered unsolved. People and bulls were found with their blood drained, genitals cut off, and anuses removed. I think the FBI got involved, but I'm not sure what happened. The local police claimed that it was a cult thing. Umatilla, Oregon. Back in 1941, it built a chemical weapons depot to store our own supplies of VX gas, HD blister agent, and other nerve agents in preparation for World War II. After the war ended and chemical weapons became forbidden for use in war, they set up the facility to destroy them in 2004. My grandfather was one of the engineers in charge of overseeing their destruction. Every month or two, you'd hear air raid sirens going off, a test of the emergency system in place to warn people to start stealing their homes with plastic sheeting and duct tape and don their gas masks, if you had one. Chemical weapons have all been destroyed as of 2011, but I grew up in that town from 2004 to 2007. It was always pretty worrying being woken up by the sirens and wondering, is it just another test, or has there been an accident? The worst time I can recall was the local McNary Dam was using explosive to do some sort of expansion in the middle of summer break, and then hearing the alarms going off shortly thereafter. I was home alone and started sealing windows as fast as I could before a fire department vehicle came rolling through the streets, announcing over the bullhorn that it was just the dam workers doing their thing. There's a place, a road on the outskirts of Los Gatos, California, called Hicks Road. Legend has it that there are naked, wild, cannibalistic albinos out there. I saw them once. Also on the road is an abandoned mental hospital. It's all boarded up, but somehow people still hear footsteps walking on the unreachable floor above them. Apparently they had to shut the institution down because people would escape every so often, only to be found nearby, eaten alive by humans. There's something called Hell's Gate. I guess it's an evil rock or something. There's also a little town at the top of the road. First, screw that place. Second, double screw that place. There's maybe 13 trailers and hand-built houses up there. They all have Confederate flags. The few people I saw looked more hillbilly than I could have imagined. They just stared at me. They all had very few teeth and overalls. Scared the ever-living crap out of me. Every time I tell someone about this, they want me to take them there. No. But if you must know where the albinos are, It's the first road on the right after the second bridge after you pass the church. Make a left at the fork and drive up a bit. But don't say I didn't warn ya. There's a small town near Homeland Security in South Carolina. You have to branch off onto a dead road, and eventually there's a park. It was so eerie that the park looked like it went through World War III and barely survived. Any buildings or structures were destroyed and had their windows shattered. The playground was rusted looking, and the homes behind the park looked abandoned. There was a large field to the left of the park, but if you felt like you'd fall over dead if you got out of the car. Eventually, a couple DHS agents showed up in the field in their suits and were kicking around a ball. I think it was a basketball while watching us. We immediately noped out and went to a family cemetery while the DHS continued following us around. At some point, we kept driving around and saw some old buildings on a lonesome road. One old-looking cranking woman was sitting on her porch, and nearby was a crematorium that my dad went into to use the restroom. The DHS stopped following us after we went into a historic black cemetery next to our cemetery, but my dad's friend said that he would spot DHS agents outside his home over the next week or so. It was a very creepy time, but it sucks that I didn't have my phone on me at the time. I'm curious what the park looks like now, a decade later. Centralia, Pennsylvania. Once a small, quaint town in the middle of Pennsylvania, Centralia wasn't known for much, except that there was coal underground. Like most coal mining towns, if you lived there, it's probably because you worked for the coal company. It was for all purposes, an average middle America Midwest, boring small town where nothing exciting ever happened. A sort of purgatory for living creatures, until the inner reaches of hell would begin to crumble the foundation of Centralia, turning it into an abandoned ghost town. See, by May of 1962, Centralia had a lot of trash, but no official place to dump it except for a strip mine which had been recently repurposed as a landfill. Problem with trash is, it doesn't just go away over time. Things like plastics, metals, etc. have a tendency to stick around for a while, the landfill needing cleaning, and there was a lot of debate on how to go about cleaning it. Fire is pretty good at removing most things, but for good reasons, setting a landfill on fire is typically prohibited. Still, the town council of Centralia decided to do so anyway, and utilizing their fire department, they set the whole thing ablaze. Later that night, they attempted to put out the fire with water, but found the next morning it was still ablaze in places. Funny thing about coal, it has a tendency to burn. Despite repeat attempts at extinguishing the flame, the landfill continued to burn, and as the fires continued to spread like small little cracks forming on ice, it began to move towards the operational mines. In time, most of Centralia was on fire, at least underneath the ground. As hell raged beneath the good people of Centralia, the town council and government officials blundered their way through it, thinking of ways to extinguish it, but never doing so due to costs or lack of interest. Even the EPA failed to get involved in the problem. In time, the temperatures began to rise. Sidewalks began to melt. Gasoline reached critical heat levels. Gases rose from the cracks that formed. A child nearly fell into a pit that opened in their backyard. As the residents of Centralia looked around and saw the foundations of their house crumble, as they were let go from their work, they decided to pack up and move out. Some of the structures that once belonged to this town still stand, but most of it has been torn down for safety reasons, or crumbled altogether. Route 61, which once connected Centralia to the rest of the world, has been abandoned and cut off. While the residents have long abandoned this once quiet little town, the fires below have continued to burn, and will do so for another 200 years. So I realized I actually have a couple stories here. This might be long. Please stop or read however much you wanna. I was introduced to Pahuska by my then best friend, who had found himself living in an ex-cowboy boarding house. This was in the 2010s, and it was just getting converted to electricity. It had many individual rooms, and the one my friend and I stayed in was the furthest from his roommate, and had a window facing the desolate yet picturesque downtown. The room had a hand-painted 1900s Coca-Cola advertisement on the wall, preserved by the hasty addition of the room to house an overflow of long-dead cowboys. My friend and I took it upon ourselves to rearrange his room. It was a creative high impulse, so we were laughing, sweeping and moving furniture around. As we are working and talking, then the distinct sound of a muffled argument begins to rise. We had heard it faintly before, but it hadn't fully registered until the sound began to get louder. A dog began barking. The argument was between a man and a woman. No animals or others were remotely close to this building. We rushed to the windows to see if someone was outside causing this loud disturbance. But of course the street was empty. The sound continued to wobble in and out. It was a man and a woman, and we could just almost understand them. We rushed outside to see if we were just hearing something we couldn't see, but it was eerily silent. That's when we realized the sound was coming from that room. Spooky, but somehow, with the help of lots of weed, we slept in that room that night. Story 2. I came to visit him a second time. I arrived late and we ended up falling asleep early. We shared his massive bed because partially, I was a little too scared to sleep alone. Each dorm in this ex-boarding house was scarier than the next. So yeah, I slept with him in the aforementioned ghost arguing room. So we both fall asleep fast until I wake up at 3 a.m. I kid you not, my heart pounding. I look at my phone in disbelief at the devil's hour, as my heart continues to beat hard, and I feel fear crawl up my spine. I'm begging myself not to look into the main little living space of his room, but my eyes are immediately drawn there. It's strangely cloudy in there, and dark, but so I tell myself it's my eyes unable to adjust. My head, however, is still screaming something's wrong. Something's not right. So I watch as more white cloudy fog rolls into the room. It was like some imaginary fog machine was on, and some rock and roll madman was determined to fill the arena. This fog didn't drift on the air, though. Oh no, it was thick like cotton candy and stayed in place, filling the room. It was like giant storm clouds. I expected a crackle of lightning any minute. The energy was palpable. I immediately began reciting a Buddhist prayer in my head, while simultaneously internally screaming, "Don't show yourself to me. I'm scared. Please, I can't handle this." I am also desperately trying not to pee my pants. I'm so freaked. It's 3:30. I'm watching this mystical energy. Clouds fill the room before my eyes, and no blinking or eye rubbing is making it go away. I keep repeating the prayer and my "leave me alone" mantra until I just finally wake up in the morning. Story 3. Different setting. Outskirt of this town. So my friend is a Great Gatsby type. Someone who is charming, talented, and intermingles with rich people until they end up rich. He wasn't a thief or con artist, but he was learning to work the system from old money. I was his poor hometown friend who knew him as he really was, and was sometime taken on these rides. He house sat for a rich man's ancestral family home, expertly hidden in Pahuska. The man lived in a major metropolitan city, but still kept up with the old home. Rich people strangely love this town. I guess that's how Reed Drummond ended up there. The home still had all the family heirloom furniture from the 40s in its original places. Gorgeous antique lampshades decaying on the pole. Everything was beautiful but slowly disintegrating from time. We were instructed to sleep upstairs, but the rooms were even worse. They had kept the rooms from his and his sister's teenage years. He was a gray-haired old man, so these beds were from the 50s or 60s. The only decor was old designer furniture. All extremely nice stuff, but all finally succumbing to time. The place looked like something out of a horror movie. It was almost comical. Then we checked out the attic. Even more priceless antiques stacked and decaying. It looked almost exactly like that scene in The Conjuring, where they find the basement full of old creepy furniture. It was so creepy it was nearly comical. The one redeeming factor to this house was we got to watch 3 adorable dogs, and there was a recently built addition apartment to the building that usually housed a tenant. The tenant was out of town, and we were told not to spend too much time in that area. It was unfortunately the only area of the house that felt normal. We tried to avoid it, but we always ended up over there. So night rolls in. My friend is determined to sleep in our assigned bedrooms. We are staring at each other exhausted, but neither of us will make a move. "You go up first, I'll be right behind you," I tell him. The upstairs is pitch black and feels like it's cutting into me. I see fear rush over his face. We lock eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Steps echo from upstairs. We both run as fast as we can into the tenant's addition and jump in his bed like kids running from the boogeyman. We slept there every night and cleaned up after ourselves, but we just couldn't stay in the main area. It was alive with all that energy that flows through Pahuska. If you made it this far, thanks for reading. This will probably get buried in the comments, but I'll share anyway, since it's the creepiest moment I've ever experienced in my life. We were on a road trip that started in Wisconsin, and the end goal was to end up in the Canadian Rockies. We started out west with the goal to get to Montana, then head north about where Calgary is, then continue a bit west. We had done lots of camping in the South Dakota, Wyoming, and Colorado areas, and we're used to seeing and stopping in small rural cowboy towns, as we like to call them. Well, nothing quite prepared us for our stop in Montana. We assumed Montana would be like Wyoming, few big cities but mostly small rural ones, and lots of land of nothing in between. We had often stopped in smaller towns since they usually have KOA campgrounds that we can stop in for the night for cheap, then keep going early the next morning. It was getting to be about time to stop for the night, and we were a bit west of Billings, about to start heading north towards Glacier National Park, where we wanted to do a little vising before crossing into Canada. We found a small town. I can't remember the name of it now, because we didn't end up staying long, but the population sign about 200-ish, can't remember exact number, and we saw a campground, a hotel, 1 gas station, and 1 restaurant. We pulled up to the gas station, and while we were filling up, we didn't see a single person on the street or anywhere, and it was early evening, about 5 p.m.-ish. We are just standing around looking at the old buildings and the gas station garage area. Suddenly, we saw movement in a window. The blinds were down but open, and we saw what looked like a child in the corner, but he was bald, and he quickly moved away when he saw we noticed him. We were going to go into the store area to buy some food and drinks, but decided to keep moving. Creepy as hell. It reminded us of being in the Hills Have Eyes or something. Same landscape, same creepy gas station. We finish filling and then get back in the car and stop about 2 blocks away at the only restaurant in town. It was a dinky little place, named Pat's Diner. There was 2 cars in the parking lot, and the open sign was on. So we figured, hey, it's the only place here and we gotta eat, so let's go. As we approach, we can hear lots of people talking and laughing inside. Seems like a nice place. What happened next was both the most confusing and disturbing thing I've ever been a part of. I feel like I walked into some B-horror movie. As soon as we open the door and step in, everyone in the whole place instantly stops talking, moving, doing whatever they were doing, and turns around and stares at us. The place was packed. I figure there were probably 10, 15 tables, but like 50 plus people in this place. We just stood there in silence for what seemed like hours, but was probably only 10 seconds. All of a sudden, this very old lady in the booth right in front of us slowly turns her head around, wearing 2 eye patches, and says in a creepy old voice, "What do you want here?" All of us immediately turn around, and literally ran back to the car, got in, and got back on the road. We didn't know what the hell had just happened. It was like a crossover scene of No Country for Old Men meets Hills Have Eyes. I feel like if we had stayed, we would have been murdered or made into couches. We didn't stop until we got out of Montana and into Canada, where all we saw was bears and mountains for days. My wife grew up in a small town in West Virginia. When she was in high school, 3 of her friends were driving drunk after prom. They hit a tree, rolled off the mountain road into a shallow part of a river. Everyone was killed. In the half-buried wreckage in the silt, they found bloody handprints inside the rear window. One of the girls was still alive after the car hit the water, and had apparently tried to break out of the back window. The rear of the car was above water, before she either succumbed to her injuries or drowned. My wife was supposed to be riding with them that night, but suddenly got called into work. And since she didn't have a date, we were engaged and I was working in another state, she just left the prom early, got a ride to work, clocked in and worked her shift. It was only the next morning when she heard about the accident. A wife kept her dead husband in the house for I do believe 8 years with their children. She convinced them that daddy was in a diabetic coma, brought him to the dinner table and everything. She was an RN, and they of course never questioned why daddy didn't eat for 8 years. My aunt bought the farmhouse for a really good price. Crazy story too. Wife came up missing, purse still at home. Teenage kids that I went to school with kept asking where mom was. They were told that she got mad and left. The oldest son knew that something was wrong and kept asking questions. Dad was spending quality time in the basement. Well, oldest son looked into the window and seen parts of his mom. He went to the police and they started inquiring more. Come to find out, he killed her and chopped her up with a blender and buried her in the backyard. And then took the blender back to Sears for a refund because it wasn't working properly. There were bone fragments, blood and hair lodged into the motor. We got lost on our way to Centralia, Pennsylvania. We ended up on a gravel road winding up the side of a wooden mountain. At the end of the road was a well, which turned out to be a well-maintained memorial for firemen. Then our eyes drifted from the sign to the house in the woods behind it. Tiny wooden cottage in the middle of nowhere. In the trees of the property, in a large radius from the house, all sorts of stuff was hanging from the trees, dangling from branches, nailed to trunks, stuck on extra metal poles sticking in the ground. It was everything your nightmares could have conjured. Ancient stuffed animals rotting in the wind. Even older yellow plastic lawn sunflowers gone brown. Dangling lawn chairs, and some painted wooden pigs that had been wrapped to the trunks with duct tape and extension cords. Needless to say, we got out of there fast. This kid I knew, his name was Sandy. We watched the movie Warlock dozens of times and became convinced if he drank the fat of a male virgin, he would get the power to fly. He was about 13 years old when he murdered a 6-year-old boy. He waited at a playground, then told a kid to follow him into the woods, where he attacked him with a rock. They found a slice of the kid's fat boiling on his stove at home. That's it in a nutshell. I don't even know if I need to read any other comments. I guess my hometown has one weird way to party. Once every 2 years, on the first Thursday of the year, we build up a 3 to 4 meter tall statue made of paper. It represents the devil, and we often make its eyes glow and make it throw fire from his mouth. So during 7 days, we disguise ourselves. We drink, we dance, we wander around talking with random strangers and listening to loud traditional music. Then we burn the paper statue. By the way, this is in Colombia. I live in a very small town in Texas, at a shop nearby, more like a hoarding house. This thing is full to the brim of tons of random stuff. There was a sign posted on the front window. On the sign was a beat-up truck with some dents, scratches, and broken windows. It looked like someone took a bat to it. There were no formalities. The sign had a picture, and under it, in big black magic marker, "Who done this?" I have never laughed so hard in my life. This one time, I came across a town that was run by a cult. As soon as I arrived in the village, someone immediately asked me for a donation. The really weird thing was how everyone was really into the color blue. Like, all their houses were blue. Even the trees were bluish. Cult members actually wore all blue, blue masks included. They actually seemed kind of violent and destroyed some property like a bridge. Later on, I heard that the cult leader actually kidnapped a girl to try and use her psychic power as a priestess for the cult. I also heard the leader used to paint cars for a living. It was definitely pretty bizarre. The area around Manly, Louisiana. The town was nice, great Mexican food, but once you're out of town, it's 30 minutes on bad roads to the highway. I was sent out there for a job. Nothing is paved. County roads are gravel or dead end into gullies, wild dogs roaming around, and random houses are just abandoned in the woods. Locals from town won't go into some of the areas like Cochetta. Nothing matches the map, and there was no cell service. I passed an abandoned hospital or something like that. It was a sign and then foundations in the woods. The creepiest part was I was talking to some locals and a guy tells me out of nowhere, "Oh yeah, I saw you by the lake. Figured you weren't from here." I hadn't seen him there at all. It was a 1-lane dirt road. He kept talking, and it turned out he knew where I'd been all day. He and his friends had kept tabs on me, and his smile scared the ever-living crap out of me. I've never left a town so fast. I feel like this comment doesn't fully explain the weirdness and creepiness of the abandoned houses, wild dogs, and locals keeping tabs on me all day. Orange Cove, California. A few years back, my wife and I were traveling up to the Sequoias, and we took a new shortcut route as we had a new baby, and were looking for a park to stop off at so she could nurse him and we could give him a change. Google showed us this park at the end of a cul-de-sac. We drive in and we're chatting and not really paying attention, because we've gone to the Sequoias for years, and it just seemed like business as usual. But little things on the street are starting to register with me almost subconsciously. There are like 10 or 20 dogs just roaming free on the street. Every house is barred and chain linked, and a few people are starting to come out of their houses to watch as we drive. We get to the park, and it's completely broken down and overgrown, but we're still talking, and we get out to go sit on a bench so she can feed the kid. As we get out, I notice there's a large dumpster sitting wideways in the street next to the park that looks out of place and purposeful. Then as we sit and start to lay out the changing pad to change his diaper, I look at the graffiti on the picnic benches. There's the normal inscrutable writings and various forms of penises, but then I notice these incredibly brutal depictions of, like, dismembered cops. It just felt like they were warnings, and not just drawings. Right then, this truck pulls up, past the dumpster that was in the road, and then backs up until it's almost touching the dumpster. And I immediately realize why the dumpster is positioned like that, so that no one can see that truck from the main street. The men just stay in the truck looking at us. My wife is still talking and I say, "Let's go. We need to get back to the car." Normally she'd question me or say some banter about me telling her what to do, but something about my tone and she immediately got up and said, "What's wrong?" I said, "Let's just get in the car. No car seat. Keep him in your lap." I open the door and get both of them in, move as quickly as I can to the driver's side, get in, and make a quick U-turn back down the road. As we're driving out, the truck starts following us, and almost every house now has people standing at the front of their chain link fences, watching us. We get back to the main road, turn off, and the truck stops following us. We pull over a few blocks down and take stock of the almost ghost town this main road goes down. We put our kid back in his car seat, do a quick Google search for Orange Cove, and find that at the time it had one of the densest gang populations in California, and vow never to go back there again. Crandon, Wisconsin. Some pretty messed up stuff has happened there. In 1979, a troubled teenager stabbed a woman and her toddler and infant to death. His name isn't in any of the articles because he was a minor at the time. There had been rumors around that pets in the area would disappear and or be found dead prior to this incident. Some other fun things. He's still locked up today, and one of the victim's siblings has been corresponding with him and believes he has found Jesus and has been rehabilitated. The psychologists seem pretty convinced he's just really manipulative and will kill again if he ever gets the opportunity. In 2007, a sheriff's deputy put on his tactical SWAT gear and massacred a homecoming party because someone at the party had previously dared to insult him. There's one other incident I'm aware of. I believe it was around the years 2000 to 2003, a long time ago. So I can't find any online articles about it because the above mass shooting really floods the search results. And this one wasn't in the city itself. It was in the woods maybe 15 miles outside town. Crandon is the only incorporated community in the whole county. Basically, these three guys were involved in a check forging scheme, and they got wind that one of them might be getting cold feet and thinking about cutting a deal with the authorities. So the other two guys do what anyone would do. They invited their buddy to go hunting. I think they were from a different part of Wisconsin. But Forest County is popular for hunting and quite isolated and rural. He won a Darwin Award that season because he accepted the invitation. I was pretty young at the time, but I remember on the news they found the body not long after it happened, as I used to hunt in this same area with my dad. They were under a mile from us on opening morning. It's virtually a guarantee we heard the shots. I remember distinctly, just before dawn, a couple isolated shots, maybe 20 to 30 minutes before the usual flurry, after the deer get up and start foraging for the day. It's chilling to think of the possibility of bumping into people like that. We all have guns, but you're not there with the expectation of people using them on each other. If someone does decide to turn hostile, the element of surprise usually guarantees the gun doesn't save you. There was an incident around 100 miles away from there, another year where a guy was trespassing on someone's 400-acre private land. They told him, rudely, to vacate. He killed like 6 of the people who were hunting there in retaliation. Anyway, haven't been to the area in a very long time. The majority of the people there are honestly super friendly and decent. But when someone gets a screw loose, they really get a screw loose. Plus, I just think maybe the fact it is so rural and out of the way that a certain element might feel it's a good place to put more space between themselves and the scrutiny of others. Portlock, Alaska. Brian Weed is the co-founder of a group called Juneau's Hidden History that primarily keeps track of things through their Facebook page. He has traveled all over Juneau and many other Alaskan towns in search of natural history and stories. His group plans frequent hikes in the area to places that have some sort of story to tell, or just to see the natural beauty of the state. Weed started the story with a peculiar death in the 1930s. A logger was out working, and something or someone hit him over the head with a huge piece of logging equipment, something that one man couldn't have lifted. When they found his body, there was blood on the equipment, and there was no way that one person could have done it. He was a good 10 feet from the logging equipment, so it's not like he slipped, fell, and hit his head. It looked more like someone picked it up and bonked him over the head. There are lots of accounts of creatures being seen in the area. The local natives started talking about a creature, a hairy Bigfoot-type Yeti monster, and it was called the Nantianak, or Big Hairy Creature as it was called. At that same time, the villagers talked about seeing a spirit of a woman dressed in black clothes that would come out on the cliffs above town. They described her dress as being so long that she would have to drag it. She had a very white face and would scream and moan. The villagers would hear something and then she would disappear back into the cliff face. In the 1920s, a man by the name of Albert Petka supposedly scared off the hairy creature with his dogs, but not before receiving a fatal blow to the chest. According to the stories, Petka survived to explain what happened, but died to his wounds soon after. There are also reports of prospectors and hunters going missing frequently to the point that it became commonplace. Their bodies were allegedly found in a creek, as if their limbs had been ripped apart. A school teacher in the 1970s even talked about growing up in Portlock, and also told stories of people being afraid of what could be lurking in the night. Weed considered himself a skeptic and explained what the Nantianak could have been mistaken for. Maybe they were seeing an extremely large bear in the area. From a distance of say 100 feet, your brain has never seen a bear that big, so you put together an idea of what you think you saw. If the bear is standing up, say in the 10 to 12 foot range, it may be the biggest bear you've ever seen, and so your brain may not put together that that's a bear. Maybe you're seeing it from a strange angle or it's too close to trees so you can't see its whole shape. Regardless of his skepticism, there is something uncanny about several groups of people being fearful of this monster. It's definitely an interesting story, but people swear by this. For the locals that grew up in the area, this thing has apparently existed for hundreds of years. There was a small village site at Portlock before it was founded, and those people had originally moved away. When the 1930s incident started to happen, most of the Russian Aleuts actually moved out of town for a year. The people running the cannery basically begged their workers to come back, and they set up armed guards for a short period of time, trying to get their workers back in town. Monster or no, people abandoned Portlock en masse. That we can establish as the facts. Those people did leave the town. We know when the town and post office shut down. We know that there are reported murders in the area. They called them murders, but they also included people that just went lost in those reports. We're not talking about a dozen people. We're talking like 3 dozen people. If we have a serial killer in the area at the time, they took out a lot of people in the course of say 20 years. Weed told us that he hopes to visit Portlock to do some exploring. I'm hoping to camp 3 or 4 days in the area, and maybe set up some cameras just for kicks. I'm not trying to do like a ghost hunter special or anything, but I would like to see if there are some big brown bears in the area, and what might have been seen that would cause people to be spooked. He then explained how Juneau's hidden history focuses mostly on things that are inherently true. Our group has always been about telling the truth, and seeing what we actually see, taking pictures of stuff. Do we believe in ghosts? Miners creeping around in tunnels? Absolutely not. We've seen a few things that we couldn't explain at the time, but later as we investigated it was, oh, these rocks slid because of this ice or the timber, decided to finally break because it was all rotten. Do we think something touched it at the time? No. The group has many items they have collected over the years, including uncommon maps that they were given to by collectors. Those items were then scanned at a high resolution and shared with the public. Weed has also pitched a television show to the Travel Channel that aired a pilot last April, with hopes that they can be picked up in the spring of next year. He says that shows that take place in Alaska often do not show true Alaska, and that they hope to change that with their honest depiction of exploring the state. I was visiting Cooperstown when I was about 13, on a boys' trip with my dad, uncle, brothers, and cousins. We spent a few hours walking around doing the Hall of Fame thing, etc. When we got hungry and wanted to stop for a quick lunch, my uncle stopped a guy walking down the street who was clearly a local and asked if he knew of anywhere to stop for lunch. The local guy said, "Sure, what kind of food are you looking for?" The uncle said, "Just a place to grab a sandwich and a beer." The local guy clammed up and said, "I'm sorry, I can't help you then." Then he looked at the ground and hustled away. On another trip to Cooperstown many years later, my mom and dad and aunt and uncle stayed at a lakeside resort-type place with cabins and the like. They had to sign a packet with a list of rules or personal conduct and a pledge for good behavior. It was the strangest thing they'd ever experienced at a hotel, but they said it must have worked because it was the quietest, most congenial place they've ever stayed. My uncle grabbed some stationery from the room, and when they got home, he mailed my mom a report card for her behavior at the resort. He made it look pretty official because my mom believed it, and called my uncle to ask him what his report card said. He gave her a C-. I am from the Pittsfield, Newport area of Maine, and this is the area that inspired a lot of Silent Hill, especially 2. The games, not the movies, those are based on Centralia. Down to a major section of the road map of Newport being South Vale, minus the main road being higher in South Vale. The area is much bigger in SH, though shrunk due to being a game obviously, and there are a lot of peculiarities. The old armory being a hospital in Silent Hill and in a different place. The actual hospital being in Pittsfield. Stuff like that. Incidentally, Ashfield, based on Bangor, should not have a subway. It's far too small for that. But the games are a filter through a Japanese understanding of Maine. It's like the Maine next door, and it's bizarre and wonderful. Like the universe next door. We even get the fog the games are famous for. Particularly the apartments in 2 being analogous to a complex in town. So while on the surface this place isn't that bad, on a really, really foggy day, I often find myself humming Null Moon. Perryopolis, Pennsylvania. There's this place called Blue Hole there. It's a really cool hidden diving spot. You have to look for directions from small websites and users posting specifics like, "Go blank feet beyond the railroad tracks." I went with a friend a few summers ago. A guy I know warned us not to go because he had his car keyed while he was there, but we figured he just parked like a jerk and we'd be fine. This town is out in the sticks, a 15-minute drive away from any cell phone reception or gas station, and almost empty on the way to the hole. Trying to figure out the actual location of the hole was a challenge, and while looking, these 2 weird guys approached us. Then again, and again. I assumed that they were just following us at some point. The locals there creeped us out enough, and it was starting to get dark, so we headed back to her car. Her window was smashed and everything that wasn't hidden was stolen. From her laptop, dumb of her to have in her car, I know, and wallet, to spray paint cans and a skateboard. We had to drive to the nearest gas station to call the police and try to tape up her car windows. Cops told us we were lucky. Usually the locals like to set cars on fire. Definitely not a place I'd want to be. At least an hour's walk away from civilization, if that had happened. This is a long time ago, late 90s. When I was 19, I moved from Oregon to Florida to be with my boyfriend at the time. Don't ever do that. I was thinking, white sand beaches and Mickey Mouse, but instead got the swamp, bugs, and dirt roads. It was a huge shock to the system. We lived in this dinky little town called Hawthorne, just outside of Gainesville. Don't ever go there. Very small, 1 stoplight and 4 stores. Dollar General, Steve's Market, Eckerd's Pharmacy, and Sonny's BBQ, whoopee. Anyway, I got a job at the now defunct Eckerd's in the middle of town. It was next to the grocery store, so everyone shopped there. After about 3 months or so working there, I walked in to start my shift one day when the manager pulled me into his office. Laid out on his desk was about 40 opened letters, all addressed by hand. To me. "Do you know this person?" my manager asked. "No." "Read one." So I picked the cheerful yellow one. Inside were 2 handwritten letters and a magazine cut out of a woman with long blonde hair. Just like me. As the Eckerd manager watched on, I read the letter. I skipped around a lot out of confusion, desperately trying to find out why I'm in this room. From what I read, it was mostly someone imagining what spending time with me would be like. A lot of it was sexual in nature. There were descriptions and comments about my hair, washing it, smelling it, and something about the moonlight. A few sentences were highlighted. Others were underlined. My first thought was, am I getting fired? "Do you know this, David Elrod?" I said yes, I think so. The tall, lanky guy with thick glasses and frizzy dark blonde hair. The regular who comes in a couple times a week to pick up Diet Coke and medication for his mom. Late 20s and obviously socially or mentally challenged. On rare occasions, he would make small talk as I rang up his soda. Once or twice, he would linger at my register or stare at me, but I figured he was just trying to adjust his eyes or had poor social cues. Harmless, compared to some of the other people I had met in Florida, so I didn't pay him any mind. Until that day in the Eckerd's office. I knew he wrote the letters because of a strange encounter 2 weeks earlier. While working, he came up behind me and touched and caressed my hair. I had to remove it from his hands and he apologized. Weird. No harm. I went back to work. After telling my manager this, he informed me that the customer was going to be banned from the store, and I was being sent home while they worked out the details. What details? Confused, I walked out of the store and drove home. Strange. 2 hours after I got home from my non-shift at work, there's a knock on my door. I look out the window and see what resembles a SWAT team. What the heck? I saw men in tactical gear with large weapons, 2 men dressed in suits, and several uniformed cops. In what seemed like slow motion at the time, I open the door. A female officer holds up a few oddly familiar letters. "Can we come in and talk to you about these?" Realizing everyone in town has read the letters, I wanted to pass out. I don't even know the guy. We have a seat on my couch and she begins to speak. Out of the corner of my eye, I see my boyfriend shooting me dirty looks from the bedroom. The female officer mentions getting the letters from Eckerd's and attempting to issue a trespassing notice. They wanted to speak to him directly, she says, because her whole department is aware of David. The officers confronted him at his residence and attempted to evoke the trespassing notice from Eckerd's store. Apparently, he was not happy about this. He insisted for over 45 minutes how this was all a big mistake, and I wanted to talk to him. He was so combative and persistent they decided to pursue stalking charges. Stalking charges? She continues. You need to be aware that David killed and partially dismembered his mother when he was 12 years old. He was released from a juvenile psychiatric facility less than 4 years ago. We found disturbing materials at his home, she continued. We believe he's been stalking you. My mind kept wandering. It's my mom's favorite drink. David was arrested the next day for stalking after he was found in the Eckerd's parking lot. But the last official word was he went back to the psychiatric hospital. At least, temporarily. I didn't have the chance to read the letters in full before they were entered into some vault of evidence. Nor did they explain what they found at his house, so I never had the complete picture of what was happening. My boyfriend at the time was a huge jerk about the whole thing, so I moved back to Oregon a week later. Besides, who wants to hang around when Norman Bates is fixated on you? For the sake of the story, I don't recall every word of my conversations in this story. It was 15 years ago, so I will do my best to recreate them to make the story flow, based on what I do remember. I was about 19 when I was offered a job by my cousin to work for our uncle's glass business. They installed giant glass windows in tall buildings and skyscrapers. Not that it's too relevant to the story. The catch to the job was I had to temporarily move to Destin, Florida from Tampa. My cousin lived up in Russellville, Alabama, and I wanted to go visit the family there and leave with them together to go back down to Destin. This was my first long-distance road trip, and my first trip away from my immediate family. Back then I was driving a puke green Mercury Sable, a car barely capable of getting groceries back home. But in my invincible youth, I didn't care about that. I was just so pumped to be spreading my wings and getting out into the world that the risks didn't concern me. My mom and dad tried to get me to plan and pack better, knowing the trip could have its pitfalls, but it wasn't like the trip was going to take days. And fast food exists, so I wasn't stressing out about that. I mean, I'm not stupid. I packed for the trip and staying for a few months in Destin, but they wanted me to bring food, water, emergency supplies, etc. I declined because it wasn't the 1930s, and of course there are gas stations at every exit, and I had a Razor flip phone. My thinking was, what could possibly happen on two busy interstates? It wasn't like I was going to some far-off country with no cell service. Anyway, fast forward to the trip. I'm a Florida boy. I had no idea Alabama could get so cold, and I had no idea the heat was broken in my car. I had never used it. At first I'm thankful because by the time I reach Alabama, I'm tired as hell, and I had made a lot more stops than I anticipated. I still had a few hours to go, and the cold air was keeping me awake. Finally, I pull off of the interstate and start heading through these smaller numbered roads. The roads didn't have conventional names like in FL. They were just numbered, which I found odd. After driving on those a bit, I started being sent down gravel roads. This was the days of MapQuest, so I didn't have a GPS guiding me through just paved roads or rerouting me around roadblocks. I was starting to get hungry and thought back to my parents telling me to pack food. I should have listened. The sketchiest thing with MapQuest was that you just printed out the directions. You didn't have a map to fall back on, so going out of your way to find fast food at an exit came with the potential of legitimately getting lost. So I had passed a few signs telling me to turn off for food because I was tired and didn't want to chance it. Instead, I was looking for something off the side of the road that I could easily pull in and pull back out with no fuss, and more importantly, no risk of getting lost. My prayers were answered a little down the road when I saw a beat-up old country grocery store on my right-hand side. It didn't even have a name. It just said grocery across the front of the white building. I pulled in because the light shining across the grocery sign was on, but found it odd that most of the lights inside were off. This gave me the creeps a little, but didn't stop me from going up to the door. I was starving, and maybe this was a 24-hour place. I saw a shadow move across the back of the long aisles as I approached the glass door, and surprisingly opened it with ease. At this point, I half expected them to be closed, due to the lack of lighting inside, and hoped an owner would take pity on a tired traveler and let me grab some snacks. I called out, "Hello?" No one answered. I said something along the lines of, "I saw you when I pulled up and was hoping you're still open." Again, no answer. Now this was really naive of me, but I assumed maybe the owner was older and couldn't hear me. There was a constant buzzing sound coming from the back. Or maybe he was deaf, so I went further back into the store. It honestly didn't smell great inside, and I hoped they had at least some chips or something. At least those are sealed. Suddenly, a man emerged from the back. "I'm so sorry, we were just about to close. How can I help you?" he asked with a smile. He nearly made me jump out of my skin at first, but he seemed friendly enough. Not the old man I was picturing, but actually a younger guy, maybe in his 30s. "Yeah, I just came up from Florida. It's been a long drive. I was hoping you guys had something to eat for the trip." "We have plenty. What are you looking for exactly?" he said without taking his eyes off of me. The guy had a weird, unblinking stare that put me on edge. But what made me the most uncomfortable was his smile. He smiled big, but his eyes never moved. As in, the only way you could tell he was conveying an emotion was by looking at his mouth. The rest of his face stayed the same. Most people you could tell they're smiling, even if their mouth was covered because you smile with your whole face. Not this guy. "Just some chips, maybe a Coke? Do you have Doritos?" "Of course," he said, walking past me. He locked the door behind me before turning and smiling. "Don't want anyone else walking in." He chuckled. Him locking the door was creepy, but I shrugged it off because the reasoning was sound, even though it felt off. "Follow me," the guy said, as he walked towards the back of the store. I was young, but I should have been smart enough to know that store owners generally don't give their customers a tour of the store, but I had lived a pretty sheltered life. I could feel that something was off, but didn't want to offend by asking questions like, "What's that smell?" We get to the back of the store, to where those plastic flaps hang that separate the customer side and the back end, when the man sticks his hand through, parting the plastic and says, "Right this way." Now alarm bells are starting to go off in my head, especially as he starts looking around and past me, like someone who is selling drugs and watching out for the police. "Back there?" I ask and start to back up a little. That's when I notice Chips beside me on the aisle. The guy noticed me see the chips and says, "Yeah, back here. We got our good stuff in the back, you can come take your pick." By this time, I find the source of the buzzing. Flies are flying over the meat section, and the dim light reflecting off of the packaging lets me know that it's been sitting there a while. "I'll just take this if that's all right," I say nervously as I grab a bag off the shelf next to me and start backing up towards the door. "Trust me, those are no good. I have way better stuff back here." He smiles, gesturing for me to head back. I fake patting my pockets and say, "Oh man, I forgot my wallet in my car. I'll be right back." As soon as the words left my lips, I was spun around and did a light jog to the front, increasing with speed as I approached the door. I make it to the door and twist the lock a couple times until I hear the click. I push the door open and turn back to look at where the man is, but he's gone. I jumped into my car and sped out of the parking lot, and didn't stop again until I reached my cousin's house. He ended up in the dryer at my apartment complex in the middle of the night, naked and crying. Yes, you read that correctly. And no, I'm not making this up. I wish that I was. I found this guy on OkCupid, and he was a really nice guy, if a little strange. Good looking too. We dated for several months, during which time he slowly revealed that he was hearing things that he couldn't possibly be hearing. His upstairs neighbors or my roommate were talking stuff about him, even though I couldn't hear a thing, and he started to get paranoid. This all came to a climax one night when we were at a comedy club with some of my friends. He had been acting strange all night and thought that my friends hated him and were all talking crap about him from a couple of feet away. They weren't. I was sitting between them. They had even told me previously that they liked him. He left before the show started and I didn't see him again. Until 8 months later, my roommate was getting ready for work one morning. She gets up around 5:30 a.m. She heard strange noises coming from the laundry room, which shared a wall with the hallway of our apartment. She thought the loud wailing sounds were from our neighbor's crazy friend, and that she'd have to deal with her when she went to the laundry room to get her bike. But when she went in there, she couldn't see anyone and wasn't sure where the sound was coming from. She searched around and was looking under the table across from the washer and dryer when she heard the dryer door being pulled shut. I know, horror movie stuff right there. She was about to open the door, but thought better of it and went to wake up sleeping me. I work in mental health. I got up and could hear the crying, so I went out to the laundry room and opened the door. At this point, the person who had previously occupied the dryer was lying face down and naked on the linoleum floor. I asked if they were okay, not knowing who it was at that point, and there was no response. I told my roommate to call the police, and while she was on the phone, this person gets up. He was actually wearing mirrored aviator sunglasses, and walks past us and into our apartment. He sat on one of our chairs and proceeded to give me a death stare while my roommate was outside speaking with the cops, and her work explaining what was happening. He was in our apartment over the course of an hour while the police and later the paramedics checked him out, and he did not say one word. The most he did was make a guttural growling noise while he gave whoever was speaking that hate-filled stare. Finally, the paramedics took him to the hospital, and I never saw him again. I went out of town for my best friend's wedding, in which I was a bridesmaid. I didn't take my boyfriend at the time as per request of the bride. It's her day, and considering my boyfriend and I were on the outs at the time, I was not opposed to this. He's an ADD kid and didn't get his meds refilled before I left town for 4 days. This is his meltdown. It started off okay. We would text back and forth, but I wouldn't be able to reply as fast because, duh, I'm helping with a wedding. He overdosed on Valium and told me that he was wandering around outside, then doesn't answer his phone for 6 hours, in which I'm panicking because I'm a 6-hour drive away from my home, and I don't know if he's wandered off in his messed up state or not. I break down. My best friend's stepdad, an ex-cop, sits with me and lets me know some options on what I can do from far away. Eventually, I sent my apartment manager over to see if he had left the house or not. Apparently, he had fallen asleep because he took so many drugs. The actual day of the ceremony, he flips out again because I don't have time to talk to him at all. Tensions are high for the wedding party as we're being pushed to get this ceremony on its way. I leave my phone in my bag while I help the bride and the groom. Come back to no less than 10 voicemails and 30+ texts, half of which are just incoherent, random letter-style typing. This continues the whole weekend. I stop responding. I come home to find my blinds torn, DVD player smashed, cooking oil spilled all over my kitchen floor that he made me clean up because apparently it was my fault that he knocked it over while I wasn't even in town. And my entire nail polish collection, over 50 colors, destroyed. I'm still finding cracked bottles. It's amazing how I haven't died from all those fumes. Red-colored Kool-Aid splashed everywhere, even inside kitchen drawers. I don't even know how that happened. He didn't apologize for any of it. His only words were, "You made me do it. If you hadn't ignored me, this would have never happened." We're no longer together, of course, but this is just one episode of many. This man will be 30 next month, and I pity his next girlfriend. This is my first time ever posting on Reddit, and I'm not a writer, and I'm writing this on mobile. This is something that happened to me a long time ago, and I am now a much older and wiser woman. I was 20, and I moved from northwestern England to live and work in London. I had no real experience of relationships. On the outside, I appeared extroverted and quite tough, but on the inside, I had no self-confidence. I looked in the mirror and all I could see was a fat, ugly, aggressive, and unlikable person. I now see that none of that was true, but it meant that I was vulnerable. I met a man, Robert. He was 27 years old. We dated, and 6 months later I moved into his flat. There were loads of red flags which I stupidly ignored until I was living in a nightmare. It started with control and emotional abuse. Now, I grew up in a very rough city in northwestern England, and I could handle myself and had a quick temper. So at the beginning, I gave as good as I got, but it escalated to him cheating on me, physically assaulting me, locking me in the flat, isolating me, mind games, and taking my money. There were too many incidents to write about here, but suffice to say, in that 12-month relationship, he terrorized me until I hardly recognized myself. I was desperate to escape, but deep down, I always knew that when I left him, I would be in danger, so I just kept putting it off. One day, he started another fight, but this time, he told me to get out. I didn't need to be told twice. I packed my stuff and was gone within 10 minutes. I had no close friends because he would be so vile that nobody stayed around for very long. I rang a girl that I used to work with and begged her to let me stay with her for the night. She gave me her address and she let me stay with her for a month in her flat, which was about a mile away from his flat in northwest London. This meant I had to use the same tube station to get to work. It started one morning when he was waiting at the tube station. He escalated it from that point onwards. He would be at the tube station waiting for me a couple times a week. He would stand behind me as I got my ticket and would verbally abuse me. He would never shout or draw attention to himself, but he would call me names and threaten me in a low tone of voice that made my stomach heave. I never reacted because I knew that's what he wanted. I foolishly hoped that he would get fed up and just leave me alone. Then, he started to show up in the neighborhood around my workplace in West London. I told my manager and colleagues, but this was before mobile phones were commonly used. Other than keeping an eye out for him, they couldn't really do much to help me. Sometimes I would see him at a distance standing in a corner, or catch a glimpse of him in a local market, and then he would vanish. I thought I was going mad or developing paranoia. I moved out of my friend's flat into a shared house about 1.5 miles away from him. I don't know any other areas of London, and I had made some friends in that area, so I didn't want to leave completely. I used the same tube station, and as I stopped seeing him there, I thought he was starting to move on. It took me a couple of weeks to notice the white van with blacked out windows that was permanently parked across the road from my flat. I thought it belonged to a neighbor. I was horrified when I realized it was him, and he would sit in that van day and night, watching me and tracking my movements. One day, soon after the van appeared, he approached one of my housemates to give me a message and asked for the telephone number. I wasn't that friendly with my housemates, so I hadn't told them what was going on. They thought that he was a friend and gave him the number. From then on, he rang every night all through the night. Eventually, I told my housemates what was happening, and they promised not to let him and unplugged the phone that night. He started to leave gifts and cards on my doorstep. My room was on the ground floor, and a brick was thrown through my window. I'm phobic about birds and keep finding dead birds on my windowsill. I was a nervous wreck, flinching at shadows and jumping at the slightest sound. I thought about moving again, but I knew he would find me through my workplace. I went to the police, who said because he hadn't actually done anything, then there was nothing they could do. This was before stalking was a criminal offense in the UK. I would come home and find typed letters posted through the door, asking me why had I been to a certain shop or cafe or theater on a certain day or night. The letters would ask me why I had visited a certain address and who lived there. It was relentless, and I knew that he was letting me know that he was there watching all the time. I wanted to leave London and go back home.
but I couldn't tell my family what was happening, as my mother was seriously ill, and I didn't want to worry my dad and my siblings, as they had enough to deal with. In desperation, I decided to pretend that I left London by packing a couple of suitcases and taking them back to my home city. I knew he would be watching me, and I hoped that he would be fooled. I totally underestimated his lunacy. I would stay at my best mate's house when I returned home. I thought I saw him once, but I thought I was just being paranoid. The night after I arrived, I went out for a couple of drinks with my best friend Diane and two other friends, Billy and John. We went to a couple of bars, listened to some music, then all ended up back at her house just drinking and chatting. Billy and John left around 3 a.m. A couple of days later, I returned to London. There was a note waiting for me on the doormat. I opened it, and to my horror, it contained details of my night out. It mentioned John. It named bars where we had drank, and even the name of the band. Then he rang the house phone, screaming and ranting words that made no sense. I saw one of his friends who told me that, unbeknownst to me, the crazy ex had drove 200 miles and gone straight to my best friend's house. He had watched me go out and waited for me to return home from the night out. Then he followed John and waited outside his house too. The following day, when John went to his local pub for a Sunday afternoon drink, my maniac ex followed John in there and made a point of chatting with him to find out his name, etc. This had gone on for about 4 months at this point. About a month later, I was on my way home from work. It was winter, around 7 p.m. and the streets were dark. He grabbed me on a side street, dragged me into the back of the van. I was petrified and crying in the dark, being thrown from side to side. All I could hear was the radio. He hadn't said a word. After about an hour, the van stopped and the back door opened, and I was in an empty car park with trees around it. He kept his hand on the back of my neck as he made me walk for about 20 minutes through what I guessed was a forest. He never said a word as I asked him where we were going, and why he was doing this. It was as though he was deaf because he didn't even acknowledge what I was saying. The night was freezing and there were no lights other than his torch. I don't know how many times I fell over and got dragged back up to my feet. Eventually we reached a sort of clearing, and he pulled me behind a tree with a stick and plastic bag tied to it. Then he showed me a shallow rectangular hole in the ground and said that that was my grave, and that he would happily go to prison knowing that I was dead because of all the pain that I had caused him. He pulled a short, thin blue rope from his pocket, and at that point he looked unrecognizable. His expression was pure darkness, and all I could see was his crazy eyes staring right through me. He had his hand on my throat and the rope in his other hand. I swear I have never been so scared in my life. I was shaking with terror. I honestly thought that forest clearing would be the last place I would ever see again in this world. Suddenly, I knew with complete certainty that I had to stay calm if I was going to get out of this alive. I told him he didn't need to do this, that I knew I was wrong to make him mad. It was all my fault and I was sorry. I told him we could get back together, and I knew now that he really loved me. In the end, God knows how, but somehow I got through to him, and his eyes cleared and he spoke to me. He agreed to let me go and get my things to move back in with him. He drove me back to my flat and I ran inside and collapsed on the floor while he waited outside. He started beeping his horn, banging on the door, and ranting and raving outside the house. My housemate rang the police, but he left as they arrived in the street. I gave him his details and told them what had happened. He denied everything, and the police said that there was no witnesses, so it was my word against his. The police told me they had warned him, but ultimately they couldn't do anything without proof. I gave them the notes he had left, the van registration, the names of people who could verify what I was saying, but still, they said it wasn't enough to arrest him and charge him. They checked the van registration, but it wasn't registered to his name. And so, the stalking and harassment continued. I started carrying a R alarm, hairspray, a screwdriver, and anything else that I thought might protect me. I hadn't slept properly for weeks, and food stuck in my throat if I tried to eat. I was a shadow of my normal self. Friends of his came to see me, to tell me to leave London, as he was obsessed with revenge because I had been to the police. I went to a solicitor who wrote a cease and desist letter. I found parts of it ripped on my doorstep. About 6 months from the start of his terror campaign, I was asked out on a date by Gary, who was a friend of my friend's boyfriend Pete. I was trying to convince myself that I could carry on living with some semblance of normality. I agreed to go out with Gary if Pete came along too. After a few drinks, we went to the club. Pete, who wasn't drinking, said he would give us a lift home. We were in Pete's car, and he started the engine and drove for about 5 minutes. Then I heard Pete say, "There's something wrong with my brakes." Then he said, "There's a white van following us." My heart started beating 100 miles per hour, and my throat started to close as I asked him, "Does the van have the reg number 1234? To my horror, it did. It was him following us. I quickly had to explain to Pete and Gary that I had a lunatic ex-boyfriend who just happened to be stalking me right at that very moment. Pete was only driving at about 20 miles per hour. He pulled the car over, and we jumped out and ran through a housing estate of tenant flats until we lost him. We found a mini cab office, and as I was too scared to go back to my flat, I ended up sleeping on Gary's couch. Unsurprisingly, the potential new relationship ended that night. The next day, Gary rang me to say that he had been back to pick up his car, and the brake cable had been partially cut until it was nearly severed. I truly believe he tried to kill all 3 of us that night. Gary and Pete wanted me to go to the police, but I had lost all faith in them. Every time I had asked the police to help me, they had done nothing, and it just made things worse by reinforcing how powerless I was. Enough was enough. I knew that he wasn't going to stop. I didn't even know what he wanted anymore. That same week, I gave notice on my flat and handed in my notice at work. I booked a 6-month air ticket to India. In my crazy mind, I thought, well, it's one of the most populated places on the planet, so he will never find me there. I traveled around India on my own for 6 months. I did a lot of thinking and healing and returned to my home city. I never returned to London. And thank God, I never saw him again. So for starters, I've been dating this girl for a while now. Her name being Isabel, going on a year very soon. And all was going well in that regard. However, when we first met, she told me about a less than ideal ex-boyfriend she had a couple of years before she had met me. They still went to the same school, and he ended up going to the same university as us after we graduated high school as well. Apart from that, all 3 of us went to the same church, meaning there was a lot of opportunity for him to meet us. The creepy encounters with him, Jose being his name, started a little before we graduated high school. After he heard that we were dating, he was furious, even going as far as to say I was abusive on Twitter. But nobody believed him, and he was notorious for doing the same in the past in order to keep Isabel from talking to other guys when they were together. That was just the beginning though. It started off small at first, seeing him in the mall whenever we would go out on dates, before it was illegal to go outside. After a while, it seemed like a little too much to seem like a coincidence though. He started showing up at our church, which, although wouldn't ever really be abnormal, he all of a sudden joined the same youth ministry as well. It seemed as if he was trying to get as close to us as possible at all times. There was one instance I remember very specifically. At a graduation party everybody was invited to. Everyone was in the backyard, and I remember looking across the patio and just seeing him staring at me and Isabel from the other side. His eyes didn't move, and his breathing was very heavy, as if he was angry, anxious, or both. He didn't try anything that night though, probably because of the other people there that night. After I left the party and dropped off my girlfriend at her house for the night, I saw a black car following me for a majority of the way home, which I really didn't think much of. And not to sound like that guy or anything, but I wasn't too worried about it either. I'm fairly well built, and I've done martial arts for a little over 6 years. The next day, that same car was tailing me almost the whole day while I was running errands. Things got a little heated in the afternoon, though. I was sitting in my car outside of a store, waiting for a curbside pickup, when he parked, a few spaces down from me, got out of his car, and came up to my window. He started yelling at me, saying I would never be good enough for Isabel, that she still loved him no matter what I thought, and that he was going to make sure that she and I weren't together. I just tried to ignore him. Starting anything would have probably been a bad move given that he hadn't even touched me or my car. But I was still a little heated. After heading home, it was already pretty late, so I just played video games for a while till I was tired enough to go to sleep. When I was walking back to my room, I saw him from my window, just standing there on the sidewalk looking right at me. The only reason I knew it was him was because of the light from one of the street lamps. My parents had also seen him and asked me to go check it out, since they aren't the youngest of people and wouldn't be able to do much other than yell at him to go away. But as soon as I walked out, he just got in his car and left. This happened every night for about 3 days straight. The last night I ever saw him was not unlike the others, except this time he didn't leave when I went outside. In fact, he started walking closer to me. I didn't notice until he was a lot closer, but he had something in his hand. I couldn't tell what it was, but it looked like a fairly large knife that you would use in the kitchen. Adrenaline kicked in and I ran back into my house and told my mom to call 911, after which I went back outside. He was just there in the front yard waiting. When I stepped outside, he said, "Isabel belongs to me, and I'm gonna make that happen no matter what." He ran at me with the knife, but muscle memory kicked in and I had pinned him down after that. The cops came shortly after, and I explained the situation to them, after which he was arrested with a couple of different charges that I really don't remember. One other thing I do remember, however, was what was inside of his car. When the police came, they also searched his car to see if he had anything else that I should have been worried about. They found a bunch of tape, some rope, another large knife, a handgun, and a camera. I don't know what was going on through his head, but I could at least guess from the kit he had in his back seat that he planned on hurting me in some type of way and recording it. I hate to think what would have happened if he had tried to come into the house while everyone was asleep, but I'm glad that he was arrested for what he did, or planned to do anyways. Some context. Me and my ex were together for 2 months, and within that time he stole money from me and blamed it on me when I asked him about it. We broke up after I went for advice on Reddit. I go to college for most of the day, go to my work, go home and do homework, then repeat. The story. I was at my job, doing my job, and I get an alert on my phone. I figured that I would watch the cameras after I get home. And so, over the last 2 hours, I got 3 more alerts. And as I was taking the bus back to my home, I watched the cameras. I watched my ex take a hammer to my back door. I kept on watching as he struggled against the deadbolt. And then I saw him enter. I called the police faster than I thought I could, and told them that there was a break-in at my address. I continued to watch the video after that. 15 minutes after he entered, he left with a duffel bag. I arrived back to my house to see that police had beat me. I identified myself as the homeowner and went inside to check the damage. The place was trashed, along with my duffel bag, and some jewelry was missing. I gave the police the evidence that it was my ex, and I gave them the place he was crashing at. I then called to put a restraining order against him, along with to replace the deadbolt. Not long after that, they caught him at a pawn shop. He was trying to get back at me for dumping him. I'm now happy that the restraining order is in place, along with my ex being in jail for a year for breaking and entering. Hi everyone. I'm going to start this post by saying that I haven't told anyone about the whole story, mainly because of fear, but also because the guy I'm going to talk about is the son of one of my dad's best friends, and I just know for a fact that my father will inevitably end up blaming all of this on me. Anyways, I'm currently a senior in high school, and I live in a pretty nice town in North Carolina. It all started a year ago when I was 16. At the time, I was working at Starbucks as a barista. It was Thursday, and surprisingly, the cafe was almost empty. A few minutes before the end of my shift, one of my colleagues informed me that a cute guy is here to see you. I was kind of confused. I didn't have a boyfriend at the time, and I'm pretty average, so I couldn't imagine that a guy could be interested in me. As I turned around, I recognized the boy instantly. Henry, my dad's best friend's son. He's 3 years older than me, and for a reason that I wasn't aware of, he enjoyed making me feel miserable, calling me fat, ugly, and all the other sweet things that you really want to hear as an already insecure teenager. So, for obvious reasons, seeing him at my workplace didn't fill me with joy. Now, on a completely objective point of view, he's a very good-looking guy, blonde hair and blue eyes, but he knew that he was attractive, which made me want to punch the smirk right off of his handsome face. I know it sounds like some Wattpad type of story, but it really isn't. Henry was actually here to apologize for being a complete douchebag, and confessed that he actually really did like me, but didn't know how to act around me because I radiate such a powerful energy. It's really destabilizing. Weird timing, but okay. Being the dumb girl that I was, I accepted his apologies, and from that moment on, we kept in touch every day. He would send me good morning and good night texts, give me cute nicknames, and whatever else couples do. However, he never asked me to be his girlfriend, but would introduce himself to others as my one true love. I should have seen the red flags from the start. He would show up at my place without asking me at least once a week. I live alone with my dad, who actually really liked the boy, so my old man didn't care about his constant presence at home. After a few months into our relationship, I decided to call it off. He was being really possessive. He was jealous of my girlfriends, and I discovered that he was in contact with his previous girlfriend, and he kept on telling me not to worry about it. Yeah, did that ever truly work for anyone? Didn't think so. His reaction wasn't what I expected. He shrugged and was like, "Okay, whatever you want, babe." Don't get me wrong, I didn't want him to hurt because of me, but he seemed nonchalant about this that it was almost worrying. I thought the story would end here, but oh boy was I wrong. Even after the breakup, he kept on coming over and taking naps on my bed while I wasn't home. When I confronted him about it, he would respond with, "I came to see your dad," or "We're still friends, I don't see what's bothering you." I tried to tell my dad that Henry and I weren't together anymore, and that he had no right to come over and make himself at home in my own room. He just laughed and said that I was being a drama queen, so I guess you understand why I'm kinda stuck at this point. What I didn't know was that Henry was basically following me everywhere. I noticed it a few weeks ago, but I'm pretty sure that it's been going on for quite some time now. He would follow my car as I was going to school, park his truck in the Starbucks parking lot whenever I was working, and he would peek through my bedroom window and leave handprints. How did I not notice it before? Well, as a horror movie fan and true crime podcast enthusiast, it's not unusual to feel observed or spied on. Plus, his truck was pretty common, so I couldn't tell if it was him or not. Until a few weeks ago, my car had a problem with one of the tires, so I had to take the bus for a while. One morning as I got out of my house, I saw his truck, and immediately made out his face as he was sitting in the driver's seat. And that's when I connected the dots. My gut feeling going in a frenzy whenever I was out. 3 of my tires being slashed, the handprints on my bedroom window. When the realization hit me, a shiver ran down my spine. I felt paralyzed, and tears welled up in my eyes. I felt nauseous, and decided that I needed to talk about it to somebody, because I've read enough stories about it, and trust me when I tell that crazy ex-boyfriend plus helpless girl don't work out together. I made up my mind and told my friend Tyler, who's 5 years older than me and is studying law, the whole story. And he unfortunately told me that I couldn't do anything because I didn't have any concrete proof, and it would be my word against Henry's. Now I'm stuck, because I don't know what to do. I tried to take pictures of his car, but due to the lack of light in my neighborhood, I never managed to snap one in which we could recognize him. Whenever he's parked in front of my house and we make eye contact, he usually just starts the truck and drives off. I haven't seen him in 3 days. However, my gut feeling is still making me go crazy. So crazy, Henry, let's not meet again. But I know eventually you will show up. My ex JJ was a creep. I was with him for 19 months. This happened around 2 months into the relationship, just as he was starting to get controlling, and it terrified me. It was 2 a.m. and I was in bed. I have super bad insomnia, so I was just listening to YouTube and scrolling through Reddit, not expecting to sleep for at least a couple of hours, when I heard a tap, tap on my window. I assumed it was my cat, so I called her name, because she always meowed when she heard her name. It was silent, and then tap, tap, tap. I turned my YouTube down and called my cat again. I heard her meow in the bathroom and panicked. It wasn't her outside my window. Outside my window is the roof of an extension that was built. It slopes up to my window and can easily be climbed onto via my neighbor's woodshed. At that point, I knew that there was someone out there, but I was too scared to look. I sent JJ a message about it that he was asleep. So, it sent but didn't deliver. The tapping kept happening. Roughly every 20 seconds there would be a tap, 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 and then silence. It continued for about 45 minutes while I lay in bed, just listening. I felt like I was stuck in bed, like if I came out from under the quilt then they would somehow get me. After an hour, I realized it had stopped completely. I pulled myself from my bed and went to my kitchen, where I could see the roof, and I saw a pair of legs dangling over the edge, illuminated by a torch. I decided to give up with my room and slept on the sofa with my cat that night. At least, whoever's it was wouldn't know where I was. Next thing I know, I'm waking up to my alarm. I go to turn it off and notice that I have Snapchats from JJ, which is odd but not unheard of. They're from around 3:30 a.m., so probably just after I fell asleep. I opened the snaps and my stomach dropped. It was a photo of my bedroom window from the outside. Then, a photo of legs dangling into my garden. And then, a photo of me, sleeping on the sofa, taken through the kitchen window. I messaged him asking what the hell he was doing. I got a reply saying he'd come to check on me and chased a guy off from my house. At that point, he had me convinced that he could do no wrong, and if I opposed him, I was scared about what might happen, so I just left it at that. From then on, it happened a couple more times, and every time I just tried to ignore it. But with the joy of hindsight, I know that I shouldn't have. I should have told someone or broken up with him, but I was too scared of what he might do. I have a lot of stories about JJ. I might write some more. I've been considering putting it in a book somewhere, but I'm not sure. I hope if anyone reads this, then they enjoy it. I would like to make something abundantly clear in the beginning of this. I was very naive in my youth. Very naive. While my ex was emotionally, sexually, and mentally abusive, he was smart enough to never lay a hand on me physically. He used gaslighting, manipulation, and carefully hidden sadism to control me for 8 years. I forgave him for every slight against me, every instance of cruelty, every mental assault, and every sexual attack. I forgave him because I thought that he loved me and that I was his property because we'd been together for so long and I wore his promise ring. In my mind, I was dealing with actions that would eventually go away with age. I was 17 when I finally got the courage to leave him. And since then, he's left me messages on Facebook, my phone, my email, and called me from texting apps to be a breather. It's always the same message he leaves. I'm still here. Every month, like clockwork. Same time, same day, same message. He has done this for 6 years, and I could do nothing about it. He wasn't breaking any laws, so I couldn't report him, and nobody cared about it anyway. So I blocked each account and continued on with my life. But 2 months ago, the messages stopped completely. And I know why. I got engaged to another man the same day he messaged me for the last time and posted about it on Facebook. And magically, the messages stopped. He stopped because I'm going to marry someone else, and in his mind, I'm no longer his property. This is the only thing that makes sense to me, that he believes I belong to the new man and not him. But I have the feeling that I've not seen the last of him. We all have that one ex that just grinds our gears, but mine is fairly more creepy than the average drunk texting asshole. About 3 years ago, I was in a long-distance relationship with a younger man, meaning he was only 17 at the time, while I turned 19 in the relationship. His name is Peter. Peter was not a nice person, to say the least. He thought that first impressions he made on people were the only ones that he needed. And as such, he stopped being nice, polite, or reasonable to people after the first meeting. I was young and saw past this, thinking that I could somehow change him. However, this abuse towards people around me and myself eventually became too much, and I broke off the relationship with him. The breakup went smoothly, all things considered, except he wanted me to say the words so he could play the victim. This had been a core element of our fighting, because he hinted that he wanted to break up, but instead of just saying it, he kept me on the hook and became even more abusive. I'm getting sidetracked, but the point was that I thought of the matter as resolved and entered a loving relationship with my current boyfriend shortly after this. Then came the day where Peter wanted to get his belongings back. I texted him a list of everything he had left in my apartment, and he okayed that it was everything. We also made an appointment for him to stop by my apartment around 3 p.m. the following Thursday. I have no intentions of letting him back into my home, nor being alone with him, since he suddenly seems to have many mood swings after seeing me in another relationship. He's been blocked from my Facebook account, but somehow still knew that I was in a new relationship, which was a major red flag to me and my boyfriend. Thursday came, and I felt eager to just be done with it. My boyfriend and I are walking home from school when my phone rings. It's Peter. He yells at me that he's now been waiting at the train station for over an hour. I try to reason with him, agree to meet him there with his belongings since he needs to catch a train. My boyfriend walks with me to the train station, but we arrive only to find it vacant. I live in a small town, and the train station is mostly used during rush hours in the morning and evening. It is also located rather bizarrely among normal residences, and there are a lot of off alleyways leading all over town from there. I get a text stating that Peter can see us, but won't come out of hiding when my boyfriend is there. We leave his stuff on a bench at the train station, calmly replying that I'm not actually interested in a meeting with him. When I say calmly, I mean that my reply is calm. I'm shaking, and my boyfriend is furious over this child's play. On our way home, I receive another text. This time he states that he has a gift for me, and it's in my mailbox. This freaks us out even more, mostly because this indicates that he might be waiting at my home. It is entirely possible that he watched us at the train station and then ran all the way back to my apartment. However, there is no trace of him and nothing except a bill in my mailbox. By now, we figure that he's acting up out of spite and proceed to ignore the bombardment of texts, calls, and so forth that follows that day. After a while, life returns to normal. Then I get another call, this time from my ex's older brother, who is worried about his sibling. Apparently he's disappeared, taking one of his brother's gas pistols. I'm speechless, but since I haven't seen anything, I shake it off as another childish act. The same day, my boyfriend sees police officers walking around the basement staircase on the exterior of the house we lived in, while doing some grocery shopping. He did this every day around 4 p.m. The next day, we were contacted by my boyfriend's mother. It's in the newspaper. There's a description of an unnamed young man from the same town as Peter, who has been arrested for attempted robbery of the pizza place that I lived above. He was armed with a knife, a gas pistol, and lighter fluid, while stating that he was not attempting a robbery, but there to visit his ex, presumably me. Contacting the police, I discovered that he also had a mask, fake papers, a wig, and a duffel bag, which he had thrown down into the staircase when around 4 p.m. he had jumped to vents and tried to enter the pizza place. This means that my boyfriend went out of our front door, while my ex was hiding right behind the front door armed. I have never been more freaked out than that ever. The sad truth is that my ex never got charged with anything because he's a minor and has a father with a military background and money. I write this now because after 3 years, I thought that this horror story was finally a closed chapter. That was, until I received a declaration of love from a fake email account signed Peter. I received this just 2 weeks ago. This happened yesterday, after I finished the night shift at around 3 a.m. I work at a store of a big fast food chain to pay for my university. Our staff changes frequently because of a lot of students and migrants working at our place, so you don't get to know each other very well. Everybody has their own social life, and it's very, very rare for coworkers to establish friendships outside of working hours. Still, you know the people on your shift, and the night shift has particularly few workers. One of my coworkers, Jasir, started to get interested in me. Not that I noticed. I'm young and dumb. Like being friendly and important for later, I have a hard time saying no. In December 2019, our store threw a Christmas party at a pub. I went and had a great time, but I also made plans for later that night. Because of that, I wanted to leave early, which made Jasir also want to leave early, despite the fact he neither needed nor planned it beforehand, which made me uncomfortable. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to get to the train station, and I did, so I couldn't say no and just let him tag along. When we arrived at the train station, it came to light that there was no train that he could take to get home. None. He did not check beforehand. He did not ask me. He just wanted to tag along with me. That made me super uncomfortable. Instead of taking the train to the main station, he got into my train and only got out when I insisted he change his trains at another big station. But oh boy, that was not the train of the title. On January 2020, Jasir asked me out for coffee and I agreed. I thought, he just wants friends. He doesn't have any and can only rely on his coworkers. If something happens, I can just nope out. So I went. First it was okay-ish. We mostly talked about work-related stuff because we don't share any hobbies. We're not the same age and we don't have the same mother tongue, language. Jasir didn't like talking about work and nothing more. He started talking about how different I was from the other coworkers, how nice of a person I am, and how good my charisma is. Then, he asked if we could get to know each other better. I genuinely didn't want to, and still don't. Jasir is not my type, neither as a person, nor from his looks, especially his looks. Even if I sound superficial, while I'm in my early 20s, Jasir is at least in his early 30s. I have no problem with age gaps. A story for another subreddit. But I am not attracted to men that dress like teenagers. Instead of telling Jasir a straight no, I told him that I was not interested in having a boyfriend. He didn't take that seriously and told me that I would change my mind. I told him I wouldn't. He, again, was not really on board with that opinion. So I elaborated my opinion 3 times in German and 1 time in English to get it very clear. He always changes to English if he does not get something, or thinks he's misunderstood. Even if he heard it clearly and just does not like it. I mean, obviously my opinion is going to change if I explain it in English other than German. We left the conversation with him still not convinced, and me being really not interested in a second meeting. He quit soon after, and I foolishly assumed I was free. But whenever he came to my workplace to place an order, he would ask me out to eat something, and every time I would postpone whatever I said the last time. Because of finals, because of travel, because of anything I could get my hands on. Then came COVID-19 that hit Germany in March, and I didn't see him anymore. I blocked him on social media in April, and hoped that that was the last thing to happen. But oh boy, that was not the case. Today, I finished my shift at 3 a.m. and left with my female and very Asian coworker, Wei, to catch the next train. We take different trains, so we decided to wait in the main lobby until I needed to go to my platform. In that time, Jasir appeared. He just finished his shift and was on his way home. Wei asked him which train he needed to get, and he said that he was walking home. While the conversation went on, I got closer to Wei to get some space between me and Jasir. Wei did not grasp how uncomfortable I was in this situation, and she just walked away. What did Jasir do? He placed himself between me and Wei, right in my vision line. Every fiber in my body felt how he barged into my personal space. I decided I could not take a private conversation with him and said, "Oh look, I need to go to get to my platform." But Jasir followed me, through the main lobby, through the train station, into the elevator, and into the train. I was internally screaming and walked through the train until I saw another passenger. I sat down in the row of seats next to me and Jasir followed. As if every bit of luck had just left me, the other passenger moved seats and went away, so I was back alone. Jasir talked and talked, and I showed clear signs of not wanting to continue the conversation. I hoped he would leave before the train departed, but he didn't. Mind you, the train goes in the opposite direction of his house, and is 1 hour walking distance to my workplace. There is no way in hell this man could get anything out of taking that train, except for following me and continuing the conversation. I was freaked out, and told him in English that he was acting very weird. Maybe I should have used a different word, but English is not my first language, and at that point, I only thought about escaping. I could not let him see my station, or he could easily follow me home. I don't live rural, but at 3 a.m., there's nobody on the streets, so him following me home was terrifying. I thought about getting off a station earlier, but then I would need to get a cab, for which I did not have cash on me. Or I needed to walk and he could still follow. I decided to get up at the next station, let him get out of the train first, and then just stay inside while the doors closed. It fortunately worked, but only after telling him that this was not my station. I would not get out, and he would not get back in. I even held my hand out to stop him from coming back. He stayed outside after the conductor shouted at us to let the door close. So let's rewind. He's way older than me, but does not get the concept of me not wanting to be in a relationship with him. Whenever he does not like an answer, he switches to English, because it just might be a misunderstanding. He followed me 2 times into my train and almost home, without even thinking about how creepy that behavior is. So Jasir, my ex-coworker, let's not meet again. My ex-housemate was potentially a serial killer. This is a convoluted story, so bear with me as I try to convey everything I can recall about what led me to the conclusion that my ex-housemate could have potentially been a serial killer, or a serial killer in the making. It was the summer of 2015 when I moved in, and at first appearances, my housemate/landlord Mike was somewhat normal, if not a bit socially awkward and dysfunctional. When I was signing the papers, he was adamant that I should never go into the basement, which I thought was odd, but I really needed a place to stay, and, well, people have their little quirks. So I just chalked it up to that at the time. As I got to know Mike, and our cohabitation continued, I learned more about the depths of his dysfunction. Firstly, that he used meth. Now, I don't automatically judge people based on vices, but I was surprised at the extent of his use. He was probably the first person I knew who used meth and balanced a full-time job, enjoyed a decent amount of success. The reason this is important to the story is that when he would be around the house, drinking and using meth, he would start to run off at the mouth. He would often joke that if I smelled lye coming from the basement, not to think anything of it. I think it was probably the 3rd time he said this that I asked why he keeps saying that, and he said, "I just use those chemicals to clean up after the bodies," with a wily grin on his face. I tried to chalk that up to a bad sense of humor, that it didn't set right with me. He was also very particular that I let him know of my coming and going, and my work schedule. I remember him being shocked and uncomfortable one day that I ended up taking off of work, because he didn't realize that I was home. I remember that day because there was a lot of clanging, and what sounded like muffled shouting coming from the basement. His car was in the driveway, but he was not in the main house or in his bedroom. Other days he would play very loud music that bumped through the whole house. Sometimes he would even play NPR radio at those volumes. In retrospect, I think he may have been trying to mask sounds. He would make remarks about sex workers, saying, "You can do whatever you want. You can choke them or beat them to death and nobody cares." I took exception to this. I told him I thought that was messed up. But when he would get tweaking, he'd always come back around to alluding to the same kind of violence, talking about how he was a normal white guy who owned a house and had a good career, so the police would never suspect him. At this point, I start to think that it's gone a bit too far to simply be a joke. I was in a weird position, because money was tight at the time and my options were few. I tried to convince myself that even if he is messed up, he's probably just engaging in outward fanaticism. I knew that he would acquire the services of sex workers on occasion, but again, did not judge that activity at face value, but started becoming concerned. Then, at one point when I was doing laundry, I caught whiffs of decomposition. The house we were in was in southeast Portland. It was relatively new. Having grown up in upstate New York, I know that animals can be trapped in walls and die. But this was the garage, and there were no animals scurrying in the walls. This was strange and telling to me. I considered carefully what I would do, and decided I would confront him about the smell. I decided to pose the question in a somewhat suggestive way, by expanding on his jokes. I told him that he needs to do a better job cleaning up the bodies, because I smelled decomposition from the garage. I will never forget his reaction. His eyes widened, and he shot me a sharp glare, somewhere between fear and anger. He stumbled over his words and eventually responded, "What? Really?" I said, "Yes, really." And there was a few seconds of awkwardness before he said, "Thanks for letting me know," and promptly went into his bedroom and shut the door. A few days after that, he went into the upper crawl space in the garage while I was doing laundry again. He called for me and was trying to convince me to come up into the crawl space. My body locked up, and it was like my instincts were screaming at me that if I went up there, I would not come back down. I gave some excuse that I can scarcely remember, that I had to be someplace. I packed up my laundry, threw it in my room, and left. We spent a lot of time in the padlocked basement without a doorknob. The only way in was through the backyard. I wish I would have gone down there in retrospect, to either confirm or dismiss the suspicions once and for all. In the last couple of months I had lived there, I was privy to more graphic comments about women and sex workers, explicit talk of sexual violence, and he was using more and more. He once showed me a video that he had made. He's a graphic designer and artist as well, which featured heavy bondage themes, interspersed with distorted audio of women screaming, and this strange, leering figure in a plague doctor costume. It was one of those situations where any one of those things alone may be innocuous, but as they were accumulated, it became suspicious to me. It was October of 2016 that I left there, taking off to Oseti Oyete camp during the anti-pipeline protests with Standing Rock, Lakota. A mix of feeling called to action and having nothing else to lose, as I wanted to get out of the house in the worst way. My last night there, I did not give notice that I was leaving. He was drinking and tweaking again. Started in on the same conversation, loosely describing murder and violence in the tone of some sort of edgy joke. I told him he would be caught eventually, not even holding back my suspicion anymore. He reiterated that he was the last person police would suspect, and asserted that they wouldn't catch him. I said this in a very serious and concise way, dropping the pretense that he had been using before. I left the next morning. This haunted me for months, then a year, then a year and a half. I felt as though I hadn't done anything. The guilt was eating away at me. So I called Portland Crime Stoppers and put in an anonymous tip describing what I had described there. When I did, the operator started going back and forth, putting me on hold because the call had piqued the interest of the police sergeant who was assigned to the call center. So they were asking me detailed questions about his vehicle, his house, the methods he described, etc. It seemed like they took interest. I gave them as much information as I could remember and left it at that, feeling just a little bit better that I had at least tried to do something about it. Fast forward to recent times. I told my mother about all of this, and she became interested, asking what house this was, and she ended up pulling it up on Google Maps. She put it up on Street View, and I noticed that there was a large enclosed trailer in the driveway that wasn't there when I was. I could theorize why it might have been there, but cannot put together a practical reason for it, or why he'd be using it, unless it was moving, or using it to haul things to discard. Admittedly, that is pure conjecture, but I couldn't help but wonder. I doubt that I'll get closure, or have my suspicions validated unless he does finally get caught and arrested. And I read about it. I've grown up poor, and been around the lowlife a lot. I've interacted with many sketchy and unsavory people in my time, but none of them have ever made the impression that Mike made on me. To keep a long story short, my ex-best friend Alyssa and I were friends for almost 7 years. We had a good, healthy relationship. She was my ride or die. We did everything together, but we slowly started to drift away when I exchanged schools. We saw each other after school, so it was cool. Well, a year passed and I started to notice Alyssa hanging out with the wrong crowd, and I didn't want any part of that. I started to notice how Alyssa would pick on me about my appearance and clothing, but she used to dress like me. We used to be dripped in anime merch, but ever since she started to hang out with more mature college people, she changed. She would constantly tell me that I'm fat, ugly, or nobody loves me at all, that type of stuff. And my last straw was when she called my family poor. I lost it because my family has helped her with financial problems and even gotten them out of debt. So I stopped being friends with her, and I started to hang out with new people and get to know myself more. I've made a new best friend and everything was great, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from every corner. I always felt like someone was there, but I ignored it. Months passed by and I still can't shake the feeling of being watched. And that's when stuff started to happen. My car would end up getting keyed. My tires were popped. And weird letters I had to decipher started to show up on my front porch. But I'm dumb and just decided to ignore the problems. A year later, I decided to hang out with some old friends from the group. And that's when I found out everything. Alyssa was the one doing those things to me, and every letter she sent was a death threat. My friend Tori, the one who witnessed everything, told me how Alyssa would stalk me and get mad that I replaced her with a guy. That's not what creeped me out. Turns out, Alyssa copied everything. I got a 2018 Nissan Sentra, and she got the same car. Inside my dashboard on my car, I have my Hero Academia figures and South Park figures, and she went as far as to get the same type of figures online and put them on her dashboard. She would wake up at 6 a.m., drive to my house, and wait for me to wake up and get out of the house so she could follow me. She tried adding my friends on social media and tried to convince them to leave me for her because she's a better friend than me. She even got the same clothes as I did. According to Tori, when she would visit Alyssa at her house, Alyssa would have the same anime posters. I didn't believe her at first until she showed me pictures. Everything was the same, as if Tori was seeing double of everything. Lucky for me, Alyssa was forced to move up north with her father. Her grandma kicked her out of her house, and everything went back to normal. For now, I'm just scared when she comes over for holidays and starts to stalk me again.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we are going to be reading true, creepy, deep forest stories. I hope you enjoy them. Also, before we get into the stories, I do want to mention that we do have new merch available on our merch store. The link will be in the description down below. We have a new 80s aesthetic to the merch that we are selling. You can see it on your screen now. I do hope you enjoy it. Also, the aesthetic for today's video, as you can hear in the background, is going to be a campfire with nature and cricket sounds. I do hope you enjoy that as well. And for now, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I've spent most of my life running around the woods of southern Oregon, and I've seen some weird stuff out there. First story. Way out in the middle of nowhere, far from any road, my friend and I stumbled across a large fenced-in area. 10-foot chain-link fence. Inside the fence were all these trees planted in perfectly straight rows. No biggie. The Forest Service does sciencey stuff out in the woods sometimes. What was odd is that every single tree was bent in a specific shape. All of them were crooked in the exact same way. We didn't climb the fence that day because our dogs were acting super sketchy and one ran off. We found him eventually, thank goodness. And despite looking, I've never found that place again. Back then, I was convinced that it was a nefarious government project, a la Stranger Things or Aliens. The vibe was really weird there in our defense. Now that I think about it, maybe someone was growing trees in that shape to make a boat. I did read that people do this. The woods can be spooky sometimes, so maybe it was aliens or Bigfoot. Another time with that same friend, we were again in the literal middle of nowhere, dry camping and hiking with the dogs. We found a small clearing that had a twin-sized, rusty old iron bed frame, a small rusted-out cook stove, and some other rusty buckets and stuff. The odd part is that it was so far from anything, even old logging spur roads. Whoever lived out there really didn't want to be found or bothered. Can't blame them, really. I do have a bunch more stories, if anyone is interested. When I was 14, I found a body floating in the Flint River near Bainbridge. It was winter, so no alligator activity, but any body in water in the deep south is going to be terribly bloated. And this one was. Race, age, and gender were no longer evident to my observation. When I was 19, I came across human remains in the woods surrounding the creek that ran behind my house. It turned out to be a hunter who'd gone missing in the early 80s. I picked up the femur thinking, what a weird looking stick, only to find that it was still attached to other bones. The realization of what it was unsettling when my brain was telling me that it was a big deer. Then I looked closer, and there was a human mandible within a couple of feet. The fact that I was not disturbed by either led to me doing a lot of volunteer search and recovery over my life. I'm comfortable in remote areas. Woods don't faze me, and a body is just a thing. A thing that deserves respect, and an important thing, but I never feel creeped out. I've found, aside from those two, 4 other partial sets of remains, and one recently deceased individual who got lost in Escalante Canyon. That one bothered me, because even half a day sooner could have saved him. It's why I don't do search and rescue unless it's a child. I can't handle it, but I can put the feelings aside when it's a missing kid. My buddy, my wife, and her friend hiked to a remote cabin. The cabin's previous tenants had to be medevaced, so my buddy and I decided to hike their belongings back down the mountain, 3 miles each way, so we could get it back to them. My wife and her friend went on a hike while we were gone. On their way back, they found a decorative flamingo in the middle of the trail. No clue who put it there, as they didn't see another soul. A couple of times I've had people appear in places that no one should have been. One was an old man at 2 a.m. in St. Mary's Wilderness. He said he had gotten turned around and asked if I could use my Jeep to take him to where he wanted to camp. The road is very rough and was just a series of mud pits. I ended up agreeing, no idea why, and drove him about an hour to where he just said, "Okay, this is fine." I dropped him off, took his picture, and left. At camp, I noticed that he wasn't in the picture, just kind of a blur. The next morning, I went to where I dropped him off and I couldn't find him or any tracks. No clue if he was real or if I was just imagining it all. I've also seen markers from where Civil War soldiers had died and how. Example, Jack Smith gunshot, carved into stones. Not headstones, just the rocks by where they died. I also sat and watched an orb/will-o-wisp with 2 friends for about 30 minutes before it finally went away. In high school in the mid-1980s, we used to go out to the lake and stay the night. We would build a campfire, and then we would just get tired and sleep in our cars. It must have been around 11 p.m. when we decided to go for a hike into the thick wooded area. There was a trail. There were 4 of us, 3 girls and 1 guy. We had flashlights, but we didn't really need them because the moon was bright. Then I heard something that sounded like faint music. I asked the others if they heard it, and they said that they did. It was like music from a jewelry box. You know, that type that has the little ballerina that spins around. We keep walking. Then, right in the middle of the trail, there it was. A white jewelry box with the ballerina. It was just in the middle of the trail playing music. We turned around and started to run. Then we stopped and decided to go back to where it was. It was gone. It wasn't more than a minute and it was gone. We ran back, put the fire out, and we went home. My family and I have a new puppy that we take outside to walk in the middle of the night. This was around 4 in the morning, and she let me know that she had to go out. She's always been very intimidated about going out in the middle of the night, but we never thought anything of it. Just as I was about to bring her inside, I hear this howl, human-sounding screech that sounded like it was right behind me. The puppy and I ran so fast in the house. The scream that came out of my body was so bizarre. I just froze in fear as soon as I got inside. My husband was very concerned and immediately locked the doors and brought all of our kids into bed with us. We were trying to chalk it up to maybe a fox. I would normally talk myself into it just being an animal, but the weird vibe that I got, I can't even describe it. The howl/scream sounded like it was right in my ear. I will never be going outside alone again. This is a story that I only recently remembered again in a conversation with my fiance. When I remembered the story, I was overwhelmed by an uncomfortable feeling, similar to what it was like at the moment. I never fully managed to figure out what really happened then, so I decided to share that story here. My older sister had graduated from medical school at the time, and my parents decided to organize a celebration for our family and friends on the occasion of that event. The celebration was held at the cottage of our family friends, where we grew up, so I was very familiar with the space. Imagine a large empty clearing, a large square surrounded by houses and fields between them. A narrow road leading to individual houses runs along the perimeter itself, and at that time, it was not even fully paved. It was mostly a dirt road. From that main road, which framed the houses in a square, you could go down into the dense forest that surrounded that square. The depth of the forest was great, and when you turned off the main road towards the path, you had to walk for a long time to reach the river, which was a few kilometers away. All this was familiar to me because I grew up there and spent a good part of my childhood playing in those woods. I was afraid of the forest, but nothing more than normal, and I was always careful not to stray from the path so as to not get lost. Back to the story. My parents organized a celebration and invited a large number of people, including my cousin, P. She and I were close in age, and we got along well. As the number of people became tiring for us, we decided to take a walk so we could catch up on life, just the two of us. We were both about 20 years old, and I led her down the road because I knew the path I wanted us to take, down the perimeter, alongside the forest, next to all the other houses so as to not be alone. Everything was normal until we reached one of the turns for the forest that I mentioned. Somehow we both stopped without saying a word and looked in silence at the path that stretched deep into the forest. "Let's go inside." I was the first to speak after some time, even if this is something that's not typical for me. As I mentioned earlier, I was always a little afraid of the forest, especially after I got lost in it once. That was when I was still a child, but they managed to find me quickly after my screams that rang throughout the area. For this reason, I never left the road without my older friend, A, who carried a stick with him, and his hunting dog, May. But now, something was different. "Let's go in there. It won't hurt us," I said to my cousin and stepped inside. "I don't want to. I'm scared," answered my cousin, but I persistently assured her that everything was fine. In the end, she still followed me because I was already 30 steps ahead of her. "Elle, this is not a good idea. Let's go back." P tried to convince me once again, but I walked forward as if in a trance. "Everything's fine," I repeated to her. After some time, when we were already deep into the forest, I finally stopped myself. I could not take a step more. I was paralyzed. It was as if some part of me tried to break away from whatever was pulling me inside. I was overcome with fear. My heart was pounding hard and my breath stopped. It was as if all sounds had stopped. It was daytime, but there was no signs of life. Not a bird, not a rabbit, not a butterfly. Only silence, and those trees that I had a feeling would stretch out their branches and trap me forever in this forest. P was a few steps behind me. "I'm going back. I can't do this," said P and ran the same way we came. Her voice was trembling, and I could feel the panic in it. After another moment, I managed to break away and run after her. We ran without looking back, as if something was chasing us, until we reached the entrance of the place from which we entered. A little further towards the cottage, we finally stopped as we finally felt safe. We did not look back out of pure fear. We tried to catch our breath, and only then did we talk as we were walking back home, fast and still scared. There was something there. We were sure of that. I wasn't afraid at first when I went inside. In fact, it was as if something was calling me, wanting me to follow it. But my cousin's frightened voice and presence tore me out of the trance. It had called me. I'm afraid to think what would have happened if I was alone, if there wasn't someone to pull me back so I wouldn't go too far. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew that we got to that road that I had to go inside. It scares me, and I can't shake the fear that overwhelmed me and my cousin after that event. Any thoughts on what happened here? Why did I go inside and persuade my cousin to follow me? Why did she manage to snap me out of it? And why were we both so scared? There was no sound. There was no voice. There was nothing. Just the unspoken words of something that I heard and my cousin didn't. I'm from Croatia, so Europe, a bit more eastern, not too far from the Serbian border. I'd never been a big fan of camping. Circa 2012, for some reason or another, my friend and I decided to take a Saturday night to camp on private property. We had permission from the owner, on the bank of a small lake in the rural American southeast. The lake wasn't very large, probably only 50 to 150 yards across. Not great at estimating distance. It was more of a deep pond, but it was like 5 times as long as it was wide, and from the perspective of our camp, it consumed the majority of our sight line. The plot of land itself wasn't entirely removed from civilization. We were 5 to 10 miles outside of a small suburb of a mid-sized southern city. It definitely was not easy to access, however, and the only way in was a gated narrow dirt road across a levee which spanned one side of the lake. This road was gated and locked. The owner gave us his code. We pulled the car through and locked the gate behind us. If you've ever been down south, you know how quickly it gets isolated outside of cities. Our cities are small, and the rural people around often live rough and wild. We have dense woods, so thick that they're not worth building in unless you have some connection or attachment to the area. I've heard it was not profitable to cut roads through a lot of it when they were building highways in the 50s, so not much development has happened in the last 100 years, and in some places, since the Civil War. It's not uncommon to go for a 30-minute drive straight out of town and come upon cabins that are obviously off the grid. My friend and I were used to living in the suburbs, so we were just happy to see stars and hear the sounds of nature. We were at our utilitarian camp. Small, Coleman 2-person tent and a blanket. Simply looking around and enjoying the night, when suddenly my buddy sat up real straight. He said something like, "Do you see that guy over there?" He pointed to the other side of the small lake. I didn't see anything. I sat up slightly and said, "Nah, it's just the dark playing tricks on you." He seemed actually shaken. "No, look, there's a bunch of faces behind the trees now." That got my attention, and I sat up fully, rubbing my eyes to try and gain full focus. And then I saw them. Small, round, white faces staring back at me from across the lake, maybe 15 to 20 of them. All were positioned in such a way that their bodies were behind the trees and only their heads were visible. The best way that I can describe the faces is very pale, somehow internally illuminated children. I should mention that neither of us were drinking or high. We were too young for that, not for at least a few more years. We had eaten dinner at home, and were just planning on going to sleep after chilling out for a while. The faces weren't moving. I was kind of sitting there in shock, thinking that my eyes would adjust, and I would see that they were a reflection, bugs or owls or something. But I would never come to that realization. I stared right back at them for what felt like 5 minutes, looked back at my friend, and they were gone. Bodies of water carry sound extremely well, and we heard extensive shuffling from the other side of the lake, and a couple of small branches snapping. It's incredible what your ears pick up on during an otherwise silent night. My buddy was tearing up a little when he said, "What the heck were those?" And I didn't have a good answer. Neither of us slept particularly well. I definitely felt validated in my feelings of disliking camping. But what were we going to do? I tried to do some research on the internet, but never found a phenomenon that could explain that. When I was very young, I was visiting a family friend at their camper in the woods. No idea where. I remember at one point being outside and hearing what sounded to me like a church choir, but we were in the middle of nowhere and it was dark out. No one else seemed to hear it. I still think about it and wonder where I was, and what on earth it could have been. I've just stumbled upon this subreddit, and I've thoroughly enjoyed all the experiences and stories shared by others. I've finally felt compelled to share an experience of my own, and while it may not be as provoking or profound as the stories told by others on this subreddit, it still fills me with a strange and mysterious feeling all these years later. I grew up on Long Island in New York State. My older sister, her boyfriend, and myself often would walk the trails and the beaches at night. On one particular evening, the three of us were on a walk at a Camp Hero state park. It was a full moon, so it was very bright out. As we were walking the trail, we stopped to relax and look out over the water. My sister's boyfriend sparked up a joint, and we were all partaking and relaxing. Whilst we were gazing out onto the open water, we spotted a small light in the distance. My sister inquired as to what we thought that was. Her boyfriend said it was probably a light on a distant boat. I agreed, and we didn't think much of it. However, as moments passed, we noticed the light seemed to be approaching us, getting closer by the minute. As it moved closer, it appeared to not be on the water, but above the water in the sky. We soon realized it was not a light on a distant boat. We continued to speculate what it was, and I came to the conclusion that it must be someone's small personal drone. But as the light came closer and closer, the brightness got stronger and stronger. If you know Camp Hero, you know that there are cliff edges that hang over the water. There we are, standing there on the edge with this orb steadily approaching us. With the span of 5 minutes, the orb was no longer in the distance, but hanging right in front of us. It was no longer over the water, but rather over the sandy beach. We stood there staring at it. It had a whitish purple glow to it. Despite being night, it was bright out due to the light of the full moon. On this high visibility evening, it became evident that that was no drone. This light was standalone, no machinery of any kind attached to it, and it just hung there about 10 feet in front of us for about 30 seconds. Then, it just disappeared. In such a way that it almost seemed to envelop itself. We all decided to get the hell out of there, and that was that. This was back in 2015-ish. I've since visited this particular park many times since, and have never seen anything like it again. Maybe we were all just a bunch of stoned teenagers and it was some sort of group delusion. But that night will stick with me forever. The park itself is shrouded in mystery, and I can only speculate that the orb was perhaps a remnant of one of the experiments conducted at Camp Hero from back in the day. Anyway, that's my story. Have any of you had any spooky experiences on Long Island? We're certainly not quote-unquote backwoods by any means, but things still happen around these parts. So this is a story my dad recently told me about my grandpa and my great-grandpa. My grandpa grew up in a very rural southern Indiana, but moved to very rural southern Illinois in his youth. So this takes place in Illinois. One night, Grandpa and his dad were hanging out at his uncle's, who lived a couple of miles away. Keep in mind, this is the 40s out in the country, so all roads are just dirt, basically. Anyways, it was pretty late, so they decided to head home and hopped into their old car, going probably about 15 miles per hour through these woods roads. At some point, as they're just driving and talking, they pass something along the edge of the road, standing upright. They both hunted and were very familiar with any animals or other local people that may be around. Neither one of them really said anything for a minute, and then they both looked at each other and said, "What the hell was that?" My grandpa asked his dad, "Do you want to turn around?" And he said nope, and they kept driving. My grandpa said it resembled a big owl or a small person just standing in the ditch. First time posting here or anywhere. Wanted to recount a bizarre series of events from my childhood and figured that this was the best place to do it, particularly because I have very little karma and cannot post much anywhere else. When I was a kid, I lived in Clinton, Tennessee. Both parents worked full time, so I was often sent over to stay with my grandparents who had a plot of land in the vicinity of, but not right in, Mosheim near Greenville. Both of them had been in East Tennessee for their whole lives, in that area for a good many of years. They had been established at their home for some decades before this story and remained there a good time after. Recently, I had reason to return to that area in Tennessee after having spent the majority of my adult life in Minnesota. Being in and around the area, driving the same roads made me reminiscent about my lazy summer days tucked away at my grandparents' house. Learning to shoot on the same .22 with which Grandpa had taught Mom, feeding fish at a neighbor's stocked pond, or spotting deer and bear with binoculars from the back porch. When I relayed this to my mom, she in turn told me a story about a time I scared my grandpa half to death, then lied about hanging out with Bigfoot. At first, I had no idea what she was going on about. Then I remembered exactly what happened with startling clarity. New context given by the experience adulthood provides. And no, this was not about Bigfoot or a cryptid. Before we start, some information about my grandparents' land. Their house was on a small hill surrounded by a grass lawn. The lawn gave away to a smallish hay field, then a wood line. Those woods lasted for a good half-mile to either side of the home, and a good several miles to the back. I hated the hay field because it was too pokey to play in, but liked to hang out in a creek that ran behind it. To get there, I would like to walk to the edge of the property just in the wood line to avoid the hay. While at my grandparents', the only rules were that I stay where I could see the house, so the house could see me. I was to take a whistle with me anywhere I went. I didn't take the whistle, seeing it as a badge of my regrettably young age, and the best part of the creek was outside of the house. That was the only stretch where it got deeper than my knees, and thus the only part where I could swim. Naturally, I spent much of my time in the water splashing around, skipping stones and being a kid. One day I was playing in the creek when I noticed someone. It was a man, a stranger on the bank watching me. He had long hair, a beard, and pale skin so dirty that it was stained. I could not tell his age and simply thought of him as old. I have no better guess now, as he clearly went through long years of hard living. He wore no shirt, no pants, only a wrap of dirty cloth around his waist that I thought was a Moses dress, thanks to some illustrated Bible stories. Around his neck, there were multiple necklaces made from knotted tatters of cloth, fiber, and string. In those knots were various pieces of detritus, mostly bones, but some flowers and bits of dark glass. When I first saw him there by the creek, I was terrified. Terrified. Frozen still. The man, however, was smiling. He gestured from his squat with an outstretched arm, fingers down, in a kind of "don't stop for me" wave. I didn't react, startled and reeling. Then he splashed at me, still smiling. He did it again. I splashed back and soon we were playing. We both threw water at each other. He jumped into the creek and stomped around with me, laughing all the while. He threw rocks in the water and so did I. I pushed him. He pushed me back. We carried on for some minutes until my grandma called for me. With her voice, a switch had turned off. The man stopped in his tracks, gaze fixed back towards the house. Then, as my grandma kept on hollering, he looked to me. He crept back to his side of the creek, barely disturbing the water, then slid into the brush, completely silent the whole way, holding my gaze. Once he was out of sight, I waited in the water until my grandma found me. She wanted to know if I was alone. I said no. She became very tense, asking who was with me while looking around. I didn't answer. I didn't know how. Seeing no one, she pulled me back to the house without any more words, grip like iron the whole time. At the house, the real inquisition began. I didn't really have new words, the event and this reaction overwhelming my ability to explain. Such silence further irked my grandma, and I was swiftly placed in a corner, held without bail, awaiting patriarchal judgment. Around an hour later, my grandpa came back from work. He was told about my churlishness and was ready to set into me again when I started talking. I told him about the man, hairy and old, dressed like Moses, about how we played and then he disappeared. I remember they digested this for a few minutes before sending me to my room. I was happy to go, and happier still, Grandpa did not yell like he usually did when we misbehaved. Later, I was brought out for dinner. I ate in the kitchen with Grandma, but Grandpa called me to the back porch. He was on the swinging bench, looking out over the hayfield, turned red by the setting sun. He had kicked off his boots and put them next to his shotgun. I knew that was odd for the gun to be out of the closet. Previously, we had used it to shoot bottles. Sometimes I would throw them into the air like they were clay pigeons. These escapades were accompanied with speeches about how the gun was dangerous and only for adults to use. He went through my story again, his tone deadly serious. Eventually, he asked me how Harry was the man, really. I told him very, thinking it was the right answer. He asked where. I told him everywhere like a bear. He ruminated on this and grew more nervous, worried I was in trouble or causing trouble, just wanting the trouble wherever it lay to end. So, when he finally asked me to swear in the name of Christ and on my mother that I was telling the truth about everyone, I said I had been joking. He finally yelled then and sent me back to my room. The family memory became that I had hid by the creek and made up a tale about Bigfoot. At the time, everyone was very upset with me, and I was forbidden from going back to the creek or anywhere out of sight. The enforcement of this rule, like the others, was lackluster. Even so, for a time I didn't go to the creek. In my memory, I stayed away for a very long time, but I'm sure it was only a few days, that hiatus feeling interminable to my elementary age self. I did start going to the creek. I took a bucket of toys, mostly Godzilla, and a thick stick plucked from the wood line on the way. I think I was conflicted about what to do if the man came back, imagining either impressing him with my toy collection or clubbing him, or both in turn. When he did show back up, he appeared next to me as I dozed under a tree on my side of the creek. I was once again gripped with terror. He was not smiling, his face expressionless as he lurked beside me, having watched for who knows how long before I smelled him. I scrambled away, leaving behind my stick and toys, coming to my feet a yard out. I stood in the sun while the man watched me from the shade. Eventually, he crouched and started to look through my bucket. I remember becoming indignant as he examined my toys one by one, only to toss them into the dirt. It became too much and I started to lecture the man, telling him about how he got me in trouble, how he was a weirdo, how he stank. At some point, he stopped looking around my things and calmly watched my tirade. Face still neutral, eyes analytic. Once I had concluded my lecture, I sat back under the tree to pout, having become hot in the sun. I remember the man made a noise, a grinding kind of snort, and when I looked over at him, he was chuckling while he inspected the last few figures in my bucket. I wanted to laugh too, but was more determined to stay sullen. Once everything was out of the bucket, he put one figure, Ghidorah, back into the bucket. He then stood to his hunched fullest, took the bucket by its handle, began to make his way back into the woods. I stayed by the tree until he turned, said something, not a word I knew or to this day even know, and gestured with a forward sweep of his hand. At first I didn't comply despite knowing he wanted me to follow. After a few moments he yipped, clicked his teeth, and gestured again more emphatically. With this further prompt, I did get up and come along, the man making approving noises and putting on his smile again. We went into the woods. The man led, but he was naturally quicker and quieter, making it hard to keep up. Eventually he would stop when he lost me, knocking on trees with sticks and whistling arrhythmically so I may find him in the vegetation. He never came back for me, opting instead to guide me forward with the noises. I became lost, having only a vague sense of my grandparents' place being behind me. After some time, maybe 15 minutes, we came to a bald. The man had me wait there, indicated by patting the ground before going into the tree line alone. He returned from a different direction pulling a sled. It was made from a half of a discarded plastic drum and lined with small pelts and smooth bark. On the back half there rested the fly-covered carcasses, squirrels, possums, and other critters savaged into anonymity. On the pulling end, woven pouches were tied into place on it by the same eclectic cordage that made the man necklaces. He put my bucket on the sled and tossed Guidora in the pouch. He then called me closer with a glottal noise and beckoning wave. I saw the sledge pouches held many odds and ends, dried salamanders, mushrooms, metal bits, glass fragments. From one, the man pulled a square made out of bound-together sticks, just big enough to slip over my wrist. From another, he pulled a piece of fool's gold and a small shard of geode crusted with a bit of purple crystal. These he handed to me with an air of business and a few more utterings of nonsense. He then patted the ground for me to set again. I did so without much bewilderment, understanding we had traded the same as exchanging Pokemon cards at recess. I did not much miss Guidora anyway, as he was a bad guy. The bucket was a loss. In retrospect, I think Guidora was chosen because its dull gold scales resembled something valuable. The bucket for its obvious ability to hold things. The man came back and gestured for me to follow by slapping his thigh. I did this readily. During the hike back, I tried to keep up and pay attention. I did so moderately well, having to be whistled over a few times. I did notice that our path was not straight. The man led me one way and then another, making turns unneeded by the lay of the land. We eventually came out by the creek, but from a different approach than we had left. I could hear my grandma calling for me again, not from up on the hill, from out in the field. The man would not cross the creek but pushed me to do so. I did but did not go to my grandma. Instead, I crept back to the house and around to the opposite side. There I laid the shrubs by our front door, pretending to sleep. I was found. I swore I had been there the whole time. When I was sent back to my room, I placed my fool's gold, crystal, and charm in my bedside table for safekeeping. The next day, I went back to the creek to pick up my toys. The man was not there. However, throughout that summer, he did visit me again, to sit under the tree or throw rocks at the water, or yammer softly to himself. I would bring snacks and candy to share, and he would likewise give me stringy dried meat, which I ought not to have ate, or honeysuckle blossoms, which I still would eat. Taken from my old bucket. He seldom visited long, and never splashed and whooped like he did on the first meeting. At this point, you may be wondering why I've posted on Backwoods Creepy and not Backwoods Weird but Wholesome, I guess. There were two more occasions I want to account. One gruesome, one awful. The eventful one occurred near the 4th of July. I had brought 2 boxes of bang snaps to the creek. The man was initially wary of the little fireworks, but quickly came to appreciate their miniature pyrotechnics. He took the box I gave him gratefully, even taking the empty box, likely for the wood shavings, which are excellent tinder. During the use of the bang snaps, I had scared a turtle into the water and to the opposite bank. It sat there watching us from the far shore. The man, after stowing the bang snaps in the bucket, noticed the turtle. With little thought, he scooped up a smooth stone and threw it with force and accuracy to the turtle. He then waded over to retrieve the slider. which struggle meekly in his grasp. One leg knocked clean off. On my side of the river, he took from the bucket a new piece of stone. One side was rounded and fit in his hand. The other came to a flinty cutting edge. Working with deft experience, the man began chopping the live turtle above its neck, pulling up on the shell top. The thing struggled and bled as it was dissected, the dome eventually coming free. The turtle dropped to mingle its viscera with dirt and sand. The man rinsed the shell in the river, then offered it to me. In wordless horror, I ran. That evening, I came back to shuffle the dead turtle into the flowing waters of the creek. The shell itself was nowhere to be found. This experience did not deter me from going to the creek, or the man from visiting me again. However, sometimes he would try to call me away from the creek with thumps and whistles. I would tell him I heard him and refused to move. On some occasions, he would join me. On others, he would leave. The last time we were sitting under the tree sharing cowtails. From the woods, there came whistling and the staccato knocking of a woodpecker. The man looked up and whistled back. There were a few more exchanges before he stood, collected his bucket, and beckoned for me to follow. I was curious and felt comfortable with the man as a guide, so I did as asked. He took me back to the bald, a direct path this time, periodically stopping to call or respond to the other in the wood. Waiting for us at the bald was a woman and a child. The woman was dressed the same as the man, topless, wrapped at the waist. She was dirty with long hair and a wiry frame. The child was in a similar state, wearing a sack that went to their knees. The man sat on the ground and the woman joined him, sitting in his lap, but leaning forward so that her elbows rested on her crossed knees. She had dark brown eyes that were fixed to me. The other child would not look up. I didn't know what to do and didn't speak. The other kid lifted their sack to wipe at their nose, and I learned under all that dirt they were a her. The man made a noise and drummed on the woman's bare back. The kid looked at them, still hanging her head, hair covering her face. The woman yammered and swatted at the girl lazily, the man echoing her noises, slapping skin to skin once more. At this bizarre scene, the girl stumbled towards me, stopping close enough that I could smell her and hear her wheezing breath. She was thin, but not emaciated, and slightly taller than me, should she have straightened up. The man and woman fussed some more, and the girl leaned close and pressed her cheek to mine. Her hair was in between us, greasy and cold. She made no move to embrace me, no move at all, only pressing limply against me and breathing so loud it was all I could hear. During this time, the woman had approached. She pulled the girl back by her shoulder with one hand and delivered a flurry of snaps to the crown of the girl's head. The woman then gathered the girl's hair in one hand, using the other to sweep back her bangs. The girl was then made to look at me, face bare. One side of her jaw was bulged out, smooth skin over a lemon-shaped bump. Her mouth was twisted by this deformity. Her nose faced to one side as if affixed sideways and leaked a trail of clear snot. One eye was bulged and roomy. The other, startlingly regular. It looked at me, blank and dark brown. The woman gave the girl's head a little shake, spat off to the side, then cooed like a dove as she smiled at me. I fled. There was commotion behind me. I think the girl was pushed to the ground. I did not look back, and they did not pursue. My flight ended at my grandparents' house, my absence unnoticed. I chose not to tell anyone what had happened, wanting to forget, not wanting to get in trouble, not thinking about the girl, the couple, what was intended for me. I spent that August inside whenever I visited my grandparents. I begged not to be taken, claiming it was boring and lonely. Sometimes when I sat on the porch or went from the car to the house, I'd catch a snippet of bird call in the wind or the distant tapping of wood and hurry inside. My grandma could tell something was wrong and made an effort to entertain me in town. My grandpa cared in his own way, involving me in his errands, as he never had before. Eventually, school started. Classes and friends eased me away from thoughts of the dirty man or the people in the clearing. Time did the rest. I think now that of all the people in the clearing were of a family, but their features, white skin, Brown eyes, brown hair are common enough that they could have been unrelated. I am sure they lived together. They knew each other's signs and signals. They used their own words. I know that the Smokies are full of tales of feral people, wild men, and superstition. I also know that they are full of people living in unlikely ways in unlikely places, and that those real people call others kin, and that through the chain of human connection, even a recluse living in a run-down shack is someone's somebody. I guess I'm asking if the people in my story are somebody's someone, or if they are known, or if their behavior rings any bells. The lies, any known intention. I figured here, where the tale would not be discounted out of hand, might be the right place to ask. I was traveling solo around the Olympic Peninsula in Washington State and making various stops in the Olympic National Park. I decided to stop in Quinault for the first time and took a random road that dead-ended at a beautiful spot at the edge of Quinault River. There was an ancient footbridge that led across the river, but it looked like it might collapse if I tried to cross it, so I decided not to. It was off-season, and I was not in a tourist area. I was the only one there. It was so unusually hot outside that I decided I needed to get in that water. I backed my car all the way to the edge of the dead-end road, faced it out in the direction I would need to leave, and started hiking through thick brush down an embankment to the edge of the water. There was no path. It was a pretty rugged area. It was mid-fall, and I didn't have a suit since I didn't plan on swimming, so I took my clothes off and got in the water in my bra and underwear. I had a nice swim, but I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, even though I was in the middle of nowhere. After about 5 minutes, the creepy feeling was enough for me to want to head back, so I started to climb out, turned my back to the other side of the river, and walked towards my clothes and shoes that I had left behind. When I turned around, there was a big, small man standing in plain view, just across from me on the other side of the river, but higher up on his embankment than I was on mine. He was wearing a poncho made of animal pelts, had long hair full of sticks and twigs, and looked like he had been living out in the wild for a very long time. We stood and stared at each other, me in frozen terror, for what felt like forever, when all of a sudden he frantically took off in the direction of the footbridge leading across the water. I grabbed my car key, tried to grab my clothes and shoes, but they tangled up in some blackberry vines, so I left everything and went running for my life, through the thick brush and blackberries, barefoot in my underwear, trying to make it to the car before he made it across the river. There was no doubt in my mind that he was trying to harm me. When I made it out of the blackberries, I could see that he was crossing the bridge towards me rapidly. I got to my car and flung my door open just as he arrived. I locked the doors while he pounded on the hood of my car, just screaming and grunting non-verbally. The moment he went for my driver's side door, I hit the gas and took off as fast as I could. I looked back and he was chasing after me. He must have run after my car for at least a mile until he faded from view. I was bleeding everywhere from running nearly naked through blackberries. I was wet, unclothed, shaking and crying. Had I hesitated for literally 10 seconds longer, I don't think I would have made it out alive. Even typing this story out again all these years later, I am starting to shake. I felt like I was being hunted. That is the only way that I can describe it. I will never go back to that area. Since that moment, I always bring a hiking buddy with me when I venture out into the forest. That day is going to haunt me for life. I've had many years of therapy, and that experience is still as vivid as the day it happened. Have you ever experienced anything strange in and around Florida? Apologies if this isn't allowed. I got to thinking after a couple of weird things I experienced in my hometown, and it had me thinking if anybody else has experienced anything. Back when we were teens, me and my brother were out for a walk outside of our neighborhood. Where we were walking was kind of wooded, but the houses were still pretty close together, yet considerably more in the boonies compared to our place. Anyways, we had almost completed the loop of the area and were around the bend going towards the exit when we heard something odd. I remember there was a helicopter overhead. Around the time, we both heard this weird guttural yell/growl, like right next to us. It was so close. It sounded like a mix between a mountain lion, an angry house cat, and yet oddly human-like all at once. We both just froze and looked at each other startled, and started looking around for the source, but there wasn't a single cat or anything animal-like about. I was pretty freaked out and practically sped walked to the road. All the while, my brother kept asking me what the F that was, but I was too spooked to talk about it. It was like a primal type fear. In an instant we heard it, and I just kept looking over my shoulder the whole way back. Anyways, pretty benign compared to the other stories I've read on here, and I'm sure there's an explanation to the sound, but it did have me wondering, has anyone else experienced weird stuff in Florida? Years ago, I moved from a very small town to a remote valley out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by national forests and not many neighbors. It was just what I had always wanted. At that point in my life, I had been a paramedic for about 4 or 5 years, and being an outdoorsy, civic-minded sort, I decided to volunteer my services with a local search and rescue organization. For being such a tiny, poorly funded organization, we were surprisingly busy. In the 9 years I was with them, we'd have at least one rescue, sometimes several, every weekend spring through fall. The source of the majority of these calls was the roughly 100 miles of poorly maintained fire trails that were very popular with dirt bike and quad riders. When they'd inevitably get lost or wreck and get injured, we'd head out, track them down, provide medical care, and fly them out in a helicopter, or put them on a Stokes basket mounted to a janky trailer thing that we'd pull with a quad. About 2 weeks after joining, and with zero training beyond what I had learned as a Boy Scout and medic, I got my first call. A group of dirt bikers from the city had lost a member of their party. For some reason, they had put their least experienced rider at the back of the group of a dozen or so riders and took off into the woods. When they returned to the trailhead 4 hours later, the inexperienced guy was missing. They sat out again and looked for him for 4 or 5 hours, then gave up and called 911. The time interval from the initial 911 call until we had a squad assembled at the trailhead was pretty impressive, no more than 20 minutes. But we were already 8 or 9 hours behind the ball. We did a very quick briefing, distributed maps, divided into teams, and then set off. They put me on a quad with the most experienced guy, and we headed out. The plan was for each 2 to 3 person team to take one of the longer trails that ringed the place. Then, after searching those weeds systematically, work our way into the shorter, maze-like trails that made up the interior. This was to be a hasty search. None of that grid search crap. Just riding around looking for clues. I don't know what I had expected exactly. Maybe a few dirt roads through the woods or something. But these trails were an absolute nightmare. They were extremely rugged, technical trails where you really had to know what you were doing and where you were going, or you'd never make it out. GPS rarely worked due to the rugged terrain and tree cover. Radios and cell phones were a crapshoot, and the maps didn't account for all the random trails that riders would just sort of make. The only marked roads were fire breaks, and mileage-wise, those were accounted for maybe 10% of the trails. Why this guy hadn't been partnered with someone or put at the front of the group is a mystery. 4 hours into this, I'm caked with mud, bleeding from being hit with branches, exhausted and just effing done. We take a water break and hear broken radio traffic that sounds like the bike has been found, but no rider. It's only a couple of miles from us, so we head that direction. When we get there, the bike is off to the side of the road, along with the quads of the other teams, but we can see them a few hundred feet in the woods. We walk over and find them looking at the missing person, who is very dead. Lips blue, skin dusty, arms spread out like a cross. On first glance, his eyes looked to be wide open and solid white, but when I examined him, I could see that his eyes were actually covered with fly eggs. This dude had been dead a while. It didn't make sense though. His bike still had gas in it. He had water and food, and he was a healthy guy in his late 20s. Why was he dead? It looked like he had simply laid his bike down, then ran into the woods to die. Mission accomplished, I guess. We wrapped him in blankets, then put him on the Stokes and took him to the trailhead where the coroner was waiting. About a week later, I ran into the coroner and asked what the cause of death had been. The pathologist's determination was cardiac dysrhythmia, secondary to extreme anxiety. The guy literally died of fright, which up to that point, I had always assumed was just Hollywood BS. I've always wondered what was going through his head. Was he just afraid of the woods, or of being lost? If so, why did he run blindly into the woods instead of continuing to follow the trail? There's a part of me that thinks he may have seen something out there. I've heard a lot of stories about weird stuff in these woods, and I've seen a few strange things myself, so it wouldn't surprise me. I've been wondering where to share this. It's so weird, I don't even know where to begin. So I've been house sitting for some friends in the rural Pacific Northwest. They live up the hills on a long twisting road, and the house itself is at the end of a long gravel driveway. The house also sits up against a big evergreen forest. I should also mention that at one point the driveway branches off and goes into the woods. I have no idea why. I've explored in there before and there's nothing. The road is too overgrown for a vehicle to get through anyways. Or so I thought. Recently it dumped snow up here, and I've kind of been trapped as my gutless sedan doesn't have four-wheel drive, and the driveway is covered in over a foot of snow, and the road hasn't been plowed. Anyway, a couple of nights ago I was sitting up awake reading. I haven't been sleeping well because I got COVID, and the coughing keeps me up at night. At about 11:30 p.m. I saw headlights outside the window. I could hardly believe it. First, it was late at night. Second, there's been so much snow that most cars couldn't even make it up there. And third, my friends are out of state, and no one else would be coming up here, certainly not at night. I peeked out the window and watched as the headlights, instead of turning the bend in the driveway towards the house, kept going into the woods. What? I was curious, but I'm also a coward, so I didn't do anything as ridiculous as following the car into the forest in the middle of the night. But I couldn't let it go, so in the morning I grabbed my boots and parka and stupidly left the house to investigate. This next part I genuinely can't explain. There was one set of tire tracks in the snow, heading down the rough road into the woods. I followed them about a half mile into the forest, and they suddenly stopped. There was a large fallen tree blocking the road and no vehicle in sight. The tire tracks just ended, and no footprints in the snow either. That's it. I wish I had an explanation, or a better ending than me running like hell out of the woods. But I don't. I'll be glad when my friends get back, because it is super creepy up here. My husband and I were on the way back home from Navarre Beach, heading towards the Alabama line. It was storming really bad that night. As soon as we were passing Blackwater Forest, it slacked up a bit. We both saw Bigfoot walking across the road. By the time we were coming up on it, was almost to the other side. He looked so shocked, like a deer in headlights. I asked my husband if he saw the same thing that I did, and he agreed. I couldn't believe that we had seen it. A couple of weeks ago, he got sad news that our older woman friend that had stage 4 cancer had passed away. Yesterday, her daughter updated everyone with where they were having all the memorial services at, and one of the places just stunned me. They opened a restaurant, and it's called Bigfoot Crossing, exactly in the area that we had seen it. So now I'm wondering how many more sightings. I mean, it's gotta be quite a bit. Now I want to go back out and check out the area more. I was stationed in the panhandle of Florida near Pensacola. I was in charge of a team of about 10 guys taking part in an exercise. We were playing the bad guys for this exercise. And on that night, our job was just maneuvering, mostly walking and driving around pretend villages. Anyways, we grabbed our gear for the night and went back out to an informal staging area to wait around for us to get called into the village. Being a group of young military guys with nothing to do, we started messing around, driving in circles and up and down the nearby dirt trails in our trucks, talking crap on the radios, looking around with our night vision goggles, etc. Because why not? We spot an SUV parked down one trail, which was a bit odd since we were on the military range at the time, but not crazy since we weren't near any of the sensitive or dangerous parts. I drive up next to the SUV slowly, and the guy, setting shotgun with night vision goggles, says there's some weird person sitting in it. He hands me the night vision goggles, and I look over, and holy hell, that person was terrifying. They were in the back on the driver's side. Super tight skin, crazy sunken eyes, thin lanky hair. At first just staring straight ahead, but they suddenly turned to look at us, and I booked it out of there. I practically threw the night vision goggles at the guy next to me. I don't know why, but I felt one of the deepest feelings of fear that I'd ever had. Literally, the only times that were worse were times where I genuinely thought that I was about to die. We drive back to where the other guys were, and I tell them about it. Of course, they think we're messing with them, but eventually we convince them to follow us and check it out. So now there's a convoy of 3 trucks holding 10 guys. We roll past to let truck 2 get next to the SUV, and only a few seconds go by and the radio goes wild with them yelling, "Go, go, go." We haul crap out of there, and all agree to find a new informal staging point to park at. The rest of the night, we'd mess with each other about the decent woman watching us or waiting for one of us to walk off alone, and just generally joking around. But I did notice that no one wanted to go pee by themselves. Anytime someone had to go, suddenly a few others chimed in too. The rational explanation is that it was some drifter in the SUV crashing for the night, probably at least a little high, tired, and confused as crap about the trucks creeping up on them, then driving off real fast. I took a trip to stay in a cabin in the middle of the woods, high up in the mountains of the city of Ranger, Georgia, United States. This neighborhood was 30 minutes up the mountains, away from civilization, and even the cabins were spread far apart. The front deck of the cabin was completely exposed to the woods, so I acknowledged that any animals could stroll along if they pleased. But I stayed there for about a week, and me and my boyfriend sat outside on the front deck every night, very late, and at no point felt in danger. It was peaceful with fireflies out and sounds of crickets every night. Until the 5th night. It was eerily dark too. The moon was covered heavily. It was about midnight, and all of a sudden, I didn't feel peace like I did those other nights. The forest went completely quiet, and I felt a horrible sense of dread. I genuinely feared for my life. I sat there in my chair looking out into the dark forest, trying to rationalize and calm myself down that it was just my mind playing tricks. But all of a sudden, my boyfriend said out loud that he felt unsafe. That's when I realized it wasn't just me. We then both heard a blood-curdling scream, and we pulled out a flashlight to see what it was. Turns out it was a gray fox. They make scary screaming noises. The weird part was that the fox was running and had its ears and tail down like it was scared. This was in June, and I read that foxes scream like that when it's mating season or if they're in danger. Their mating season is winter, and this happened in June, so I do believe that this fox was in danger, or afraid, as well, adding to our fear. The cabin has 3 floors, and we were able to climb out the window and sit on the roof, because we still wanted to be outside and relax. Didn't matter how high up I was, I felt something truly evil and stayed inside. The only other time I felt something so evil, or like someone was watching, was when I had a few paranormal experiences at a haunted house. Georgia doesn't really get mountain lions that often. Maybe a bear, but it didn't feel that way at all. It felt unnatural. I've lived in the backwoods of Northern California most of my life, hours north of the Bay Area. So with that being said, I have a million weird or creepy stories, most of which can probably be blamed on wildlife, but not all of them. This would have been about 2 years back now. I was living in an isolated neighborhood with my parents right at the edge of a thin, dry national forest. Anyway, one night I woke up at about 5 a.m. to the loud sound and purple light of the garbage truck speeding by. After that, I couldn't get to sleep. A few minutes after, I get up and start walking down to the kitchen for a midnight, or I guess early morning, snack. Out of boredom and insomnia, I decide to go into the backyard. It was an unusually warm, dry night for the season, and it felt nice to get outside, but something caught on in the corner of my eye. I looked up to see this huge ball of light in the sky, completely still, just a little bit above the neighbor's roof. I stand and stare for about 30 seconds to a minute and run back inside completely freaked out. Does anyone know what this could be? It was completely clear and in Northern California, not a place for weather. So I've ruled out ball lightning, and I'm kind of stumped. So here's a little less backwoods, but more country roads of a paranormal story. Every summer, my family and some close friends would all travel up from Southern California to the eastern Sierra Nevada mountains along the California-Nevada border to the town of Bridgeport. If you've ever been, it's a super cool area. Big biker route to Reno, Tahoe. Excellent outdoor camping and hiking into Yosemite high country, rich in wildlife. Crazy old history with native tribes and the gold rush of the West. Has Bodie Ghost Town nearby. And my favorite is the world-class trout fishing. Mark Twain even once stayed in the town way back in the day, which I thought was cool. The town is small and has your typical 20-building Main Street USA to match the field, all surrounded by rivers, lush meadows with cattle and horse ranches, and absolutely gorgeous wooded snow-capped mountains. We would often camp up near Twin Lakes, just outside of town about 10 miles, but always made a point to get to town for dinner at this bar, Reno's, for pizza and beer, at least once during the trip. So one night we do this, and afterwards we're on our way back to camp at twilight. Just light enough to make out the peaks on the horizon, but still densely dark with billions of stars out in force. Now this road back to the camping area would zigzag through the square-cut properties of ranch land. It's a narrow 2 lanes edged by barbed wire and an irrigation canal, and minimal streetlights, if any at all. Literally can only think of one installed by the Dude Ranch out here. So, we drive back to camp, having to use our brights due to the dark, and making sure to keep an eye out for deer. And when we finally pull into camp, my mom immediately asks, "Did you see that kid in the swimsuit on the side of the road?" Perplexed and a little amused by the idea, I say, "No, where was this?" "On the side of the road near the cows. He was shirtless walking along the road." I had been driving behind her and my dad. There is no way I could have missed this had someone been there. Nobody in our car saw him, and my dad said that he didn't either when she initially saw him. Not shocking for my dad, though. However, also not shocking would be my mom seeing something paranormal. It always seemed to follow her, and she was dead, excuse the pun, serious. even described the color of the shorts, his hairstyle, said he was walking the same direction we were traveling, so she couldn't see his face and had to be in his 20s. So we half-jokingly jumped to that conclusion that maybe it was in fact a ghost. After all, it was dark and late. Nobody else had seen him. And even in the summer, the Sierras are high enough in elevation and have crazy enough weather to easily kill someone who wasn't prepared for the cold night, especially shirtless in swim trunks. On a clear night in August, I've woken up to the teens for temperature. And where she was describing was in the literal middle of nowhere in these fields. It takes us about 20 minutes just to drive it at a good speed, let alone walk to camp in the dark. But I guess anything is possible. The next morning, we get up to learn my idiot friend, same one who got scratched in a previous post I wrote, left the cooler out after the rest of us went to bed, and a bear got a buffet out of us. So we decided that we'll make the most of it and go back to town for supplies, some further fishing spots, and get in dinner again. This time, on the way back to camp, I'm driving in front of my parents, zigging and zagging through the fields, when all of a sudden there was a bright set of headlights right on my butt. Looking back, I could tell this had to be some sort of lifted truck, maybe a Bronco or similar rearing up on my SUV. So close at times, I thought we were going to get rammed. I started speeding up a little at first, but this car stays right on me. I'm starting to get annoyed and concerned. After all, this was a 2-lane road at night, that anyone wanting to pass could very easily and safely do so. And there isn't any area you could really pull over without risking pulling into a ditch and getting stuck. So I continue speeding up, but I'm getting concerned because I know the hills are coming up, and there are deer by the thousands in this area. But this car's lights keep pressing. My wife, then girlfriend and friends start getting a little freaked out as well, thinking about the backwoods BS butthole of a human being that is pulling this. And this continues through the fields until I get to the final turn before it goes from meadows to woods, and I get a really heavy gut feeling, almost like a scream in my head saying slow the F down. So do or die, I start pressing the brakes, hard, fully expecting this truck to ram us. As I do this, we're coming around the corner, and sure enough, there's a pack of 6 or so deer in the middle of the road. I was immediately a little shaken up. It's always a little startling when you see animals out of the dark while driving, especially big ones. And then it dawns on me that I'm not being blinded anymore, and we definitely didn't get hit. I look back in the mirror and the lights are gone. Just gone. No dust in the rear brake lights from a vehicle pulling off the road. Nothing screaming by us in the other lane. And no road for them to even have turned off on. Headlights lighting up the tree or area. And then I see my folks coming driving up right behind us. All of us are dumbfounded trying to figure out where this person went. The deer clear the road, and we make the rest of the drive to camp, and adrenaline immediately gets me a bit irritated. So I start ranting off about how stupid this guy was and how we could have died. Blah, 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 really making everyone feel good. When we get out of the cars, my mom immediately starts giving me the typical parent talk. But I get even more angry when she calls me an idiot for taking off like that on such a dangerous road in the dark, and how lucky I am to have not killed us all with those deer, and how I needed to be more careful, etc. Well, if that butthole hadn't been riding my butt, it wouldn't have been such an issue, I say. What are you talking about? She responds. There wasn't anyone behind you. Oh, how the tables had turned. Luckily, my wife and friends had experienced everything with me, and they start chiming in about the truck. And I start talking about how I finally had enough and listened to my gut and reason, deciding to slow down just as we come to find the deer, and how the truck was just gone. It gave my mom chills, and she apologized but told me to be careful next time, but then started laughing and saying how weird the trip had been. I'll give this to my mom. She never did call us crazy for what we experienced in life, which is something I think a lot of parents neglect to do for their kids. It's funny, because I always heard similar experiences from country towns back east, or folklore of ghost trucks, and thought how stupid it sounded. But now, after experiencing it, holy crap, is it dangerous. Plain dangerous. I'd never wish that on anyone. This road hasn't given us any issues before or since, but I'll admit, I drive it with a lot more caution now. I always wonder if the shirtless guy and the truck were somehow connected, but never found out anything about it. Only God knows, I guess. For a moment, I thought my life was in danger, but now I just wish that I knew what they were doing. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I was walking in the desert outside my small town. It was decently far into the desert. I drove my car and walked for a long time. I was walking back towards my car when I noticed a car that wasn't there before. At this point, I was already on alert because A, I'd never ran into anyone out that far besides a person jogging nearby, and B, they were driving a really small car out in the desert. We're some distance from even dirt roads. I drove my car farther in it than I probably should have, and it was still a ways away. Outside of the car, 3 men are taking off what looked like bulletproof vests. I can't imagine what else it could have been. I wasn't about to sit there and try to figure it out either. I just turned away and continued heading towards my car. My mind went to the worst robbery, cartel, murder. I'm sure that my eyes deceived me somehow. But like I said, I can't imagine what else it could have been. Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for taking your tiny sedan out to the middle of the desert and taking off bulletproof vests. But I'm just not sure. Yet another story from me. Wow, catharsis. I guess this is why I love Reddit. For the story, I'm a 31-year-old female, and I was 15 when this started. I've alluded to it in comments on this subreddit, so I thought that I'd share the full story, since I can't sleep and am oversharing type of person. It started when I went to a movie at the indie theater in my hometown. We had 2 when I was growing up, both owned by the same people, but one theater featured major films/blockbusters. The other did the film festival, well known kind of everywhere, and more indie movies. My French teacher gave an extra credit assignment to see Man on Wire. I think that's what it was called. So I went with a friend to see it, though she wasn't in the class. When we went to the front, there was a very cute older guy that I recognized as a girl in our class. Older brother. I think he was 22 or 23 at the time. He complimented me and offered to comp our tickets, and gave me free popcorn and candy and whatnot, ignoring my much prettier friend. It felt nice to be noticed, so I accepted obviously, and we enjoyed the free movie day. For a little backstory, again, the girl who was his younger sister in my grade used to be a friend of mine, and I had met him many times as a kid, but he was enough older that I didn't think that he recognized me at first, and at the age, I looked more like 19 or 20. The next couple of weeks, I saw him everywhere. Grocery store? Check. Outside my school? Check. Walking home from Safeway? Check. Everywhere. But being 15 and him being cute and older, my idiot butt thought that I was flattering. So I went to the theater again and was with a different friend. Same thing. He gave me free tickets, popcorn, etc. This friend already knew that it happened before because it was a major subject that I had a hot, older guy interested in me. We were so young and we thought that it was so great. He came into the theater during the movie to bring me an extra candy and his number on the back of a receipt. I thought it was so cute. He continued to show up everywhere over the next few months. At this point, I was halfway through 16, and I was at the same theater with the same friend that I was with the first time. He once again complimented me, saying that I was beautiful, asking if I had a boyfriend and if I liked to party. I said yes. He invited me to his house for a party that he was having. His address was very close to the house that my friend I was with lived in. So I said yes, knowing if I had a sleepover with her, that we could go and I would get to go to my first real party. I wasn't allowed out late, nor was I allowed to go to parties, if I'd ever been invited to a high school party, so it was perfect. We went late so that we wouldn't seem lame, and as we walked up, we could see through the front lit windows to where he was. It was an hour past and it was just him with several bottles of booze. We looked at each other and decided to walk back to her house. I still saw him a lot after, almost everywhere until I graduated high school and moved up north for college. I didn't go to that theater again until about a year ago. My husband and I parked at a nature area shortly after sunset. It's in the city but off a gravel road, so there's a bit of driving until you get to a paved lot. We were the only ones there. We parked and took some pictures of the sunset. Not even 5 minutes later, another car pulls up and parks right next to us in the whole empty lot. Okay, weird. But some people do stuff like that. They don't get out for the 2 to 3 minutes we're walking around the front of our car. Then we go onto a trail to see the lake. The lot is visible from the trail, and every time we look back, the car either has its headlights on, off, or flashing like someone locked the doors. We keep an eye out in case they followed us, but it doesn't seem like they ever left the parking lot. At this point, it's completely dark out. We walk back to our car after hanging around the trail for about 15 minutes. As soon as I get in the car, the other car turns on. When my husband gets in, the car drives off. They stop at a stop sign for a long time, even though there weren't any cars coming. Then they drove out of sight. I'm not sure what happened. Clearly they were watching us. But why? The creepy guy that I dated is a murderer. As a teenager, I waited tables in a local restaurant to pay for the gas for my car. I met Mr. Creep there. In my naive mind, he seemed normal at first, despite the fact that he was 20 and wanting to date a 17-year-old. Leaving my job after dark scared me, so I taught myself to get in my car, shut the door, and lock it in one fluid motion. It made me feel safe. One night I was leaving work and had just gotten into my car when Mr. Creep seemed to just appear out of nowhere, yanking my door handle to try to open it. I looked into his eyes in the split second before he smiled, and what I saw absolutely chilled my bones. I don't know how to describe the evil that I saw. From then on, I was terrified of him, but I didn't let on because I was afraid of what he might do if I told him that I never wanted to see him again. After this, he constantly lied to try to impress me and tried to invent ways of being alone with me. But my instinct was to run, so I avoided him. About 2 weeks after this incident, the restaurant got robbed, and there was significant evidence against Mr. Creep, just not the kind that allowed the cops to charge him. I sent all of my text conversations with Mr. Creep to the police chief in hopes that it would help. Mr. Creep slithered away after that, but I always looked over my shoulder. About 5 years ago, he messaged me on Facebook out of the blue. He went on about his top secret military clearance, as well as a huge acreage he owned. It made me nervous, and I felt like he was trying to spring a trap or something. But I tried to put it out of my mind. Then today, I was looking at posts about an unsolved murder when I saw his mugshot. He is now facing murder charges as well as 2 other violent felony charges. I'm so glad to know he's locked up, but so overwhelmed about how correct my instincts about Mr. Creep were. I feel like I escaped him. Thanks for reading. I live with my partner of 10 years in my house. We live in towards the end of a cul-de-sac and are surrounded by woods, but the road itself is residential enough. Recently, she got up around 3 a.m. because she couldn't sleep and came downstairs to the living room. At some point, she saw someone outside sticking a GoPro up to the window. She freaked out and ran upstairs where we called the police. We thought someone was casing the house or trying to actively break in. The cops came and looked around and went. We have an in-law apartment above the garage, where for the past couple of years I've rented out to my best friend for the past 20 years. He's really weird, a bit off, perhaps on the spectrum. And due to the closeness of mine and his relationship, I know that he's very open-minded about a lot of stuff. Generally speaking, he's pretty much addicted to a lot of things. His words. Okay, so I thought that maybe it was him, but I tossed it out of my mind because even that was too weird. Well, it turned out to be him. He admitted it a couple of days later, after feeling guilty and seeing how terrified we were thinking that someone was trying to break in. But not after we told the entire world what happened. So now, my relationship with him is ruined. We're kicking him out. I feel bad because he was literally one of my two best friends, but I also feel so violated. I trusted him and he spies on me? For some unknown perverted purpose? Also, I'm pretty forgiving, and if I were single, I'd let it slide. But I'm not, and my partner is totally not accepting of this deviant behavior. In fact, he's lucky that she didn't go to the police or something. Again, which is only because he is my friend. He expects that we can remain friends. I have to respect my partner, and quite frankly, myself. Plus, now we had to tell everyone we initially told the update, because we don't want them thinking that we're still currently in danger of being robbed or whatever. So now everyone knows. I don't want to be associated with someone who is a creep like that, regardless of being his best friend for 20 years. I'm curious as to anyone else's thoughts. What would you do if you found a very good friend creeping around your house, trying to watch you sleep? I don't know. I don't believe he's harmful, but he's had psychotic episodes in the past. He's had hallucinations at one point in life when he was very stressed. A neighbor that I was talking to said another neighbor said that they had someone looking in their windows one night as well. But I haven't been able to confirm this, and he vehemently denies that this was him. Which, I do believe him, but I'm super gullible, and of course he'd deny it. But again, I haven't confirmed this. It's through the grapevine, though they supposedly got a picture. I feel bad ending the friendship, but it's not practical to continue, and I just want to move on. Another thing is, I know he's had feelings for me, but on the other hand, he seems to be interested in everyone and anyone, so I never really took those feelings too seriously. Not that I don't believe they're real. He's just so odd as a whole. So at first I thought it was just about me. He definitely wanted to watch me, not my partner. And I do believe that that is true. But then when a neighbor might have seen someone at their window too, that's a whole new level. I don't know what I'm going for here, so I'll end this now. But this is weird and unacceptable behavior, right? I shouldn't feel guilty if I do want to end the friendship. Would anyone still be friends if this happened to them? Am I a weirdo for even thinking that I could still be friends with him? Assuming that my partner didn't exist and I didn't tell my entire family about what happened and who it was. A guy from the shop followed me. I recalled this weird encounter in my memory while I was reading other stories from this community. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but I'll leave it here anyway. Once in the afternoon, I went to go get some groceries from a local shop. When I finally got there and started browsing different aisles, a random guy just stopped me and started having small talk with me. Then he asked for my number, but I politely declined because I had a partner. He didn't say anything and we parted our ways. After I got everything I needed, I left the shop and started walking back home, which takes me about 10 minutes. When I was just 1 minute away from my place, I heard a familiar voice saying, "Hey, can you stop?" loudly behind my back. I looked back and I saw the same guy from the shop earlier. Maybe I read too many crime stories and he just happened to walk the same way as me, but it creeped me out a bit, so I just ran home like Sonic the Hedgehog after that. Then, luckily, I never saw him again. This happened about a year ago. I was riding the bus to a spa for a nice, relaxing massage when a very big dude got on the bus. He started to walk to a seat before stopping directly beside me and staring at me for way too long to be normal. I tried to ignore him because my fight or flight, or flight or fawn in my case, was kicking in, but he was blocking me from exiting my seat. Then he started saying through very mumbled speech how pretty I am and how beautiful my hair is, before reaching out and touching my hair. Here's where I noticed two things about him. One, that he is 100% high on meth, and the other is that he was missing an eye. At this point, I very loudly started saying things like, "You need to move away from me," hoping someone would notice and help. But no one did. He stood over me for 10 minutes before blocking me from getting up/off the bus, and no one said a thing. Eventually lost interest or something, I don't know. But here's the kicker. I found out later that day that this guy was released from a correctional facility only 2 days prior. He has things on his record, like throwing a propane tank through a police car while high on meth. Anyway, that spa trip was very much needed after that experience. Okay, this was a few years ago now. I was 15 at the time. It was homecoming dance, and I had this really big crush on this guy from my friend group. We were all going as a group, but I was really excited to possibly dance with this crush. My dad didn't really want me to go, and told me that he wouldn't be picking me up after the dance if I went because it was too late. It'd be about 11 p.m. by the time it finished. But I was just so excited to dance with my crush. I was like, whatever, I'll find my own way back. I was planning on taking the city bus. The dance was amazing. I had my first kiss. It was magic for my little 15-year-old self. After the dance, I'm walking to the mall/Walmart, because that's where the bus stop is. I'm on cloud 9 when I realize the buses are not running anymore. At this point, I had no phone. And I'm kind of just standing awkwardly outside of Walmart, thinking of what to do next. I didn't want to call my dad because I figured he'd be really mad at me. But to walk home would take me almost 2 hours, and I was only wearing a little formal dress, and it's 11:30 at night at this point. As I'm pondering all this, a man pulls up in a car and says, "Hey, are you okay?" I figured I looked stressed because I was feeling pretty stressed myself. I forget what I had responded with, but he said, "Well, I can give you a ride if you want." He sounded friendly enough, so I was like, well, maybe I'll just take this drive. As I'm walking to the car, alarms start going off in my head, and everything in me is telling me to stop and to not get in that car. I start backing away and say, "Actually, I'm good. It's okay." He insists it's okay and he'll drive me. I say, "No, it's okay." He drives away, but I see him circle back and come back up to me. "Are you sure you don't want to ride?" I say no, it's okay. I'm now starting to shake and feel really afraid. I walk as fast as I can to the nearest payphone, which is in the parking lot of a McDonald's, and I call my dad. I'm crying and apologizing and just begging him to come get me. My dad says that he'll come get me, so I hang up. As I hang up, I notice that car has followed me to this parking lot, so I call one of my friends and ask him to just stay on the phone with me until my dad shows up. Luckily, my dad showed up and everything was fine, but I do wonder what would have happened if I had gotten in that car. Back when I was an 18-year-old female working in a fancy hotel, the maintenance man, a 25-year-old male, was handsome, hardworking, and funny. Over time, we created a friendship, and I found myself comfortable around his presence after a few months. He asked me to go out on a date. We ended up going for dinner, and then for some drinks. I asked him what his last name was, and he replied that it was White. I thought nothing of this, and we moved on. The next day at work, I noticed that his name tag actually revealed his last name was Morrison. I never questioned this to him, but immediately found this to be very strange. When I got home, I told my mom, who immediately said that it was a red flag. A few hours later, she comes up to my room in a panic, saying that the very man that I went on a date with had beaten someone to death when he was 17. He bullied and chased the younger victim to a dead end, where he acted out a prolonged and vicious attack that was so severe that the victim had to have a closed coffin. My mom is an avid investigator when it comes to these things. We never went out again, but I did have to see him at work, which made it very awkward. A few years ago, a friend of mine from school also stabbed a man to death, and another friend punched someone in the face, and they died as a result of the injury. This happened to me a few years ago, probably back in 2017 when I was 14. I still think about this encounter almost every day. My dad lives near a small lake in Wisconsin. There are only about 100 people who live in this neighborhood. My brother and I spent every other weekend up there, so we knew pretty much everyone. My dad's house was the second house to the top of this large hill. At the very top is a gas station, and the diner where I would work over the summer. At the bottom of the hill was the lake and a small beach. That morning, I was waitressing at the diner, and at the end of my shift, I bought a slushie from the gas station and was planning on going down to the beach for the afternoon. Parked outside the diner was a gorgeous teal vintage car. I'm not sure what brand. I'm not good with that kind of stuff, but it seemed to be from the 60s, and it caught my eye. There was an older man in the driver's seat and his wife in the passenger seat. They had their windows up, and I wasn't too close, so I didn't get a great look at them, but I did notice that they were looking at me. I didn't think anything of it and started walking home. On my walk home, I remember wondering where they could be from. We don't get that many tourists, and I would have remembered if someone drove a car like that. The diner was off to a pretty quiet highway, and it was rarely used by out-of-towners, but I assumed that they were just driving through. My younger brother and I went to the beach that afternoon and hung out for a few hours. When we decided to head home, I packed up my stuff probably a minute before he did and started walking home before him. On the walk up the hill, there was probably half a city block's distance between us. He could clearly see me, but we were too far to talk. I heard a car coming towards me and looked back and moved to the side of the street. It's the car that I saw earlier at the diner. They slow down as they approach me, and I start to get nervous. The woman in the passenger seat rolls down her window, and I nearly crap my pants. They both seem to be wearing hyper-realistic latex face masks. There seemed to be no beginning and no end to the mask. There weren't noticeable holes for eyes, yet their eyes definitely seemed real, and there was no seam at the edge of the neck. If they were wearing masks, they were some of the best masks that I've ever seen, and must have cost a fortune. But it definitely wasn't their skin. There's no way. Something about them was so off. The woman asked me for directions to a highway that I've never heard of. I didn't drive yet, so this in itself wasn't weird, but I pointed them to the highway by the diner that leads out of town. They thanked me, rolled up the window, and drove away. I ran to my brother and told him what happened, and he said they looked pretty normal when they drove past him. But they looked normal to me that morning as well. The masks were too good. You had to be close enough to notice how strange they looked. There was just something so unsettling about them. They didn't really do anything odd except asking a girl who's clearly too young to drive for directions. But it was a very small community. I might have been the first person that they had seen in hours. It was just the way they looked. I'd never seen anything like it, and I haven't seen anything like it since then. I mentioned it to my dad when I got home, but he didn't have much to say about it. I still feel deeply unnerved when I think about it, more than 6 years later. I don't believe in much of the paranormal stuff, and I do think that they were human. But why the masks? What were they doing there? And why ask a child who is obviously too young to drive for directions to a highway? Has anyone ever experienced something like this before? From the fall of 1973 through the spring of 1977, I attended the School of the Museum of Fine Arts here in Boston, Massachusetts. Although I took classes from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, I'd often stay after school until 10 or 11 o'clock at night to do extra work. One evening at around 6:30 p.m., I went into a small room on the upper floor to do my transcendental meditation session. I was sitting there with my eyes closed meditating when a guy that I'd never seen before crept up behind me, put his hand over my mouth, and said in a nasty, threatening tone of voice, "Don't say a word. Do you understand?" I instinctively screamed at the top of my voice, "What the heck are you doing?" The guy fled immediately. Whew, that was a close call. Moreover, it was still light out when it happened. Had I just kept quiet as a mouse, it would have been a really, really bad trip for me. If one gets the drift, especially since the school is located in a really rough area. I work on shifts, so one week I'll be doing early shift, 6 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., and the other is late shift, 2:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. The area I live in is known for being pretty rough, and it's common to have workers lurking around, and I often have been propositioned many times. Also see loads of meth heads about too, especially at night. But one time was strange. I finished work at 11 p.m. and took the 15-minute drive home. When I arrived, I parked my car on the street as normal, having to parallel park between two cars. Once I was parked up, and just before I switched the car off, I noticed a lady run across the road to the entrance of the building where my apartment is. She then just stood there, staring directly at me in the car, without moving or looking away. She was like this for about 2 minutes. Since I still had my car on, I decided to leave the parking space and proceeded to park on the opposite side of the building, where there's a second entrance. As I drove past her standing at the entrance, she was watching me and didn't even take her eyes off me until I was out of sight. I got in the other entrance safely, and I'm not sure where she went after this. My thoughts are this: how did she know that I was heading for that entrance? Why did she wait for me there? Was she trying to get the code to unlock the door so that she can get in the future? Did she have an accomplice hiding around the corner? Did she just want some business? This hasn't happened since, but I think about it regularly and wonder what would have happened if I had gotten out of the car and used that entrance as normal. So I recently moved to an apartment, and there is a grocery store just opposite to the apartment where I shop often. One day I was waiting to cross the road to go to the grocery store when this guy on a bike kept staring at me. He then turned his bike and parked it near the store and kept looking in my direction. I didn't really think much of it and crossed the road, and then my eyes locked with his, and he gave a very creepy smile. I don't really know how to describe the smile, but it was pure evil, like a predator looking at prey, and it certainly did send a chill down my spine. His face and that smile was something that stayed with me for a few days, despite the fact that this was obviously not the first time that a guy looked at me in a creepy way. After a few days, I went back to the grocery store, and after shopping, I was trying to cross the road when all of a sudden the same guy popped up out of nowhere, and he followed me up to the entrance of my apartment and kept looking at me until I entered the elevator. So now, this guy knows where I live, and he probably lives nearby and has his eyes on me. This makes me feel very uncomfortable. I'm also worried that he's noting when I leave my home. I have a pretty set routine where I go for my dance classes on Saturday and Sunday on a set time, and I'm kind of worried that he's noting this. At this point, he 1 knows where I live, 2 has followed me twice, and 3, he is very creepy and looks like he has bad intentions and has actual intention to do harm. Maybe I'm overreacting, but I have a very bad feeling about this guy. But he hasn't really done anything to file a police complaint or anything. I don't really know what to do. A few years back, I, a 23-year-old female, was driving home after taking my dad to the airport for a late flight. It was already dark when I left the airport and still had a 3-hour drive home. A few hours into the drive, I get recalculated to some windy back road highway. There were no cars or streetlights, and so it was a pretty dark and creepy road. As I turned a curve, I noticed a black car come out of nowhere and start to ride my bumper. Then the blue lights. The road was so dark, I had to drive for a minute to find a spot with at least a few small lights where I could pull over. The officer came up to my window and asked me if I knew that my tags were expired. I thought it was kind of odd because I was driving my mom's car, and she's usually pretty on top of things like that. But it was more the way that he talked that made me uneasy. He was speaking pretty fast, like he was in a hurry or something. As he's standing at my window, before he even gets my license and registration, his radio beeps, and he tells me that he has to go on another call. He practically runs back to the car and speeds off. I head back home, half weirded out, half thanking God that I didn't get a ticket. I kind of brush it off until I go outside to my car the next day and find that my tags were not due to expire for 2 more months. It could have been a simple mistake, but I couldn't help recalling how weird the whole incident was. He could have misread the number, but looking back, I wonder what could have happened if he was someone with bad intentions. From then on, I only pull over when in well-populated areas, and if a safe option is unavailable, I call 911 to make them aware. Am I doing something wrong by being nice to the cashier at the grocery store? So, I moved to a new place. I'm Indian, and I frequently go to Indian grocery stores. I've been to this store a couple of times since I moved. I'm short and did something silly during checkout. I was helplessly trying to reach for the divider to separate the groceries in the checkout line. I look around, hoping nobody noticed, and this cashier guy is smiling at the whole situation. I smile back and try to get done with checkout ASAP. From that day onwards, I find this guy trying to grab my attention. He looks at least a decade older than me, quite tall. I find him staring at me quite a lot, walking through the aisles where I'm shopping, just taking glances. This happened twice or thrice, and then he starts walking up to me casually asking questions like, "How are you?" He doesn't seem to come to me when I'm with my friend, but only when I'm alone. I find him lingering around. One day he just gave me a free snack. I said no, but he handed it over to me and left. The next day he asks if I have a job and if I'm married. He kind of gets excited when I tell him that I'm a developer and single. He doesn't speak English. He proceeds to say something in Hindi, which I'm not super good at. I'm trying to ask him what he said, and he says something but I don't understand. Also, there have been instances where he would step out of the store and watch me while I'm sitting in the car until I leave. He just smirks and keeps looking at me. I'm a shy introvert. I'm bad at avoiding situations. I always talk nice regardless of who it is. What should I do now? Does this mean that he's interested in me? How do I politely handle this? He kind of knows who I usually shop with, and I don't want to make it an awkward situation for my friends. Am I overreacting? To clarify, I'm not interested in this person. I always smile and talk. Maybe that's sending him wrong signals. But this is giving me a weird, not so good feeling. I could stop going to that store, but that doesn't seem right. The fact that I have to avoid a public space because of a man makes me feel pathetic, but I understand in terms of safety. Maybe I can always go with someone there if I have to. Not sure if that's the right thing. Like, it is the only Indian grocery store around. This situation is just an inconvenience at this point. I hope that anyone who has been through something like this is and are in a better situation with peace. Definitely makes it awkward to get unwanted attention from random people. Thank you for the ones who commented on the previous post. I'll avoid going to that store for a long time as much as possible. If I do have to go, I'm going to have my friend with me always. Being at the store by myself is giving him the opportunity to make advances or create situations where I cannot get away from him easily. Update. Thank you all so much for the replies. It makes me feel less anxious. I'm never going back to that store. I had to go today to get a few things for my friend. She had a surgery. She didn't want to come along. She's fine to go out, but I dragged her with me. She hadn't noticed that man all these months. I've been going to the store alone for the past couple of weeks. So he was just openly flirty today. He would avoid approaching me if I'm with someone. That wasn't the case today. He was outside the store when we reached there. He smiled at us and went inside, then stood at the entrance to get a close-up. He leaned towards me and said hi, just the gesture of waving. Obviously, a lot of people noticed, including my friend. He kept smiling, looking at me all the time. The store manager was there. He didn't seem to bother. After we reached back home, I told my friend that I'm never going back there again. I asked her if I was overreacting and she said no. She's the one who told me to ignore him while shopping and wear headphones. Today was subtle because I was with her. He didn't talk much, otherwise he'd be standing in front of me asking me personal questions. My friend said that she won't take me there for the longest, and decided to go there only if we're in a group of 3 or more, with guys from our friend circle. This seems small in comparison to all the stories that I've read on here. I'm a 19-year-old female. My whole life, I've lived on a small, isolated road about 15 minutes away from the city. My parents built the house my siblings and I have lived in our whole lives. I have 3 siblings, all of us being females. We have neighbors, but also aren't too close together, like an urban community. One of our next-door neighbors, let's call him Frank, has lived on his property about as long as my parents have. Growing up, I have always gotten a weird gut feeling from this man, and my mom has always told me to listen to it. I've never been alone with him and never plan on it. He lives alone, had a girlfriend when I was around 10 years old, and had a dog who sadly passed away a few years back. My older sister and I would go over to his house and spy on him through a small hole in his barn when we were younger. Tons of adult content hung up all over his barn. Growing up, he has always shown up to our house whenever we have a bonfire or any event where he can hear people having fun. Always unwelcome, and it's obvious that no one wants him there, but he still never leaves. His excuse for this behavior is being drunk. Around June, I had a graduation party at my house for graduating high school. It was absolutely perfect, and I was surrounded by all of my loved ones. While things were wrapping up and people started heading home, Frank continued to stay. Quite usual for how he is, but nonetheless frustrating. We began to have fun, and it got to a point where the only adults there were at my house, and Frank. My mom had went inside to go to bed, and my dad was beginning to get tired and kept hinting to Frank that he should probably head home soon. Frank said, "All right, man." He then proceeded to pull out a chair and sit and watch us all play cup pong while staring at us minors. My older sister went up to my dad and expressed how uncomfortable it had made her that he was staring at a bunch of minors. My dad is not a confrontational man, but has always made sure that we felt safe and comfortable, and will be confrontational when the time comes. My dad then told Frank that he needed to leave immediately. Frank refused and said, "I'll stay here and watch over the kids while you go to bed." That right there set us all off. One of my friends then starts yelling at Frank, telling him that he needs to leave, and it's not okay for him to be there. And after we have asked him multiple times to go, he eventually leaves. But ever since then, he has been making extremely gross and inappropriate comments to my dad about how attractive my younger 17-year-old sister is. My dad has confronted him multiple times, and he will not change this behavior, and still will come over after being told to stay on his property. Whenever I leave my house to go anywhere, especially at night, Frank watches me through his window. It just freaks me out. He gives us all such a weird, creepy gut feeling, and nothing we do to confront him seems to work out. He's done a lot of weird things like this all throughout my childhood, but it's been at an all-time high recently. Any ideas on how to stop this? When I, a 20-year-old female, was younger, maybe around 13 to 14 years old, I was walking to town with my mother. I live in a smallish town in England. It was a quick walk, roughly 15 minutes. But about 5 minutes after leaving my house, I had one of the most unsettling encounters ever. Whilst walking, there was a man approaching us. Nothing weird at this point. I thought he'd walk past us like everyone else. However, this random man leaned in towards me as he was walking past and whispered something to me. I remember it being creepy and along the lines of him knowing where I lived. It was subtle and happened quickly. I was shocked, especially since my mother was right next to me. Bold move from a creepy guy. I recall the man being possibly in his late 20s, kind of scruffy looking, a little chubby, with longish brown hair and a beard. But I knew that I'd never seen him before this point. I waited a few seconds for us to distance ourselves from the stranger, then turned to my mom completely freaked out, and quietly asked if she heard what the guy had said. She said she didn't. I thought maybe I'd misinterpreted the situation, or maybe I misheard him. We kind of brushed it off and continued with our day. I felt uneasy but tried not to think about it. The rest of the day was fairly normal. Until the morning after when my dad was talking to our neighbor. Neighbor told my dad that during the early hours of the morning, there was a man lurking right outside our houses for some time, hovering around my dad's and neighbor's cars. Now this is really weird because we live in a kind of closed-off area. The only people we see outside our homes are neighbors, but even they wouldn't come up right to our doors, especially not at like 2 to 3 a.m. Even delivery drivers can't find our house most of the time because we're hidden away. This has never happened before, and never happened again after this, at least to our knowledge. Of course, you can imagine how absolutely terrified I was to hear this. I explained to my dad what had happened the day before and reminded my mom, kind of an I told you so moment. I felt so scared to be in my own home. I remember calling my friend and talking about the situation. We researched about what we could do, but there really wasn't any action that we could take. Just had to be observant and cautious, I guess. I can't remember much about what happened after that, but I never saw the man again. The whole situation creeps me out, and it doesn't make sense. The man outside my house wasn't confirmed to be the same man that walked past me earlier, as it was too dark to make out any discernible features. But it sure is an amazing coincidence if so. Never knew where to talk about this experience, but I figured it belongs here. I'd love to hear your opinions and theories. This happened in July, I believe. It was around 1 a.m., and it was still about 80 degrees Fahrenheit outside. And where I live, AC isn't very common. So I, a 22-year-old female, was sitting in the living room with all of the windows and doors open. I head out to smoke, and since everything was open and I didn't want the house to smell like smoke, I walked down the driveway and sat on the curb. There was a man standing on the same side of the street, but a block down, just staring at me. And I got really uncomfortable, so I got up and crossed the road. The way my triplex is set up is a 3-car driveway, then a few stairs up that lead into the yard, and then the door to my right, my neighbors straight ahead, and some more stairs to my other neighbors upstairs. I live somewhere with a lot of homeless people, and they'll come up the driveway to look in our trash cans or whatever, and that's fine. They never go up past the steps. So I'm standing on the other side of the road, and I watch the man stand and stare at me, and then he proceeds to walk all the way into my yard, and I start to panic because I didn't lock the doors, and all the windows were open. So I start to walk down the street, and I see a man who looks normal, and I stop him, and ask if he could just pretend to know me. In retrospect, this wasn't my brightest decision, but whatever. So me and this man are standing there just talking, and I'm explaining the situation, and we're both smoking a cigarette, and we're looking at my house. I'm a few houses down now. And the man keeps peeking around the line of the trees next to my place. He peeks around the corner a few more times and eventually walks up to me. I'm very scared at this point and I'm shaking. And he asks me for a cigarette and I go to hand him one. And he goes, "Why are you shaking? Are you scared?" And I was just like, no, have a great night." He walks away, and the other dude stands there for a bit longer with me, and the scary man starts peeking around another corner just staring at me again. The dude walks me to my house, and I just shut all the windows and doors, and I just dealt with the heat. I'm grateful for the random dude, and I don't know what I would have done if he wasn't there. This happened today. 2 hours ago, I got a ride from home from my university. I sat in the car, and the driver rested his elbow on the front passenger seat and kept moving it back. I felt extremely uneasy and felt that he was getting ready to touch me. Right after 10 seconds, we stopped at a traffic signal that I told him I needed to get off. I'd forgotten something in my uni, and he was like, "No, ask someone else to get it for you." And I was like, "No, I can't. I need to go get it myself from my professor." Then a beggar came, and he aggressively told her to leave. And then another came, and he, instead of asking me to shut the window, aggressively started shutting it himself, touching my knee. I said to just drop me there, and I can walk back to my university. And he was like, no, I'll take a U-turn ahead and bring you back. And I spent the longest 3 minutes of my life in that car, but his hand was in his lap during the time. The sad part is, I called my mom and let her know that I'll be late. And once I got home, she started blaming my clothes. And once I asked how my dress is not appropriate, she blamed my long legs. My sister blamed my institute for being too liberal. And then such men roaming around to pick up liberal girls. I'm a 17-year-old female, and I was out doing some Christmas shopping after school, so it was dark by the time I decided to stop by one of my favorite sushi places, which is near a grocery store and other shops, all close to my home. The sushi place is right next to a boba shop, and I peek in to try to see if a friend of mine was working so I could say hi, but I didn't see them, so I turn around and I see this guy standing there trying to get my attention. Miss, excuse me. I just stare at him for a second, unsure if I should really be talking to this stranger, before he asks if I have any spare cash for him to buy a drink. I tell him, I don't have cash on me, sorry, and he says it's okay, and I walk into the sushi place. While I wait for my food, I wonder if I should have just offered to buy him a drink, because I'm the type of person who loves to help people, and I feel bad just ignoring those in need. I get my food, and I'm literally about to exit the store when the guy from earlier walks in. He stops by the door, asking the cashier if he knows how he could get some help because he thinks his car got stolen, and that he was from insert name of neighboring city. I pause, because again, I felt bad for not helping him earlier and I was curious. I buy him a drink this time, even offered to buy food. I showed him the menu and he glanced at it and then asked for fried rice, which wasn't on the menu. But I was like, okay, and just bought him the drink. He tells me thanks and asks if I know anything about his car, then randomly asks me if I know where Cold Stone is. At this point, I'm thinking, if I were either homeless or got my car stolen, Cold Stone is the last place I'd want to be. But I explained to him that it's not within walking distance. He's like, oh, and asks me if I would be able to show him the way and maybe give him a ride there. He pulls out cash from his hoodie pocket saying, I could pay you back, $10 for the ride and the drink. Now I'm thinking, you had money and you let me buy you a drink? And why the heck would I give you a ride? I need to leave. So I say no, the drink was my treat. Hope you get your situation figured out. I leave the sushi place. He exits too and starts walking behind/beside me. I get scared and decide to not walk back to my car. Instead, I speed walk into a Rite Aid. I turn into an aisle and see that he's still following me. Miss? Lady, excuse me. I finally turn around and asks if he needs anything else. You were going to give me a ride? No, I can't. Oh, okay. Sorry. He walks away. I pace around the back corner of the store for a while, terrified if he's still in the store or waiting for me outside. Also, my phone had died, so I left it in the car. In the store, I see a dad with his daughter, looked like a middle schooler, and I go up to them. I finally start crying, and I say that there was a man talking to me, and if they could please walk with me back to my car. The dad asks where I parked, agrees, and a few minutes later we leave Rite Aid. I'm still in tears, poorly explaining the situation. I point out my car as we approach. The dad says, okay, we'll wait here until you leave. Make sure to check your back seat. I do, and I even check my trunk because I'm so paranoid. I thank them over and over before driving off, and I just sobbed the whole way home because I don't know what exactly was going on with that man, or why he wanted to go to my car. I get more scared thinking of the fact that I'm a 5'0" girl who probably couldn't defend herself well if it came down to it. Maybe it was a misunderstanding? But what business did a grown man have asking a teenage girl for a ride? I was genuinely terrified. Yes, I shouldn't have been out so late. I should have had my phone on me. I should have just ignored that guy. Sorry for being a girl who just wanted sushi at night and to help someone who looked like they needed it. It's hard to trust people clearly. Happy to be safe at home now, although I will definitely feel uncomfortable shopping there or eating sushi again, which is very unfortunate because I frequently do both. This is a story from when I was in high school, around 2010-ish. My parents' house backs up to a small wooded area. It's not a forest by any means. There are walking trails and other neighborhoods around, but the woods are big enough that we used to see deer and the occasional fox. There was also a small creek that ran through it, and I used to spend time in the fall/winter poking around back there when it wasn't obscured by brush. I found what I assume was likely a deer path that ran all the way up to my old elementary school, which was about a block away via roads. But using the deer trails took about 10 to 15 minutes. I was back in this area fairly often, which is why the following story was so weird. I went down to the creek one day and followed the trail like normal, but this time I found a partial deer skeleton at the end. The head and the front legs were missing, but the rest was still there, and there was no flesh at all on the bones. They were stripped absolutely clean, and the bones were still a bright white. At the time, there weren't coyotes in the area like there are now, and I'd seen a bobcat once when I was little, but they definitely weren't very common. To this day, I have no idea how that skeleton got there or what happened to it. It was too clean to be a predator kill, and that also doesn't explain why the front half was missing. I got so freaked out that I never went back into those woods again. This took place in a residential area, not a hunting ground. It could have been a predator kill, sure, okay. But I'm positive that that thing wasn't killed by a human, not with houses and an elementary school literally across the creek. About a year ago, my girlfriend and I were on a trail to Lemuel Lake in northern Nevada. It's about 1.5 miles each way, I think, and usually pretty well populated. It was that day as well. There were at least a handful of people on the trail here and there, plenty down at the trailhead parking lot, and it was otherwise a totally normal sunny day. Evening began to come, and we started heading back down, not wanting to be out when it got dark, as there is no cell phone service up there for quite a distance, and it was just an afternoon weekend hike. We started down the trail, and I got the slightest hint of a bad feeling, like we definitely needed to get back in our car before it got dark. I think that's generally just common sense, and doesn't need to be prompted by a sixth sense or anything. Still, I kept an eye out as we went. Weirdly, absolutely nothing happened until we were maybe 300 yards from the parking lot. The trees had largely been left behind as we descended in elevation, and bushes, large and small, were there instead. There was a creek that ran through to our right. Ahead of us, by maybe 50 yards, was a lone woman and her medium-sized dog on a leash. I had my head on a swivel the whole way down, because I was just trying to keep an eye out and make sure that hint of a bad feeling didn't amount to anything. I was also carrying. This woman was ahead of us by about the same distance for a good while down the trail, and I felt somewhat responsible for her safety as well, if anything strange were to happen. Mountain lions are known to live higher up in those mountains, the Rubies, and she was pretty much in sight the whole time, so I was trying to help keep an eye out for her too. As we're walking, me and the girlfriend both hear what seemed like a big boulder sliding and grating along a stone surface. It lasted for a few seconds, and we were both looking at the stone surface mountain slope maybe 600 yards to our left. I'm bad at judging distances, but I think that might be close. Fully expecting to see a landslide of some sort. But there was nothing, and daylight was still good enough that if there was something to see on that front, we would have seen it. I immediately looked to the lady ahead of us, and just a second later, she and her dog started booking it. Right as they did this, a herd of deer came sprinting out of the bushes away from the boulder sound. It must have been closer than it sounded. They ran across the creek and kept going to our right. After pausing for a second to discuss what that weird sound might have been, we hurried along as well, and I drew my gun. We passed the same little section where the lady was when she took off, and thankfully nothing happened. We didn't hear or see anything in those bushes, though I'm not surprised. A whole herd of deer was in there, and we couldn't see them until they ran out, despite being at a higher elevation at the time. We quickly made it back to the parking lot, and I put my gun back in the holster. It felt safer getting back to the pavement for some reason. We caught up with the woman and the dog. She was catching her breath and pacing a little. We asked if she heard that weird sound, and she said that it sounded like a loud bouldery sound. And then off to her left, directly close by, right where the deer came running from, she distinctly heard a big low growl after the boulder sound, and then she heard the deer coming and ran to get out of the way. The deer probably would have just run right into her if she hadn't moved. Watching this happen from a ways above and behind just a minute or two previous, they came out onto the trail right where she had been a second before. We determined that it may have been a mountain lion. I'm all for believing that, but I still have two questions. 1. Why did I get the feeling that we needed to leave, even subtly, around 45 minutes before anything strange happened? And 2. Why and how did whatever it was make a big sound of a boulder scraping along? Not tumbling, but sliding. Very different sounds. And then there was a clear growl heard by the woman, but not by us. I think that indicates that there was something absolutely in those bushes, but I'm very confused about the bigger sound. I doubt the same animal made a huge boulder scraping sound. It sounded like it was sliding down the mountainside. And the deer didn't run, and then that same creature made a normal growl sound from the same place, and that was what scared the deer off? I don't know what I believe about this, but it was certainly a strange experience. Also, this was one of the few times that me and my girlfriend had been on this trail together, and never had any strange experiences. I myself had been there several dozens of times over the course of many years, and also had never experienced anything remotely weird, even towards the nighttime. So this happened about 7 years ago. I was around 19 or 20 and I was a scout leader. We had a camp in a forest. The nearest city was about 10 to 15 minutes drive. Every year in July, we would have an international scout camp. Scouts from different European countries would join us. I was in the preparations team, and we would go around 2 to 3 weeks in advance to clean and put the tents up. In the preparation team, we had around 20 people, 10 to 12 men, and the rest women. We were all in our late teens or early 20s. If anyone has been a scout, you might know that the first thing in a camp is setting up a flag. The flag is an important part of this camping game. Other scouts would constantly try to steal the flag. If they managed to steal, then the lost team would have to go home. This never actually happened. No one was ever sent home. It was just a rule to keep other members involved and willing to protect the flag. Therefore, we had to constantly keep an eye or a guard near the flag. Other games involved attacking other teams and kidnapping members. All fun and games, nothing violent or harsh. It was fun and made us to be alert 24/7. So here's where my creepy story begins. One night, our preparation team was done with everything. The other 2 countries from Europe, about 60 people, were set to arrive in the morning. We had nothing to do, so we set up a campfire and started singing and talking. We had our guards, people from the team, set up in different locations. 2 near the flag, 2 near the entrance, and 2 in the woods facing the river. So we were tired and decided to go to sleep. We would change guards every 2 hours. Each guard had a whistle. If an animal or a person was to come to the camp, they would blow a certain note of a whistle as to alarm danger. That night, I was an hour into sleep when I heard a whistle. We all woke up and ran to the team member who had whistled. She claimed she saw 3 white figures running fast in the forest near the set-up tents. We thought that the morning teams arrived early and sneaked in to steal the flag or kidnap a member. So we all decided to stay awake and go into defense mode. We each stood guard in different locations watching for any signs. After some time, we started hearing whistles from the deeper parts of the forest. We also started hearing radio sounds from different places. We saw some guys in white shirts running around in the forest. Me and 2 other people decided to check the empty tents to see if there were people hiding in the empty tents, but we couldn't find anyone. Then we started walking around, and we heard loud laughter from a bush near us. It sounded like a woman laughing. So we started laughing too, as we thought we found another scout team near the bush. Naturally, we walked to the bush without any hesitation. To our horror, there was no one there. Then we heard more noises from another bush that was a little bit deeper into the woods. Then we heard a clear conversation between a few people, speaking in a French accent. We could hear them clearly, so we checked, and again, nothing. Then we saw a guy in a white t-shirt running fast again in front of us, but his speed was weird. He was running so fast as if he was sliding. Keep in mind, we were in the woods at night with no lights. There's no way that someone can run without making a noise. But somehow, this guy was running so quietly. It really seemed like he was just sliding. Again, we still didn't feel threatened. We just had an adrenaline rush, but it was more excitement to catch them than anything else. After all, we just wanted the fun to begin. We were excited to see the teams again and have fun. For the next 2 or so hours, we kept hearing whistles and whispers in French, but we couldn't find a single person. It was so clear that there were a lot of people hiding around us, but we couldn't even catch one of them. They were so fast and so sneaky. This is important to mention that the arriving teams were not from France, so it was weird to hear them speak in French. Anyways, after 2 hours of running in the forest in the dark, I got tired. I didn't take this too seriously, so myself and a couple of my friends went back into our tent to rest. I laid down, and after 10 minutes, I saw a car light speeding towards us. This area is not designed for regular cars to drive. None of us or the other teams had cars. A bus from the nearby city would drop us there and pick us up after the camp was over. We heard a car coming straight towards our tents with high beams on. It was coming so fast that we were frozen, expecting it to hit us at any moment. It happened so fast that we couldn't even run. Then suddenly, it just stopped right near our tent. We heard the door open but heard no footsteps. Whoever it was just closed the door and left. We were shaking, and at that moment it hit me that it couldn't have been anyone from the other teams. We got out and learned that our other teammates also had seen a Jeep speeding towards our tent, but didn't see anyone coming out of the car. After this, we just decided to stay awake until morning. Throughout the entire night, we kept seeing these white-shirted men sliding around us. We couldn't see any faces. They were fast and weird. We could hear loud laughters and French whispers all around our camp. We could tell that there were a lot of strangers near the camp who were either messing around with us or had plans to hurt us. The sun came up, and the strange things stopped. We didn't manage to catch anyone or figure out who they were. And in the morning, the other teams finally arrived. We had this leaderboard meeting every afternoon where we would discuss daily plans and meals. Also, we would share about any planned or failed attacks. All the team leaders said that they arrived in the morning, so they were not even in the country at night. Up to this day, I have no idea who those people were. I have no idea what they wanted or what their plans were. They never attacked or kidnapped anyone in the team. It was scary when I think of it. What would happen if we didn't have guards that night? What would happen if we were all asleep? At the end of the day, this was a campsite in a wooded area, and woods can be places where cults and crazy people gather. I was doing a property inspection in the winter as the sun went down. I do basic CAD drawings of properties for title companies, so I have to measure all the buildings and show where they set, show driveways, easements, and whatnot. This property was an abandoned pig farm in the middle of nowhere, with a house and a number of large farm buildings. The house was left with the doors standing open, and being curious, I stepped in and looked around. I had an immediate feeling of repulsion. There was an odor that was off, but that wasn't it. I just knew something bad had gone here, and I left to start measuring. It was getting dark. When I measure buildings, I have a measuring wheel and have to keep my head up to see when I'm parallel with the end of a wall. So I was hurrying through the work when I tripped on something and fell in the snow. I had a headlamp on, and in the snow, staring up, eyes open, not 1.5 feet from my face, is a frozen dead dog with an obvious bullet wound on the side of its head. I actually let out a gasp/scream thing that was pathetic. It scared the ever-loving crap out of me. This happened to me over the weekend during a hunting trip. I spent last night trying to Google and figure out what the heck I saw. I haven't found anything that doesn't seem like conspiracy craziness, so I'm open to any suggestions. A family friend has a few hundred acres in Tennessee. Once a year, my dad, uncle, and myself, and the guys in the family that own the land go on a week-long hunting trip. They have a cabin and a trailer tucked away at the edge of the mountain that we stay at during the week. There is no running water, and we use a generator for lights during the evening. Phone service is non-existent out there. The nearest town is Murphy, Tennessee, which is about 50 minutes away by car. Typically, we get out to tree stands/ground blinds at around 4 a.m., and then come back to the camp around 9-ish, grab something to eat and nap, and then head back to hunt until sundown. All week, my uncle and I hunted the same plot. It was on the east side of the property and took about 20 minutes by four-wheeler. We would park the four-wheeler in this big clearing, and then the ground blind I was hunting from is another 15 minutes or so by foot. It's a rough 15 minutes too. I basically walk along this ridge line on the side of the mountain, and the blind is set just inside the underbrush of a tree line that overlooks an opening at the start of a river. My uncle was hunting in a blind that was a little closer walk and probably 30 minutes away from me. We hunted the same spot Sunday through Thursday. Thursday evening, we were all drinking beer and hanging out by the fire. My uncle, having not seen anything all week, wanted to go to the plot my dad was hunting. It was a 30-minute walk from the camp. You don't even need a four-wheeler to get there. I had killed a deer the first afternoon there and seen a bunch of does that evening right before sunset, so I wanted to stay where I was. So Friday morning after we hunted, I helped him pack up his blind and ride it out to the plot that my dad had been on, and helped him get set up for that evening. I took the four-wheeler by myself that afternoon and continued hunting the same ground blind. Same thing as I had done all week. Everything was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. Until Saturday morning. I had gone out by myself again that morning and had watched a bunch of deer that crept up right before the sun started coming up. They were a bit further than I wanted to shoot, and when they got closer to the edge of the river, they weren't big enough or were too young for me to justify shooting. I watched them until they retreated back into the woods, and at this point, it's probably 8:30 a.m. or so, and the sun is fully up. Now, this is an embarrassing one for me, but oh well. Having spent almost an entire week packed in this trailer with two other guys and no privacy, I decided that I was going to have a little fun before I went back to the camp. Every hunter has done it. I don't care if you admit to it or not. Now, I'm sitting there doing my thing, and even though nobody ever walks up while you're hunting out there, I'm still on high alert, making sure that I don't get caught by one of the guys while I'm doing this. I'm laid back in this chair inside of the blind, basically one eye looking in front of me, and every now and again peeking behind me through the mesh to make sure that no one's coming. That's when I started hearing crunching. I knew it was people's footsteps, and I could tell that it was more than one person. It was to my right, and the mesh of my ground blind and underbrush kept me from being able to see who it was. I calmly got myself ready, and quietly leaned up so that when my uncle or whoever it was came up, I could act like I was just sitting there hunting. Keep in mind, we are so far out in the sticks that it never even occurred to me that it could be anybody other than someone that I was hunting with. I listened to them walking, and finally, I slowly stood up and poked my head through the blind and peeked over the underbrush. It was 4 people walking towards the river in a line. They were wearing these black cloak-looking clothes, like something they wear in Harry Potter, with these furry hats that covered most of their faces. It looked like some weird cult, but the guy in the back of the line was completely naked. He looked disgusting. His hair was curly and way too long, and he had a big beard that looked nasty, like it had a bunch of leaves and stuff in it. I'm bundled up with hand warmers in my pockets because it's like 25 to 30 degrees out. This guy had to be freezing. No shoes either. This is thick underbrush that we're talking about walking through. Rocks jutting up from the ground and stuff. No sane person is out there barefoot, much less completely naked. The guy had to be 115 pounds too, just completely unhealthy looking, like these people that had been keeping him prisoner or something. The sight of these guys was so unnerving to me that I was still standing there frozen in an awkward half stand, half bent over position, with my head out of the blind watching them, before it clicked with me that I needed to slowly sit down. At that point, they had passed the point of the blind where I couldn't see them, and were walking with their backs to me, towards the river. I slowly sat down, and put my rifle in my lap, and watched them all step ankle deep into the river. They were facing side profile away from me, towards the woods. And I could see 2 of the clothed people moving around the naked guy, and one of them was standing still, holding their arm out in front of them. I got the nerve to look through my scope at them, and it looked like 2 of them were washing the guy with the river water, and the other one holding their arm out like a chain or something. The one holding the chain was talking, but way too far for me to hear any of it. After a few minutes, the 2 doing the washing stopped, and all 3 of them held hands around the naked guy and started moving in a circle around him, while he just stood there staring ahead. They did this for at least 5 minutes. That doesn't seem that long of a time, but 5 whole minutes of watching whatever the heck that was seemed like a lifetime. Something of note that clicked with me last night. Whatever they were doing seemed time-based. My watch beeped at 9 o'clock and nearly gave me a heart attack. No way that they could hear it, but in my head, I was picturing them all turning and looking at me. But right after my watch beeped, they stopped a few seconds later, at 9 on the dot. The 3 clothed people stepped back in a line in front of the naked guy, and they walked back the way they came, exactly like they came in. None of them talked or broke the line while they were walking. It was terrifying because the way out for them was the first time I could truly have been in their line of sight. They never saw me though, and I watched them once they passed my head back up the mountain from where I assumed they originally came from. I waited for 30 minutes or so and booked it out of there fast. This story takes place in Navarre, Spain. When fall comes around, woods get packed with people trying to gather all sorts of edible mushrooms. It's a pretty popular thing to do in Spain, since they can get pretty expensive once you purchase them at any grocery store. Anyways, he goes all by himself, like he's done multiple times. But after a couple of hours, notices that he can no longer recognize where he is. It's getting dark, and there's no service at all, so he's screwed. He starts panicking. My uncle calls 112. It's the European equivalent of 911, because that's the only thing you can call when there's no service. They can track his position, but they aren't able to send any forest rangers yet. After getting off the phone with 112, an older guy pops out of nowhere, and mind you, he's super deep in. He just straight up tells my uncle that in order to get out, he needs to take this certain path. He starts walking that direction, and the old guy just disappears out of nowhere. Turns out he was right, because he was able to get out. To this day, he doesn't know if it was a hallucination or if the man was real, but he made it out safely. So at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Out back of my neck of the woods is an old dirt road. It's hard to access unless you know how to take a turn down another old road that runs around the back of the coal mine that I work at. Anyhow, if you follow that old road until you get to a T intersection, you can either turn right out to Hale Creek or left, which will take you out to Mount Coulon. Now, Mount Coulon isn't much of a town anymore. It's an outback pub and that's it. There used to once be a town there, but everyone upped and left once the railway line got moved to the coast. That was the only reason the town existed for so long. Or, for as long as it did. It wasn't the start of the town, though. Way back in the early 1900s, gold was found in them there hills by a prospector named Thomas Coulon. He staked his claim and settled there with his family. Some local aboriginals found him and his family living on their land, and weren't too happy about it. So they attacked his home, throwing rocks through the windows and antagonizing him. Well, Thomas went out and shot the lot of them, all dead, then in a fit of grief over what he had done, sat down on his porch and unalived himself all over the wall behind him. Fast forward to the year 2021. I was working out at Hale Creek Mine at the time, on the maintenance crew. I'd had a big 7 nights of 12-hour shifts and had very little sleep. I had left my mining camp the following afternoon, still not feeling the best, but set out for the long drive back home to Moranbah. Anyhow, dusk came along, then nightfall. I was driving for what seemed like forever, trying to make my way back home. I was constantly looking out for the turnoff on the old back road that ran up behind Goonyella Mine, but it never came. I kept on driving and driving. Hours went by. I was on a very unfamiliar road. It started to bend and twist and turn all over, and narrow to the point that my little Kia Rio could barely get out without making the scratches on branches of old looming trees hanging over the road. I was definitely lost. So I pulled over to check my Google Maps. No signal. Of course. I was so confused. Did I miss the turn? I thought maybe it's a little further up, so I pressed on and kept driving. Then, out of nowhere, I see an old and worn sign off to the left of me on the side of the old dirt road, Mount Coulon 15K. I thought, okay, I've gone way too far out in the sticks. Better turn around. Before I could, though, I saw off to my right the entrance to what looked like a cemetery with an old and rusty archway, and above on the archway was in rusty, wrought iron lettering, Betsy's Rest. Well, my curiosity got the better of me, so I veered in there to have myself a quick squiz. Sure as crap, there was a road that went into a giant U-shape around an old cemetery, full of tombstones. Generations of cattle farmers and jackaroos, etc., who all must have worked on the various stations in the area. It gave me the spooks pretty bad, so I got out of there quick and made my way back onto the old back road. I kept heading back from whence I came, hoping and praying that I'll find this bloody T intersection. Over an hour passed, and then my worst fear happened. The fuel light flickered on my dashboard. I'm driving on this road in the absolute middle of nowhere. It's now midnight, No one will probably find me for days if I ran out of fuel. I was absolutely beside myself. This is the outback of Australia. You run out of fuel, water, or food in the outback, you've just signed your own death certificate. Done and dusted. All I had was a couple of sandwiches that I took from the camp mess hall and a bottle of water. Better than nothing, but not enough to last a couple of days stranded on the side of an old back road with no phone signal. So I kept cruising along, being extremely careful not to go too quickly or over-accelerate around all the twists and turns. As I'm driving along this lonely road, I see a shadow out of the corner of my eye. I think nothing of it though, keeping focused on the road ahead. Then I hear it, swooping and whooshing noises above my car. What? I look up and see what I can only describe as a giant bat creature with red eyes flying directly above my car. It startles me and makes me accelerate at a rapid rate. Yet, it's flying overhead, gliding effortlessly, and keeping in pace with me. I'm watching my speedometer, reaching neck-breaking speeds, and I'm bouncing all over the old and bumpy dirt road, while this creature glides down to my driver's side window, looks inside at me and grimaces. Then, just as it does, it flies up and disappears into the night air as quickly as it had appeared. I floored that old clunker of a car of mine until the heart leapt with joy at the sign of life in that desolate hellscape. I saw the Goonyella mine, CHPP's lights cut through the vast and empty void of darkness. I knew then and there that I was within 10 to 15 kilometers of the intersection and turn off back home. And sure as heck, I found it. Anyhow, I managed to get all the way back home, and I'm very grateful that my clunker ran on the oily rag and the vapors in my tank kept me alive. I told my partner at the time all about the nightmare I had been through, as she had been expecting me home the evening prior, and it's now 6 a.m. in the morning. My phone was full of missed calls from her, which I apologized profusely for. I hadn't even thought to check my phone as I had no signal for the better part of this entire journey. Well, that was part 1. Part 2 is the next story that I have about Mount Coolon, the actual experience I had when my partner and I convinced ourselves to drive all the way out there one night, just to see the actual town. If you're interested in hearing that story, let me know. Have a good one. Mount Coolon, Part 2. Months had passed. I kept having recurring nightmares about that vile winged creature. It had entered my dreams. I woke up one night sweating in bed. My heart rate was racing. My partner asked what's wrong. Again? I had just been waking her up super late at night when I would have this horrible nightmare. This whole situation had impacted me. The desolate hellscape would reemerge in the dark nights, plagued by the old outback road menacing my demise with the off chance that I would make one wrong move and come undone escaping that creature. Something had to be done, and I knew what I needed to do. You see, I'm a man that'll openly admit that I can't overcome anything in life unless I face it head on. That's the only way I know. No use sticking your head in the sand and pretending things will just go away. So I spoke with my partner, and after much discussion, we both agreed that we would go back and investigate the back road to Mount Coolon, and investigate the town itself. And to really drive the nail in, we were going to do it at night. I needed answers. I needed to know what lay at the end of that old road, and whatever else I may have missed on my first misadventure. We set out at 6:30 p.m., and headed for the old back road, which now is inaccessible. You can go take a look for yourself, but the mine has shut the gate, as it runs along the inside of the mine's boundary. Anyhow, we were driving my partner and mine's, at the time, new Mitsubishi Mirage. It was a really beast of a car, but it had all the kit that we needed for a long drive, and we made sure that we left prepared. We had food, water, and snacks, my toolkit in case of a breakdown, torches, a first aid kit, a two-way radio, and a battery pack for phones and the two-way radio. my trusty hunting knife, which I kept in my side door compartment, as if I was going out there again completely unarmed with God knows what lurking out there in the dark. The first leg of our adventure was rather fun. I felt a bit like Colin McRae taking the old dirt road that twisted and turned in all directions, slithering my way up to the T intersection. Once we got to the intersection, I took the left turn to head north and gradually west. The familiar road was, as it was the same night that I encountered the strange flying beast. Except tonight brought a slight amount of comfort as there was a full moon in the night sky, illuminating the surrounds and edges of the road. As we approached the old cemetery, I told my partner to look right. She was in awe. I asked if she wanted to go take a look, but she was too nervous about it, so I kept on driving along. As the night went on, we came to the point of no return. The road became nothing more than a dirt track interspersed with sealed sections the local farmers had laid prior to and after crossing old relics of bridges. They were rusty and wrought iron, sturdy, but foreboding at the same time. We crossed two of them on one stretch, one built over the Coalfields Railway line, heading eastward to the port. Another was over a deep ravine. The bottom was clouded by dense native plants. The road got very narrow and snaked right and left and down and up. We were in unfamiliar territory now, and I was growing apprehensive about what I would see or find. At one point, I swore that there was no road at all. We were basically driving through a wide open field, and I had to drive at 40 kilometers per hour max to avoid any ruts or depressions in the ball dust. I was starting to think this entire trip might have been a mistake, when the road then came good again to compacted dirt. A random sign appeared off to the right of the road, stating that we were now deep in Aboriginal land, and that was how it would remain until the ends of its time. The drive went on and on. Hours had passed. Were we any closer to our destination? For reference, I switched the car's function from Bluetooth headset to radio to scan the FM/AM for any signs of life. Nothing. I thought, well, I'll check again in an hour. An hour had passed, so I checked again, scanning. A muffled and distorted voice emitted through our car, and then the sweet sound of music. It was AC/DC's Highway to Hell. How befitting, I thought to myself. I said to my partner, "Right, love. Check the signal on your phone now." She replied, 2 bars. She immediately checked Google Maps. I parked the car in this small spot of salvation while it loaded up. According to Google Maps, we were approximately 30 minutes away from a fork in the road. One way heading west out to the Never Never. Another heading towards Mount Coulon. Good thing we checked. So we headed onwards, and sure enough, there it was, the fork in the road. No signage indicating which way to go. Just one road slightly more compact than the other, and wider. So we kept true to the road that we were on, and then came a faint glimmer in the distance. A faint yellow light on the horizon. As we approached the light, it developed into a service station. Off to the left of the old dirt road, with a storefront that looked completely empty, save for a cash register on the countertop. We were now at the main intersection. Signage indicating to head right was to head towards Collinsville, left out west into the Never Never. I came to a stop off to the right shoulder of the road, on a dirt patch made by trucks that had turned here before. I checked the fuel gauge, half a tank. I looked into that old, run-down service station, scanning the area for any other signs of life, outside of the faint yellow glow of the iridescent tube lights, above the old and rusted Bowsers that looked like they hadn't been used since the 80s. Then I saw a figure emerging from a back room. It was a frail old woman, her hair tattered and distressed. It looked like we had awoken her. The time was now 11:30 p.m. She came to a stop inside the abandoned storefront and just stood there, staring at her car. I thought, better come forwards and ask if there's any chance of fueling up. So I pulled in and rolled down my window. She came outside into the night air and approached me with a great deal of hesitation. "Excuse me, I'm so sorry if we woke you. We were just wondering if you had any fuel." She stood there, glaring and studying me. Her face withered from the harsh outback climate. No fuel here. You better leave, now. Something felt off. There was a tension between us. And so I said, okay, thank you, so sorry. We'll leave now. Thanks again anyhow, and sorry again. So I wound the window up and got out of there. We drove around the old pub in the center of what was once the town. It had multiple V double road train tracks parked all around it, almost like they were protecting the pub itself with a wall of steel and rubber in the desolate darkness. A picnic table with a tin roof cover appeared on the right of the massive loop road, the only road in the entire area that was sealed, and even it was rather narrow. Thanks for reading. I'll post part 3, our return trip, directly after this. Here is part 3, our return trip. In part 2, we had discovered the heart of Mount Coulon, an old outback pub / general store / post office. The most notable thing that I'll say about this pub is that it had an amazing veranda. It fully encompassed the exterior ground level and was solid hardwood varnished. Whoever owns the pub has taken great care to preserve it, as it's all that really remains of the town bar, the old petrol station converted into an old couple's new home. Anyhow, where we left off. As for lighting, what lighting? This place was clearly not welcoming after dark, albeit for 2 streetlights in the entire area that glowed faintly, only illuminating small patches of the loop road. You definitely wouldn't want to be out there with no headlights. We did the brief tour of all that was out there, then made our way back towards the road back home. My partner said hold up, so I came to a stop, again, off to the side of the road back out to the Miranda. She had just discovered on Google Maps a quicker way back home. This would take us out on that old dirt road, out west in the fork in the road. However, as you continue down that road for 50 kilometers, you'll come to another fork in the road. Taking the leftward track will take us to the Gunyella Road, which then headed back home. Good on ya, I said to her. So on we went. The Mitsubishi ran on an oily rag too. It was only a little 4-cylinder powerhouse like my Kia Rio, so I felt confident that we'd make it back. On the drive back, it was another long and slow slog. At some points, I'd have to slow to 20 kilometers per hour to make it around tight bends and twisting and turning through the roughened thoroughfare, which went wide open cattle farming properties. Then, at points, the bushland would thicken around creeks and runoff areas, and you couldn't see a meter off the sides of the road. After taking the leftward turn, in what was a slight fork in the road, we made our way homebound, and then it happened. A large creature came bounding out from the dense bushland and right out in front of our car. I came to an abrupt stop, and there in our headlights was a massive cow. It looked at us, then took off back into the bushland. I was a little stunned. That was close. Too close. So on we went back home. The rest of our journey was rather mundane to say the least. The only exception was an interesting stretch of road that had been well sealed and snaked through dense bushland. I was impressed by the craftsmanship of how well compacted it was. Then suddenly we were back on dirt road again. Hours on, and we made it to the Gunyella Road. Intersections with lighting signaling the turnoffs to local mines and explosive factories that make the bomb products for them, and so on and so forth. The usual akin of the cold fields. Then we made it home as the first light of morning emitted from the horizon. Pulling into our driveway, we both looked at each other, shrugged as if to signal, what the heck was that all about? Then got out of the car and headed inside. It's a strange feeling out there. It's the desolation, I think. The lack of. It's what really drives the tension, I guess. Any moment can be fraught with demise, but it gave me the closure that I needed to put the rest, the monsters in my head. Whatever I saw that night, when I made that near-fatal misadventure, will remain a mystery. And maybe that is for the best. This happened last night, and I'm still pretty freaked out. We're up at my father-in-law's for Christmas. He lives in South Jersey, in a pretty remote area just north of Bern State Forest. It's quiet, and always a little eerie, but felt especially weird with the overcast weather and unseasonable warmth of the last few days. We did Christmas dinner at my brother-in-law's, and got back pretty late. Because of the radiator heat and outside temps, we slept with the window open. I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and as I was drifting back to sleep, I heard a low wail, building in volume for a few seconds before stopping abruptly. Figuring it was just an odd-sounding bird and trying to go back to sleep. It happened twice more over the course of maybe 5 minutes. I was basically able to put it out of my head and start drifting back to sleep when I heard a loud, shrill blast, like a too-high elephant's trumpet. At that point, I shot up, my heart racing. I knew I had to close the window and took a beat to build up to it. When I dragged myself out of bed, I peeked through the shutters before I reached to shut the pane. Whatever it was had tripped the motion sensor light at the back of the property and was half illuminated. Standing maybe 100 feet from the back door, right at the tree line. It was cloaked, with its head partially shrouded. The bottom of its face looked flat and round like the back of a dinner plate, with another smaller, half-uncovered black circle at its center. I immediately slammed the window shut and it didn't move, just stood there with its face tilted towards the window. I shut the blinds and crept into bed and basically hid until the sun came up. I didn't hear any more sounds. I dared another look out the window after dawn and the figure was gone, and I managed to drift back to sleep for a few hours. Has anyone seen like this or know what it might be? I've been frantically Googling, but nothing really coming up. This happened many years ago, when I was about 10 or 11 years old. I wouldn't describe the area that I was in as backwoods necessarily, but it was a wooded 100-plus acre ranch. The land is in the southwest part of the United States. My family owns the property, and we have family reunions every year, and all stay for about 5 days to camp. There's an area of the ranch where we all set up camp and cook and eat. Getting to that part of the ranch requires driving through a small village and several gates for about 2 miles. The first gate beyond the village is slightly past a set of railroad tracks. That's a lot of description, but it's relevant later in the story. Because I had been camping at the ranch for as long as I could remember, and the land was private, my parents would allow me to go off on my own during the day, as long as I didn't get too far. I'd spend time walking the property near our camp, looking for arrowheads or trying to catch tadpoles in the ponds. On this day, I left the large camp area after lunch, which was around 11:30, and told my mom I was going to a nearby creek. I planned on catching some tadpoles to bring back to camp, and be back on time for a swimming trip that my cousins were planning. They wanted to go to a nearby river, and I really didn't want to miss it. I made it down to the creek and got several tadpoles. I probably spent a total of 15 minutes down there. To get back to camp, I would have needed to either climb up a relatively steep embankment with a lot of loose rock, or circle around on a longer route with a flat trail. I'd usually go up the embankment, but I didn't have a top for the water bottle that I caught the tadpoles with, and I didn't want to risk slipping and spilling them out / killing them. I had never walked along the longer trail by myself, but I had with my dad, and I felt confident that I could find my way back to camp on it. As I walked back to camp, I had my head down looking for arrowheads in the washed out areas of the trail. I started feeling a little creeped out as I continued walking. We all know that feeling like someone is watching. It was unsettling, but I chalked it up to just getting spooked being on the trail by myself. Now, the next part I cannot explain whatsoever. It's as if a light switch was turned on, or someone snapped their fingers and I came back to reality. Except when I came to, I wasn't on the trail that I'd been on before. I was near the railroad tracks, and it was completely dark. My mom was standing in front of me, shaking my shoulders and yelling, "Where were you?" 2 things I remember really clearly about the moments I came to are, 1. The look of fear, anger, and relief on my mom's tearful eyes as she was yelling at me. And 2. The confusion that I felt about what was going on. The last thing I remembered was walking on the trail back to camp, and now suddenly it was dark, and I was at the railroad tracks leading to the ranch, which was over 2 miles away. The best way I can describe it is to compare it to a movie, The Butterfly Effect. The main character would be living in one moment, then somewhere, suddenly, he'd wake up somewhere entirely different. My parents drove me back to camp, and I learned that it was 10:30 p.m. This meant that I had been gone for 11 hours, about 10 and a half which I can't account for to this day. My parents and all my family had understandably freaked the heck out when I hadn't returned to camp. They had been looking for me all day. I was a really good kid, growing up, and almost never broke any rules, so my parents were baffled at my behavior. I tried to explain to them that I had no memory of getting to the tracks, but they didn't believe me. They thought that maybe I got lost and was too embarrassed to admit it. This was the only time that I've ever experienced something like this. I can't explain how unsettling it is to not be able to account for all the hours that I was gone. Was it a coincidence that I had that creeped out feeling on the trail and then just lost 10 and a half hours of my life? I wish that I had answers for what had happened. Has anyone had anything similar happen to them? Back when my dad was a freight train driver, he had to stop at a red light in a wooded area in the middle of nowhere. The guard of the train, who's usually at the back of the train, radioed to tell him that it's going to take a while, so Dad got off his cabin to take a leak. As he was watering the bushes, he saw a relatively well-dressed man approaching him, and he asked my dad to give him a lift to the nearest station. This man had a backpack, and for some reason an axe. Dad decided to give him a lift and asked him to take a seat in the cabin. All throughout the 2-hour journey to the next station, the man didn't put down his backpack or his axe. He was eyeing him constantly through the corner of his eye and read a manic expression that you absolutely don't get from a lumberjack who had gotten off of work at 2 a.m. After dropping off the man, the guard and my dad notified the cops and gave them the man's description. A month or so later, the department was issued a notice to not give lifts to strangers, as the man that they had picked up was a gang member and had just shot a man and buried him in pieces in that general vicinity. Rolling through the Atchafalaya River Basin, about 1:30 in the morning, nothing but uninhabitable swamp for miles. We're running on reds at restricted speed, no crossings or anything to worry about, so the conductor and I are naturally in and out. I look up at one point and see these 3 white lights moving in circular motions as if they're floating across the tracks. I think to myself, what the heck is that? And wipe the sleep from my eyes. But it's still there. My conductor then asks me, "You see those lights too, right?" I said I dang sure do. I thought I was seeing stuff. He said, "Let's slow down to about 5 and see if we see anything." We get up to the spot where the lights are, and of course, nothing. We shined our flashlights into the swamp but don't see anything. No clue what it could have been. But I know that there's no way that there were 3 people out there walking around in the swamp at 1:30 in the morning. I'm a conductor. This story happened at 3 a.m. I was going 50 miles per hour and had 15,000 tons behind me. I was approaching a closed overhead pedestrian bridge, It's not uncommon to see kids stop and watch a train go by. This night, there are 4 people on the bridge. As I get closer, I see them bending over, standing up, waving their arms, etc. I know something isn't right. I blow the horn a few times and ring the bell. Then, I see a person on the railing, and then drop and stop mid-fall. There's a rope around the body, and I catch the body at windshield height. They've thrown a clothed mannequin off the bridge. Backstory: a few months earlier, a guy had murdered his girlfriend and then threw her off the same bridge as I went by. He thought the train would destroy her body and whatever evidence there was. People suck. I got hit by the hotbox detector on a really cold night after midnight. We were stopped at the bottom of the steepest hill on our sub. There was an ice crust on top of the snow, so every step was crunchy. I walked back, I think about 20 cars, and found nothing. I did my due diligence, checking back a few cars, and was making my way back to the head end. About 7 or 8 cars from the head end, I start hearing a second set of footsteps, a little behind me and to the right. At first I thought it might be an echo, but this is the middle of farm fields and prairie. There's nothing for sound to echo off of, and these sounded like crisp, clear steps about 10 feet away. Something I'm used to hearing after working outside most of my life. After a couple of steps I stopped, and the footsteps stopped as well. I continued, and half a beat later so do they. I stopped and they did again. I'd begin walking and same thing, about half a step off of mine. I paused one last time and heard a single step after my feet stopped. I noped right along, climbed on the rear engine and walked through the power rather than on the right of way. A couple of years later, I was getting back into photography, hiking and local history. While researching an 1800s brick pump house I had found in the nearby city, I ended up going down an old newspaper rabbit hole. I somehow stumbled across an article from the late 1800s about a locomotive whose boilers exploded near where I heard those footsteps. The engineer, a Civil War veteran, and I think the firemen were both killed. I wish I could find that article again. It really bothers me to this day. This dates back a couple of decades, to a time when trains had slam-door carriages. But here you go. I'm traveling in such a carriage, commuting home. It's a warm summer's evening. Everyone is dozing. We're approaching one of the more busy stations on our tiny single-track branch line, where you can change to another line, when we stopped quite sharply at a red signal about 100 yards before the platform. The jolt woke up the guy opposite me. He blinked and stared around owlishly, obviously figuring that we were at the station, jumped up with his briefcase, opened the door, and walked out. Whoosh, straight down to the track. The rest of us were temporarily stunned. Before we could react, a briefcase came winging its way into the carriage, and 2 hands appeared on the floor of the doorway as the unfortunate bloke clambered back in. No one helped him. We were all being very British, pretending that we hadn't seen what had happened. In our defense, I think we just felt embarrassed for him. However, we were not prepared for what happened next. The chap obviously figured he'd been an idiot and had used the door on the wrong side of the carriage by mistake. So he picked up his briefcase, wandered across the aisle, and in front of our disbelieving eyes opened the other door and walked out. Whoosh again. Yet again, a briefcase flew into the carriage as the poor bloke levered himself back on board. We couldn't have helped him this time, even if we wanted to. All of us were crying and helpless with laughter. I work as a backup janitor when the normal one isn't available. I've seen some very weird things at the places I've cleaned. There's the usual needles and beer cans. Not that shocking after a while. But the weirdest thing I have ever seen was when I was called out to a train yard to clean out some diffused engines. These things hadn't been used since the mid-90s and were going to be sold for scrap as they were too battered to be refurbished. I was warned beforehand that there might be a bum in one of them, but I brushed it off since I had seen many bums at the various places I cleaned. They usually just ran off when they saw me coming. So I picked up my bucket and got in the company truck to go out to the disused part of the yard where the trains were, routine janitorial duties. As I'm driving out there, I noticed that I had left the keys to the trains back at the office. Oh well, I figure, these things are so old that the door might not even be there anymore. So I drive out to the engines and park my truck and get out. Nothing is creepy at this point, just some rotting diesel engines. I had seen much more creepy things before. I walk up the railing and kick in the door with little force. It didn't even lock anymore. I walk in and I immediately notice something very odd. It's in near mint condition. Great, I think. One less room to clean. But then I notice something very, very disturbing. A skeleton perched against a wall. Then I notice that it's wearing a leather jacket and clutching a pill bottle in its bony hands. It was a self-unaliving. I walk a bit closer and grab the pill bottle from its hand. The prescription date was 10/9/1996. Over 10 years ago, this guy had been rotting in a train for 10 years and nobody noticed his absence. I pressed the button on my radio and told the guard to call the cops. There's a dead guy in here and he's been here for a decade. About 5 minutes later, a cop car pulls up, and an off-duty cop steps up and walks up to the train. Turns out that this man has been missing since 1997, and nobody even cared enough to look for him. He was an elderly man who lost his wife and offed himself in a train. He laid there for 11 years and was never disturbed. When they buried him a few days later, I was the only one to come. All of his family were dead, or didn't care enough to come. Very sad, and very creepy. Conductor here. One time in the middle of the night, in the middle of winter, 10 degrees and a foot of snow on the ground, my train went into emergency. I had to walk the length of the train to see what the problem was. The train was right in the middle of a very small town. As I'm walking by one of the houses on the outskirts of this town, I see a guy standing in the driveway about 50 feet from me, wearing a trench coat and a sock hat type thing. The first thing that struck me as odd is that it was way too cold to be wearing just a trench coat. I shine my lantern on the guy, wave and say hi. Nothing. The guy doesn't even move. I continue walking past the guy to the end of the train while looking back very often. I get to the end, turn around and head back. I get back to the house where this guy is standing, and he's still there in the same place in the same position. I don't even say anything this time. I just speed walk back to the head of the train. The next day, I'm taking a train back home during the day. I'm paying special attention to this house as we go by it. There's nothing there. The drive isn't shoveled. Nothing is there that could have been mistaken for a guy in a trench coat. I have since been by this house dozens of times, and I have never seen a car parked there, or a light on, or anything at all. My uncle's best friend was a conductor/engineer for a train years ago. He told me that one night he was going up through North Florida and saw some deer on the tracks, so he lays on the horn to scare them off. All but one ran off the tracks. The last one ran in front of the train, along the tracks. He had to try to slow the train slightly to keep from running the deer over, but couldn't. The train caught up with the deer and he lost sight of it, believing that he had just run it over. When he got to the next city and slowed down for a turn, he noticed something on the side of the engine. He leaned out to see a deer laying on a set of steps just out of the view from his seat. It ended up jumping off in the middle of the city, a few hundred miles from its home. I'm an engineer now, but as a conductor, I was walking my train one midnight, lacing air hoses, getting the car's freight ready to pull. I noticed what I thought was a dog or a coyote about 100 yards away. No big deal. I have a big aluminum and steel stick with a hook for cranking brakes without having to climb onto the cars. Then I notice it kind of tracing along, pacing me. I could see the glow of its eyes watching me. Later, as we're ready to depart, I'm out in front of the engine, opening the track switch to get onto the main line. I'm in the engine's headlights, and I hear my engineer say quietly over the radio, "Calmly walk up to the engine. If I blow the whistle, run." I'm thinking, oh geez, it's just that coyote. No big deal. And I keep working. But he starts flashing the cab lights. So I think maybe there's a manager stalking us. So I go up there. He has me close the nose door and points out a giant mountain lion perched up on a berm 20 feet from where I was, casually sprawled out staring dead at us. This was northern Iowa, so pretty uncommon. That and a bunch of junkies and drunks around the yards. I'm not a conductor myself, but my commute to my campus is a 2-lane highway that runs parallel to a train track, and it has one crossing where the road and the track meet at an angle that basically forms a really squished X shape. One night, me and my cousin were carpooling back home from a midterm, and we were both pretty tired, a combination of exhaustion from those stressful midterms and the obvious weariness from late-night drives. We were just doing our normal drive home when we were about to hit the railroad crossing. From a distance, I noticed that there was an unusually bright light oncoming from the railroad track, but considering that the crossing lights weren't blaring and the arms weren't coming down, I figured that it was just a maintenance truck that was inspecting the track at night when it wouldn't be too busy. So I kept driving, considering there's no real reason to stop. In my mind, the railroad lights would be flashing red if there was really a train coming through. But as we drew closer, it became more and more apparent that these headlights were moving real fast and didn't have the intent of stopping. That's when we heard a large horn blare at us from the tracks. And with that, I slammed the brakes and stopped just a few feet away from a one-way train ride to purgatory. Me and my cousin nearly crapped ourselves that night. We spent the rest of the drive arguing over whether the lights were on, and we didn't notice them because we were tired, or if it was just a bad driver. The crazy thing is, when we're driving back the next morning, there was a crazy traffic accident at the highway that caused massive buildup. It turned out that a car performed a sudden brake in front of the railroad crossing and caused the 4 cars behind it to rear-end one another. The local radio station was reporting on the accident, and it was revealed that the lead driver slammed the brakes when he noticed a train about to use the railroad crossing, even though the crossing arms were still up and the lights weren't going off. Luckily, no one was severely injured. Okay, so I used to be a driver who was a third-party contractor who picked up and dropped off engineers/conductors when they timed out. Sometimes they would time out at the most inconvenient locations, and I would have to go pick them up, and a coworker in a different city would drop them off a replacement. Well, I received a call at 8 p.m. that I was going to pick someone up at 11 p.m. at a location in the Sierra Mountains. On my way, I was cruising down the main freeway, exited off a junction onto a two-way highway. Using the Google Maps, my location I typed was not on a main road. Stress kicked in as I was going to have to take a dirt road in the mountains with fading cell phone service and would have to navigate in the dark. My radio worked and was the best line of communication to the train. Well, as I was traveling down a dirt road at 10:30 at night, something hit the top of my vehicle. I slowed down, locking my doors, and stopped. What the heck was that? I looked around and saw nothing. The road I was on had dense trees, a foot of clearance on each side of the vehicle, and the path didn't seem to be traveled much as plants were growing in the middle of the road path. I decided to crawl over my seats to look back, as no way in heck am I opening the doors. Nothing. I pause and stare quietly, waiting to see if anything moves. My radio was on, and the conductor asked if I was on the line, or there. I quickly realized it was the locomotive I was going to meet, and responded that I was on the way and on the dirt road heading towards them. They quickly responded with, "You made sure you took the first right off the highway, right?" I stated yes. He then stated, "But you kept going?" I stated yes. Now I'm frustrated because I'm thinking I traveled more than I needed to. Then, out of the corner of my eye, on the driver's side window, two big eyes reflecting light from my headlights are deadlocked on me. Oh crap. As my heart drops, adrenaline hit me, but I have no idea if it sees me through the tinted windows. I don't dare move. The eyes were large and seemed to be tracking after staring for a moment, which seemed like at me. The scary part was, I never saw what it was. The eyes were spaced and looking forward enough to be a bear, but moved as though it was much taller and smooth motion as if they were floating. When the animal moved, I could hear it push through all the foliage. When the eyes disappear, I pulled forward to a point that I could turn around, maybe a football field length away, and noticed as I was turning around, there were train tracks. The guy on the radio said stay there as they could see me. Well, short ending, the engineers hopped in, and on the way home were talking about how they saw a large animal that looked like the size of a bear that stood in front of their tracks as they were slowly coming to a stop, but took off much too fast to be a bear, and they even joked that it ran away on two legs at that speed. They said exactly where I saw the creature, and shivers to this day still happen when I think about it. Train engineer here. Nothing scary or strange, just a weird experience. I was coming into a stop at a platform after a long straight. All of a sudden, I see something small in the middle of the tracks. I slam the emergency brakes, and when I get closer, I see that it's a small dog without a leash, something the size of a Jack Russell. Clearly, it had run away from its owner. As I spot on the platform a panicking woman running after the dog on the platform. The dog was running straight at my train barking. My thoughts were, crap, I'm gonna kill someone's pet. And the dog disappeared from my sight. I almost couldn't stomach it, but I had to go out and look what happened. Turned out, the little rat was so little that he passed underneath the train. In the other end of the train, the dog's owner was there, and the dog, which had miraculously passed underneath the entire train without getting hit by the undercarriage. Poor thing was probably traumatized, but luckily, he survived. Okay, so it wasn't me driving the train, but one of my coworkers. It was early in the morning, and he called up that a lady has just fell in front of his train and has gone under. Emergency services are called, and when they arrive, they cannot find a person or any parts of a person. No sign whatsoever of a fatality or anything. Police do a search of the area and find the lady matching the description of the person that went under the train. Apparently, she was a sleepwalker and left home on one of her walks. Train footage shows her while walking through a pedestrian maze at a crossing. She appeared to trip and fall between the tracks, and under it just as the train passed over her. When the train comes to a stop, she casually rolls out from under the train and continues on her morning walk. For the weekend, I wanted to visit my boyfriend. He lives 2 hours away, and I always go by train. I'm not easily spooked, but I always keep an eye out. A girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do, am I right? 1 hour into the trip, it was around 8 o'clock p.m. I see two men getting into the same train compartment as me. I was sitting in a two-seat. The seat next to me was empty, and in front of me there was a seat for 4 people. So 2 pairs of seats facing each other. The men came in being very loud, even though it was a silent compartment. But nobody said anything, because they already seemed very suspicious. From the moment they stepped into the train, probably before they got in, they had their eyes fixated on me. They stepped in through the doors and sat in the seat in front of me, the 4th seat. And from then on, they kept an eye on me, while discussing things with each other in a language that I did not understand. Like every other girl, I get stared at frequently, especially when I wear my hair down. It normally makes me feel a bit awkward, but I never feel unsafe when this happens. Until yesterday. But they were staring at me in every way possible. Through the chairs, standing up, sitting down, and bending over to get a good look. Through the reflection of the mirror, and by getting up and walking past me. They were taking turns and walking over to the other compartment of the train. The other compartment was only separated from mine with a glass door. Every time one of them got up, they both started staring at me. Then one of them went away, and the other one had clear vision of me and kept staring at me. He poked his head through the middle of the seats and offered me chocolate, which I politely refused. Then the other one came back, and 5 minutes later, the man who did not go away yet went away in the same way. They kept taking turns and walking away, and every time one of them got up, the one who remained seated kept an eye on the other, and on me. Each time they were sitting across from each other, they discussed things, but I could not translate it. They kept looking at me, and then started discussing again. When I had 20 minutes of my trip left, a lot of people got out at one stop. It was just me, them, and one other male. The moment the doors were about to close, one of the creepy men started walking through the doors to check if there were people coming in, and maybe to check if there was security. I don't know why he did it, but when he came back, he scanned the train to see how many people were still on there. From that moment on, they both got in seats facing me. They would not stop staring at this point. As you can imagine, I panicked and was stressed out. So I slowly turned around to look behind the glass doors to see if there were more people there that could maybe help me. And to my luck, there were more people there. So I slowly and very softly put on my jacket. We still had more than 10 minutes left then. And I kid you not even 2 minutes later, one of the men starts getting dressed too. He took his purse and his jacket and kept looking at me and fixating on me while still discussing with the other man. This was where I really panicked. I already let my friends know what was going on, and my boyfriend was already at the train stop where I was supposed to get out. Then I contemplated what the smartest thing to do was, because there's an emergency number on the train that you can call or text if you feel unsafe. But I had a gut feeling that this would not help me. So I got my bags, got up and walked through the glass doors to the other compartment. I sat facing them so that I could see what they were doing. They both got up and grabbed their bags and started walking towards me. Mind you, they were sitting closest to the exit, so there was absolutely no reason for them to take this route too. I rapidly start to walk to someone on the next seats in front of mine and asked if he could help me, because I was getting followed and watched by two grown men. He said he also thought that they were very suspicious and was getting scared for me. He asked me to sit next to him so he could help keep me a little bit safer and distract the men or something. Then he distracted me a little bit and asked me questions about my life. When the two creeps saw that I got seated next to the man, they were already coming my way and were making their way through the doors of the compartment. They're glass doors, so we could see each other very clearly. I had not shown my fear, but I was shaking so uncontrollably that they must have seen how scared I was. The moment they got through that door, they saw me getting seated next to the other man, and the creeps exchanged looks. Looked at me, discussed something, looked at me again, turned around and went the other way. They were walking to the exit of the train, where again there's a glass door, so we could still see each other. The whole time they were standing around the exit, they were looking at me with a very creepy and disturbed look on their faces. I describe it as, you got away, but you won't be that lucky next time. That's how it felt. The man I was sitting next to also got the hang of this and was calming me down. He told me that he was not going to let me get off this train by myself and would wait with me until my boyfriend would arrive. That was amazing and I felt so comforted. But then our stop came, and we walked to our side of the exit, and then came a realization. In the exit of the train, there were standing two other men with the exact same kind of looks as the two creeps. They talked the same language and they acted weird too. These men were probably the men who the two creeps visited every few minutes. The men at the exit saw me, looked at me with a creepy look, but then the man who kept me safe made sure to them that he walked with me, and immediately they looked away. They also covered their face with their hoods. The doors opened, and they nearly sprinted out of there, just as the two other creeps. Then the man who escorted me out waited with me until we found my boyfriend, and then he went on his way. We both could not thank him enough for keeping me safe. I thought I lived in a very safe country in Europe, but I think that as long as you're a young woman on your own, you will never be 100% safe while traveling or being alone. I hate thinking about what would have happened if I was not helped by the man in the other department. I wish I could have thanked him with gifts or a nice gesture, but I don't know his name, and I'll probably never see him again. To the man who saved me, I thank you with all of my heart. That was a very long story, but in real time, this only lasted about an hour. I hope people read this, and I really hope that you all stay safe. Just be on the lookout for each other, and help someone when you can. Thanks for reading. It was probably around January 2018 at the time. I had to take the 8 a.m. train once a month to see my boyfriend, and usually took the 6 p.m. train to go home. As I enter the 6 p.m. train, I see a man kissing, licking, and making out with the train window. He seemed as surprised as I was and quickly stopped when he saw me. I didn't think too much of it, so I didn't change cars, but simply went upstairs to sit. It was a 2-floor train. I was playing on my phone, not paying attention to anything else, which wasn't a clever move because it was dark outside. And when it's dark outside, the station just before mine can be easily mistaken for mine. So I look outside, see the train stopped, and see this station that looks exactly like mine. So I run outside thinking it was my stop. Once out, I quickly noticed that it wasn't. I once again mistook the other station for mine. So as I casually went back in, I saw the window-looking guy that was now a couple of meters away from me, sprinting back to his seat. I wonder why for a minute, then it clicked. This guy tried to follow me outside, but backed off once he saw that I was coming back in. Only there did I change cars, because I was starting to get creeped out. And when I got out at my station, the real one this time, I was searching for him, wondering if it was just a coincidence, and that maybe he freaked out because he mistook the precedent station for his too. But nope. Luckily, he stayed in the train. My boyfriend at the time and I lived in different towns, so I had to take a train to go see him. I arrived early like I normally do, and this man is sat down next to me. I didn't think anything of it until he started talking to me. "Where you heading to?" he asked me, which I proceed to tell the man that I'm off to see my boyfriend, who is currently waiting for me. He smiles. He decided to tell me how we'd make a great family together, how he can be an uncle to me. I found that weird. He then hugged me, which I didn't know what to do. He said he knew me. I asked him how. He proceeded to tell me where I worked out. My job was me dressing up in costumes that contains putting a head on so you couldn't see who I was. The only time I ever took the head off is where I had to get completely undressed. I found this weird. He said he remembered me being much thinner, but I know that he meant my sister, who also works the same job as me. My train arrived and I go inside, and he decided to sit next to me. Before we sat down, he wanted a hug, and when I gave him a hug, I looked at the woman behind me and mouthed the word "help me." She hadn't responded. I sat down and he proceeded to kiss at my neck, and I pushed him away. He got upset and I quickly got off at the next stop. I had to board another train and ended up telling the police of what happened. They tried their best to find him, but sadly they couldn't. Ever since, I felt completely uncomfortable at my job. This was a number of years ago now. One morning, I was waiting at my local train station for a train to uni. Out of the corner of my eye, I could swear there was someone staring at me. I turned to look, and there was this lady, no younger than 60, just staring at me with wide eyes. She stared at me the whole time, didn't even look away when I looked at her, just kept staring. A train came and I went to get on, and the lady follows me. I tried to trick her to see if she would keep following me. So, just as I went to the door of the carriage, I instead turned left and got on the next carriage. Yep, she followed me there. She then sat in the aisle opposite me and continually looked over at me. She then got off 2 stations later. A few days later, I see her again. Same thing. Stares at me, follows me onto the train, continues staring, gets off 2 stations later. About a week or so later, on a weekend, I was taking a train with my mother. We sat on the bench on the opposite side of the platform to where I had been previously. Train station was almost empty. And who comes to sit right next to my mom? Yep, that old lady. Keeps looking over at me and my mother, and does a similar thing on the train as well. I haven't seen her since. Last November, my brother was visiting us from Dundee with his 3-year-old son. Since my brother had moved from Glasgow, we didn't get to see him or his family too often, so we cherished it anytime we got to see them. His wife unfortunately could not travel down due to work, and only a day into his visit, he was called back to himself for an emergency. His nephew wanted to stay, as we had brought him tickets to the football game the day after. So I agreed to take him back to his dad in Dundee after the game. The only train that I could get was a fairly late one, and it was therefore the last one of the day. So I took my nephew to the football game and headed straight to the station afterwards. The train was fairly busy, but I had booked us 2 seats. Just as we were about to board the train, the man standing next to me made an odd comment. "Like sardines, aren't they? I hate sardines," he said. I found this fairly odd and just laughed it off awkwardly. I've never been good at making conversations with strangers and always felt uneasy when one approaches me. As we made our way to our seats, I noticed an old couple sitting in them. I told them it was our seats, but they were fairly rude and told me that people shouldn't be made to stand for a journey. I always hate confrontation, especially in public, so I just left. There were no two seats together anywhere on the train, so me and my nephew were forced to stand for about an hour until many people on the train finally got off when it stopped in Perth. Me and my nephew sat down, and I mistakenly fell asleep as I was so tired after a fairly long day and standing for an hour on the train. As my nephew was only 3, he obviously fell asleep as well. I awoke just as the last passengers were getting off at Dundee. I quickly jumped up and tried to get my nephew off the train as quickly as possible, but he was too slow and I had to stay on the train with him, meaning that we missed the stop. As the train was delayed slightly, it was now going straight to Aberdeen, which was about another hour or so away. I sat down and tried to phone anyone I knew, but I didn't have any signal. I began to panic, as I knew that there would be no return trains from Aberdeen at this time of night, likely meaning that I would have to stay the night there in a hotel. I tried to compose myself, and looked about the train to see if there was anyone who could maybe help me. My carriage had more or less cleared out by this point, and there was only 3 other people left. An older woman sleeping a few rows in front of me, a young man reading a book at the opposite side, and a third man behind me. I told my nephew to go back to sleep and started trying to plan what I would do when we had gotten to Aberdeen. As my phone had no signal, this was obviously fairly difficult, and thought that I would ask the man behind me for any help. I looked in the window's reflection at him, and noticed it was the same man who had made the sardine comment earlier. He was a middle-aged man, fairly average build and height, and there was nothing to suggest that he was in any way dangerous. Except one thing. He was staring right at me. I looked away for a minute, thinking maybe he was just looking about the train as I did only a moment ago. But when I looked again, he was still staring. His stare didn't seem to break until he got up to presumably go to the toilet. I debated switching to another carriage, but before I could gather my stuff and wake my nephew, he returned. Only this time, he sat in a different seat, facing me directly. A few uneasy moments before he made his first comment. "Someone's sleepy," he said, nodding to my nephew. I laughed awkwardly and put my earphones in to avoid having to talk to him, even though my phone had just died. "Must be some set of earphones if they can listen to music when your phone's dead," he said. My heart dropped. "I'm only kidding you on," he said, but I now had no excuse to avoid conversation with him. "So are you going home or visiting someone?" he asked. I made the mistake of telling him what had happened, and that I had missed my stop. "That's quite the situation. You won't get a train back at this time." I nodded and said I'll just find a hotel for the night. He then approached my seat and sat across from me. "Hotels will all be booked out, and even if they aren't, they'll charge you a fortune. I've got a place not far from the station. You can stay there for the night and get the train in the morning. I'll stay out of the way of you and your son, don't worry." I explained to the man that it was not my son, and that I was happy to cough up the money for a hotel, and tried to stay polite by saying that I didn't want to be a nuisance for him, even though I really just wanted to tell him to leave me alone. "Oh, believe me, you won't be any nuisance to me," he said in an overly friendly tone. I was now feeling extremely unnerved, but still tried my best to talk myself out of the situation. This conversation carried on for another 10 minutes or so, and he was increasingly insistent that I stayed with him. I didn't have any idea of what to do. I felt completely helpless. I told him I needed the toilet in an effort to get away from the carriage. This is when he grabbed my wrist below the table. "You're not going anywhere," he said in a hushed tone. "You're staying with me. I'll keep you safe," he said in an extremely chilling voice. I couldn't even bring myself to scream out in the situation. The only other passengers in the carriage were at the opposite end, and I was so terrified that if I screamed, the man would hurt me or my nephew. He wouldn't let go of my wrist, and repeatedly began saying, "Just act natural." The remaining part of the journey seemed to last a lifetime, and I knew even then and there was no light at the end of this tunnel, as this man would not let me go. The train finally reached Aberdeen, and the man told me to wake my nephew, not to alarm him, and tell him that we're staying at this nice man's house for the evening. He held my hand as we got off the train. My worst feelings were coming true, as I knew that would happen when this man got us back to his house. All of a sudden, I was knocked to the floor in a heap of bodies. The police had tackled the man and were arresting him. As I got to my feet, I grabbed my nephew's hand and ran only a couple of yards before completely breaking down. The police comforted me and told me that the young man who was reading his book at the other side of the carriage had noticed what was going on and sent a text to the British Transport Police, whose number is all over the walls of the train on posters. It took me a couple of minutes to process everything, but I managed to gain enough composure to thank the police and express my gratitude towards the man who had sent the text. I only managed to say a few words to him, but I will be forever grateful to him, as he saved me from what would have been a night of terror, and very possibly saved me and my nephew's life. The police very kindly took me and my nephew back to Dundee, where my brother and his wife were extremely relieved to see us. It is now some time since the incident, but it's had a lasting effect on me, and I always make sure that when I'm traveling late at night, that I am accompanied by someone, and never run the risk of missing my stop ever again. This happened last year in summer, maybe at the beginning of June, and I was 17. I was on my way to get some camp leader training for volunteering abroad. I'm not very talkative with strangers. It takes some time for me to open up, and I thought that I'd get out of my comfort zone and learn something new. It was really hot outside. I had at least 3 hours of traveling by buses and trains. Once I got to the capital, I traveled by train. It was packed, so I couldn't sit down anywhere but by the door on the steps. I sat down and plugged my headphones in, and then a man walked in and sat down uncomfortably close. I couldn't move anywhere. Out of nowhere, he starts talking to me, and I pretend not to hear him while I look out the little window. But he taps my shoulder, and I'm really nervous and polite, so I take out one of my headphones, hoping that he just wants to know where his stop is. So I hear out what he has to say. He asked me what I was listening to. At this point, I can hear that he's kind of slurring his words, and his eyes are a little red and glossy. I don't think he had a face mask on either. I kind of nervously shrugged my shoulders and did the eye smile at him. He was trying to do small talk with me, but I wasn't really listening, just nodding, wondering how long that I'd have to stay on this train. He constantly tried to get me to talk and answer to everything he said. His tone got a bit passive-aggressive a few times, so I was scared not to answer. At one point, a man walked past us to use the toilet. I tried to give him a pleading look, but they greeted each other as if they were buddies. That man probably didn't have a ticket because he stayed there the whole time I was on the train. After a while, he got back to my music and said that we should just pick our favorite song and give them to each other to listen to them. I was creeped the heck out, so I did that. Then the chair hit the fan. He said, "Why don't you take your mask off? I bet you're pretty." I was shaking, and then he extended his hand towards me and tried to take my mask off. I literally put my hand in a cross gesture to protect myself and said no. This is where he should have realized that I was uncomfy, but surprise, surprise, he didn't. I don't know what he was thinking. I'm a nervous smiler, so I just chuckled very uncomfortably. And he tried this multiple times after that. I kept doing the crossed wrists gesture to protect myself and saying no each time. Then he asked me to guess his age. I did. He said he was 36, asked me and I said 16, hoping that he would shut up or at least tone it down. But no. He got closer and examined the sleeve of my shirt, saying it's nice. I was almost so scared that I was peeing myself at this point. And then a conductor walks to us. Thank God. Or not. Because when I looked at him, almost tearing up, he ignored me and walked away. Then this dude playfully nudges the side of my thigh, while still complimenting me and trying to get me to take my mask off. Then he gets up to get a cigarette and walks into the toilet to the second dude. He told me to let him know when I was getting off. Earlier, he told me he was going somewhere further, and I convinced him that I was going home and my parents were waiting for me, because I heard that should make them not follow you or something like that. He wasn't intimidated at all. Heck no. As soon as he got into the bathroom, I grabbed my bags, walked 2 wagons away from the one that I was in, and finally took a few breaths while people looked at me weird. I must have looked like a mess. When the train arrived at my stop, I booked it and kept looking over my shoulder at the train station, as well as walking down a street. I decided to change into my long hoodie in case he was somewhere behind me. Luckily, he didn't follow me. I called one of my parents on the way to my final destination, absolutely out of breath. My other parent called me later, assuring that I was all right, and I haven't told about it to any of the leaders at the event. I don't know what would have happened if he didn't go for that smoke, but I'm certainly glad that he was stupid enough to hope that I'd let him know when I was getting off. Writing this or talking about it makes me feel like I'm there on that train again. And the worst thing is, so many people I know have similar experiences. Why do some people have to be so creepy? In short, a possibly drunk creep tried to take off my mask in a crowded train multiple times, nudged me, and told me to let him know when I was getting off so that he could probably come with me. He went to smoke on the toilet and I ran off, and thankfully never saw him again. This all happened a few years back, around when I was in 8th or 9th grade, so things are a bit blurry, but I'm trying to recall this as best as I can. It was a sunny Monday afternoon. On Monday, I went to my piano lessons directly after school, 1 train station away from the bus stop I used. So after my lesson was over, I was waiting for the train at the train station. I used to walk in circles or up and down while I'm waiting to pass the time. This time, I noticed a guy watching me, probably Arabic or Turkish, definitely foreign. He couldn't speak German. Yes, I'm German. Anyways, I noticed him and looked up. He smiled at me and waved. I brushed it off and thought nothing of it at first. The train came and I entered, sat down and did what I usually do when going my train. I was wearing headphones, but I did see the guy again. He was in the same wagon as me, looking over, still smiling. 1 station later, I left the train and went for the bus stop, starting to feel uneasy. I noticed the guy was following me and getting on the same bus as me. There are 3 different buses going from the stop, and mine is going to a rather quiet part of town. The bus wasn't overly full, and I was sitting in front. I internally hoped that this dude wouldn't get off the bus at the same stop as I did, but my hopes were quickly shattered, because that's exactly what he did. I got off the bus as quickly as I could, crossed the street and looked back, slightly panicking when I saw the guy following me. Still, I tried ignoring him and hide underneath my headphones when he caught up to me and started speaking to me. He asked me what I was listening to. I wondered why some random stranger would care about what I listened to, but I tried to be polite and handed him my headphones to listen. Feel Invincible by Skillet, in case anyone wants to know. Anyways, I took them back after some seconds, and this stranger started complimenting me, telling me I was pretty and everything like that, and all I could think of was getting the heck away from there. So I asked him why he was following me and what he wanted. He was only able to speak English. The short conversation went as follows. Me: I'm sorry, but why are you following me? Do you need something? Him: I don't know where a certain grocery store here in Germany, I won't mention the name, is. Could you tell me? It's between the train station and the primary school at such and such street. You actually should have seen it while on the bus because we went past it. You need to take the bus back to the train station. From there. I pointed to the direction of the opposite side bus stop. Him: thank you. Then this dude proceeded to hug me. I was having my heavy school bag on my back, so that worked rather bad than well. But every single alarm bell in my head went off. I was literally frozen solid. But when he tried to kiss me, I pushed him away and told him I had to go home. Now. And with that, I ran. I looked back for a second and breathed out in relief when I saw him going back to the bus stop. But yet, I didn't stop running until I was home. I told my mom what had happened, and she then kept picking me up late at night when I was returning home from training. This happened like 20 years ago, so the details are a bit hazy. I was in middle school. I lived in an upper middle class neighborhood in a little New England town with virtually no crime. I had just started babysitting, had just taken a whole babysitting course at a local hospital, and after putting up some flyers, I got my first gig. It was at a house in my neighborhood, about a 5-minute walk from my house. They had an older girl, who was maybe 8 or 9, and a young toddlerish age boy. Their mom was giving me a rundown of their routine and giving me a little tour of their house. We went into her son's bedroom, and she said something to the effect of, "Huh, that's odd. Why is his window open?" and quickly shut the window, and seemed somewhat distracted from that point on. She hurried through the rest of the tour, and then told me to go hang out with the kids while she finished getting ready. About 2 minutes later, she hurries in, sort of hustles us out the door and outside. I'm pretty confused at this point, but being an awkwardly shy middle school-aged girl, I just go along with it. Once we get to the driveway, she pulls me aside and tells me that she went back to her bedroom after noticing that the window was open and saw most of her jewelry was missing. Soon after telling me this, about 10 cop cars come flying in. Cops run out with guns drawn, the whole works. Cops tell me to leave, so I head home pretty terrified. Turns out, the burglar, who had broken in the night before, was still hiding in the son's closet, right next to where we were standing when the mom realized that the window was open, and something was off. I don't really like to imagine how that could have gone had she not noticed the open window and left me there for the night with her 2 kids. Needless to say, that was the beginning and the end of my babysitting career. I was babysitting my niece a couple of years ago. She's 6 now, so she would have been 3 back then. I put her to bed, read her a story, gave her a cuddle, and then went down to watch a movie, and I ended up falling asleep on the couch in the living room. I don't know how much later it was, but I woke up to something grabbing my ankle. My eyes shot open, and I freaked out. I shook my leg as hard as I could. Bad idea. She'd managed to unfasten her door, climb over 2 different baby gates, and get down the stairs without giving herself an injury. All to ask me if I could read her another story. We don't tell her mother about the time that I almost drop-kicked her daughter across the living room. I was playing hide and seek with the 3 kids that I was babysitting. They were 3, 6, and 9, and I was seeking. Well, I found the oldest and the youngest, but I couldn't find the middle child. After 30 minutes of searching, the house wasn't that big. I just wanted to die. I couldn't believe that I actually lost a child. It was like a bad movie. So I called the parents, ready to have the worst from them on account of losing their child. I told them what had happened and I'm scared crapless. And they just laughed and said, "Did you specify the boundaries?" The what? Turns out, this stinking middle child hid in a bush in their neighbor's front yard, a place that she had hidden before, which is how the parents knew about it, because I didn't specify the boundaries of hide and seek. Even though the parents weren't mad, I still have nightmares about that. I'm sharing this on behalf of my sister. When we were younger, our parents decided that we were old enough to be left home by ourselves. Most of them worked weekdays during the summer holidays, so we had to babysit our younger brothers. One particular day, I was feeling dizzy and I wasn't thinking straight. I was really tired, but being 11, all I wanted to do was play video games. I grabbed my Nintendo DS and I sat on the couch while my sister watched TV. Suddenly, I started seizing. I shut off completely. My sister, with no experience at all, rang an ambulance. My parents and grandma telling them what had happened. I was raced to the hospital within 10 minutes of seizing. We did live fairly close. My younger brothers started crying, thinking I had died when they saw me on the stretcher. I was very blue at the time. My parents cried too. My dad has epilepsy, and his family has a history, so it was a horrible feeling that it was passed down to me. However, my sister was calm and collected, serving as the backbone of the family that day. She's never received praise for saving me, despite this happening multiple times. Even my brothers have learned to help out. One even picked a lock when I was seized in the bathroom. I'm on medication and I take them daily, but I'm really indebted to my sister for being a real trooper through my first ever seizure. I was 14, looking after a 10 and 7-year-old, overnight stay at a house in the sketchier part of town. I lived in Winnipeg, so there was some gang activity in that area of town. Everything started out normally, just hanging out, watching TV, until a kid knocked on the door, about 16 years old, and asked if the two could come and hang out. I said no, because I had no idea if that was okay, and I told him sorry. This guy messages the two kids that I'm looking after on their phone or whatever, and they want to go hang out with him, but still unsure about it. A bigger teenager wanting to hang out with the two young kids seemed weird, even at 14, so I said no. The kids eventually just decided that they were going whether I said yes or not, and left the house while I was in the bathroom. I'm a 14-year-old, scared crapless of the neighborhood, so I never got very far from the house looking for them. I called the mom of the kids right away, and she came back from her party very quickly and found the kids in no time, dragged them back to the house, and I witnessed the scolding of a lifetime. She apologized to me a ton, but I just felt bad about the whole thing. I got paid $100 for it though. I was 11 and babysitting for our neighbor who was going through a nasty divorce. She had 2 sons who were 8 and 1. She leaves to go on her date and says that she'll be back around midnight. She doesn't tell me where she's going, and I have no way to contact her because it's the 80s and no one has cell phones. I'm watching TV. The boys are asleep. Everything's fine. Suddenly there's a knock on the door, then banging and drunken cursing. "Cheryl, you stupid woman. I know you're in there. Open the door." I'm frozen looking at the door when the oldest boy comes flying down the stairs and runs to the door yelling, "Daddy's home." I grab him and pull him away from the door. By this time, the ex-husband had gotten into his truck to go get his gun to teach that woman a lesson. He's banging on the door and threatening to start shooting through it if no one opens it. I grab both kids and run out the back door and across the street to my house, where my mom calls the police. When the police arrive a few minutes later, they find the ex-husband on Cheryl's porch. He gets arrested, and I wait with the kids at my house for their mom to show up. Cheryl shows up, is totally unfazed by the story, and doesn't even pay me because she lost her wallet at the restaurant. When I was a preteen, I babysat a lot. Once, I was babysitting 2 sisters. One was about 6 and the other was an infant. The 6-year-old was down the street at a birthday party, and the baby and I were just chilling and watching TV. The parents were off at a movie, and about 30 minutes after they left, there was a knock at the door. I got up and looked through the small window in the door to see this dude in a shirt with an XL energy tag and a clipboard. He gives me this talk about checking a gas meter in the basement. I had this instinctual gut feeling that something was wrong, and I tell him that I'm the babysitter. Give me a minute and I'll call the parents to see if they forgot to tell me about an appointment. So I head to the kitchen to get the phone and call up the mom. I also check to make sure that the back door was locked. She starts freaking out and assures me that they don't have an account with Excel and tells me that they're leaving the theater immediately. I go back to the door and explain that I won't be letting him in. He starts getting pushy with me and telling me that it's really important and it's a safety issue, etc. I didn't see any Excel energy van or car on the street out front, and I'm beginning to get nervous. Luckily, the parents called a neighbor who showed up and demanded that the guy leave the property. The guy ran off and walked around the corner, so we didn't get a vehicle description, but the police came and took my statement as soon as the parents got home. A few days later, the parents were telling me that a similar guy had gone to a neighbor's house and had tried to intimidate his way into her house as well. I babysat 2 young boys one summer. One was about 12 and the other 5. Their mom worked during the day and their dad worked all night. So I picked them up shortly after he got home in the mornings and took care of them at my house while he slept all day. The parents were very close with my own parents at the time, so I knew them pretty well prior to me setting for them. The dad really creeped me out, so I would try to pick up the boys and just leave the house as soon as I possibly could. However, there were mornings where I would walk in and have to make conversation with the dad for 30 minutes because he had made the 5-year-old buffalo chicken wings and Mountain Dew for breakfast at 7 a.m. The child was 5 and already severely overweight. The parents were overly permissive. The dad was the worst and let the boys do whatever they wanted. So naturally, the 5-year-old never wanted to leave and always wanted to stay with his dad. To say the kid had tantrums about leaving his house is an understatement. One day, he laid down on the driveway, screaming so loud that I thought that I was expecting the neighbors to call the police. I couldn't pick him up because he was 100 pounds of dead weight, laying face down on the driveway. I had to call the mom after 20 minutes to finally get him in the car. One time, the 5-year-old screamed at me, "Look what you made me do," because he dropped his sandwich on himself. One time I heard him crying bloody murder from another room. I ran to him, and he was clutching his foot and screaming. Thought he had sprained or broken his ankle because of how much he was crying. I inspected his foot carefully for a few minutes, because he wouldn't tell me what happened. I looked at him probably about 15 minutes to tell me that he had stubbed his toe. He also had overtly inappropriate dance moves that he would do at the pool in front of the girls/women. He would also talk down to women and girls and exhibit overly flirtatious behavior at 5 years old. Most people thought it was funny, but it concerned me because I knew that he learned it from his dad. I spent that whole summer being screamed at and verbally abused by an overweight 5-year-old. A few years later, the parents got divorced, and I was asked to be a witness. I said no. When I was younger, I had a bad fear of storms. I was babysitting 3 kids. I was about 13. The youngest one was napping, and the other 2 were eating. They had the TV on, and suddenly a tornado warning for our area came on the screen. I froze. I was terrified and had to take a moment to process everything. The 2 who saw the warning knew what it meant and started really freaking out. Before I could stop her, the oldest ran upstairs to grab her American Girl dolls, and I shouted after her, I finally collected myself enough to tell the child remaining at the table to go in the basement and get blankets. I ran upstairs to get the youngest one who was napping, and of course the light in his room wouldn't turn on, so I stumbled through the room to get him. Remember, I'm terrified of weather in the first place, so I'm completely freaking out on the inside that I have to take care of myself, plus 3 kids and a dog. Finally, I get all of the kids down to the basement, behind the bar that the parents were building. As I sat down, part of the bar fell off, and I gashed my leg open. So now, I'm trying to staunch the bleeding, keep the kids calm and safe, and keep myself calm. I thought I was going to die. The tornado never even came close. We were totally fine. Everything turned out well, but it was still one of the scariest moments of my entire life. I was about 14. We lived in military housing, and there was a new couple with 2 kids who were referred to me. The house was pretty empty. They had only been there a week or so, and the mom was showing me around with the 3-month-old baby in her arms. I was a little worried. 3 months old was the youngest baby I'd ever sat, and the mom thought similarly. They were only going to go to their welcoming event for a couple of hours, and it was right there on base though, so not far. What could go wrong? What went wrong was at the top of the staircase. As her 3-year-old called her, and she was following me down, a strap on her sandal broke, and she suffered a catastrophic fall, taking me out as she toppled, dropping the baby in her arms. Well, I'm not sure how it happened, as I'm not exactly famous amongst my friends for my grace. But as I was being bulldozed over, I reached up and snatched the baby out of the air and held her up high as we fell. I ended up with a black eye and some bruises where Mom essentially tackled me. The baby was completely unscathed. The mom ended up with an open fracture of one leg, right above her knee, and a decent concussion. She didn't act as if anything hurt at all though. She just kept on saying, "You saved my baby. You saved my baby," as the dad called the ambulance. I think they paid me $200 for a 4-hour gig that night, which in 1987 wasn't too shabby. But I don't think that my pulse slowed down for an entire week. I pretty much stopped babysitting shortly after that because it freaked me out so much. Not just the event, but word getting around that I was like some superhero with cat-like reflexes, when I'm pretty sure if that happened again, I couldn't grab that baby if I tried. When I was in high school, I regularly tutored an 11-year-old girl, and the parents had me babysit her and her twin a couple of times. One time, the parents were meant to go downtown to a game and then be back around 12. Around 8 or so, it started raining very heavily. I live in a Gulf city, and storms can blow in fast and turn into flooding really quickly. Once it became clear we were in for a big storm, the parents tried to head home early, but the streets had already started to flood, and they ended up trapped in a parking lot. The parents called, and we agreed that I'd spend the night in their guest bedroom. I had the kids go to bed and set up in the kitchen to do homework and watch Netflix. After a bit of this, I noticed water seeping in from under the back doors. They had a large house with like 3 double doors to the back, so it was a crap load of area. I got every towel in the house and started wiping up the water and using the towels to block the door. After this had been mostly cleaned up, I went back to the kitchen table to watch more Netflix. Not even 15 minutes later, the power cuts out, and all the lights shut off. This freaked me out a bit, but I tried to stay calm. Then the burglar alarm went off in the other room. I pretty much crapped myself. I was in a pitch black house with 2 kids, surrounded by flooded roads that no one can drive on. After a minute, I realized that I was the closest thing in the house to an adult, so I grabbed the biggest kitchen knife that they had and went to go check all the doors. They were still closed and no one was in the house, so I called the parents. It turns out the alarm went off when the power cut out, and I just needed to shut it off with a code upstairs. This happened about 3 more times over the next few hours. After the power came back on, I thought things had chilled out, but then we got a tornado warning. I went and got the kids from upstairs, and we all hung out in the sturdy basement for about an hour until the warning passed. At this point, it was about 2 a.m., and I passed out in the guest bedroom. The parents woke me up when they got home around 7 a.m., and I drove home past giant fallen branches and stalled abandoned cars. It was surreal. I was 16, and my friend Amanda was 14. We were watching her cousins for the weekend. Paul was around 4 to 6 years old, and Stella was 10 or 11. So we watched them Friday, and it went fine. Their mom came home Saturday, paid us $30 and got some clothes and left. So we decided that we'd walk to the convenience store to get some candy, junk food, soda, and rent a few movies. We were bad at making money because we literally spent everything that we made to have a movie night with the kids. So the store was 2 blocks away. Amanda and Paul wanted to cut through yards to get home, but Stella didn't want to. So I told Amanda to take him home, and me and Stella would just take the sidewalk. We could pretty much see their house from the store, and it was around 7 p.m. in the summer, so it wasn't too late. It was literally a 5-minute walk on the sidewalk. So me and Stella were walking. We were almost at the corner to turn onto their street. The house right before the corner was a drug house. Out walks this guy, and me, being my friendly Canadian self, says hi politely. The guy stops and says something along the lines of, "Wait, I know you, right?" I told him no, I don't know him. He looks at Stella and says, "I know her. I'm friends with your dad." Her dad was into drugs pretty heavily. He starts asking why I have her with me. I tell him I'm babysitting with my friend. Probably very dumb of me. He starts getting closer, told me that I was pretty and says, "Oh, are you going home? Why don't I come too? We can all hang out. You teen girls like to party, right?" The guy's eyes were like pin drops. He was clearly high. I grabbed Stella's hand and kind of pushed her behind me, well, holding her hand because I'm starting to get scared, and I wanted to keep her away. Right then, my friend comes outside and sees us and yells for us to hurry our butts up. I look at Stella and just say run. We run, still holding her hand because I don't want her to fall behind. The guy just stood there. Once we got into the house and watched from the window till he left. I told Amanda what happened, and we called the kid's mom, but she said that it was fine and that stuff happens. We were in a poor part of town. So I'm still weirded out, and Stella is still a little scared. So we all decided to watch a movie in the living room, which is right where the front door is. I grab a large knife from the kitchen, and I set on the side table. We kind of forgot for a while because we just watched the movie. Like, when I got the knife, I was kind of joking. I didn't think the guy would actually show up. But about a half an hour later, someone starts banging on the door and yelling to open up. Now, normal people would call the cops, but I'm half dumb and half ballsy. I tell Amanda to take the kids into the kitchen, and once they're out of sight, I open the door a crack. It's the weird guy. He was talking a lot. He said something about knowing where Stella's mom lived, so he knew where I'd be. I try telling him that he has to leave, but he just starts to get closer. I should have just slammed the door, but I got scared and backed up. I grabbed the knife as I'm backing up and held it behind my back. By this time, he's pushed the door open and is standing in the doorway. I kept telling him that he needed to get out, and he said something about me being there alone. Since they were hiding, he thought it was me there alone now. Right then, Amanda comes out of the kitchen. Kitchen doorway is right across from the front door. The kids are half hiding behind her as much as 2 kids can hide behind an 80-pound, 5-foot-nothing 14-year-old. Amanda is holding a huge butcher knife. The guy looks and sees her. I step back, and bring the knife that I have out from behind my back and hold it at my side. Amanda yells at him to get out. I tell him, "You need to get out of here before we stab you." Dude bolted so quick that he didn't even shut the door. We called the kid's mom and told her the dude showed up and pretty much forced his way in. We even told her that he didn't leave until he knew that we had knives, and she told us to just lock the door and we'd be fine. We called Amanda's mom and told her. She picked us all up, and we all slept in Amanda's bed that night. Well, Paul was asleep by midnight. Me, Amanda, and Stella didn't fall asleep until well after 4 a.m. We watched the kids at her mom's for 2 more days. Then I went home, and I think Amanda had them another day or 2. I watched them with Amanda a few more times at their house, and nothing bad ever happened again. It's been 9 years. I talk to Stella from time to time. She's told me before that she remembers that night and that she thought that the guy was going to kill us. And all this because my Canadian butt thinks that it's rude to walk by someone and not say hi. I wasn't the babysitter, but instead the one being babysat by my older cousin. We, my brother and I, were curled up asleep in her bed. She was between us. I awoke to my cousin screaming, "Get out." I said get out. My aunt and uncle came running up the stairs to find the door to the balcony of her bedroom open. She said that she had seen a man crawling across her floor, but she had thought that she was just dreaming. But then he stood up at the foot of the bed and loomed over us. That's when she started screaming. She saw him run out the door and jump over the second-story balcony. Initially, all the adults, her parents and my parents, thought that she had just dreamed it. But then there was a flashlight found at the base of the big pecan tree that grew alongside the house. At that point, everyone realized that it was not a dream. I was maybe 12 years old and watching 2 little girls. I had only watched them once before, so I was still really trying to impress their mom. They lived in a crappy part of town, and we didn't play outside very often. This night, I was to spend the night and sleep on their couch. In the living room, there was a door that led outside to their backyard. The front door was directly across the little townhouse from the back door. Off to the right, looking towards the front door, was a kitchen, and on the left was the stairs that led to the second floor bedrooms and bathroom. When you opened the front door all the way, the door blocked off access to the stairwell. At some point, I fell asleep on the couch and was snapped awake. There, standing in the house by the back door, is a very drunk man. He's dirty, he's drunk, and he's walking towards me. My 12-year-old mind was panicking, and I knew that if I called the police, I'd be attached to the wall by the phone, and I couldn't prevent him from going upstairs. They didn't have a cordless phone yet. I immediately started talking to this man. He says he's looking for someone, and he's going to go upstairs. I bolt off the couch and beat him to the front door. That's when I noticed headlights out front, through the peephole. I see it's a taxi, and I fling the door all the way open and start yelling for the driver to help me. He rolled his window up and shrugged. I don't know how I did it, but I managed to stand in front of the wide open door and block his way up the stairs. He's pushing me hard, and all I can think of are these little girls asleep in their beds, and I remember that he's looking for someone who doesn't live here. I say, hey, Rosie and Trevor are waiting for you in the cab. Look, they're waving at you, dude." He buys it and walks out the front door just enough for me to slam and lock it. I run to the back door, and I lock that too. After him banging on the door for a few minutes, he goes around back and tries to get back in. He leaves in the taxi cab, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I never told anyone, never phoned the police, and never, ever went to bed again without locking all the doors and windows. This isn't my story, but my friend Linda's. This happened back in the 70s on a big cattle ranch in the middle of nowhere, Kansas. The farm had a huge wraparound porch that was very creaky, so you could always tell when someone was approaching the door. The kids were asleep when suddenly there came a knock on the door. Linda was surprised since she had not heard any of the normal creaky footsteps, but she opened the door and nobody was there. Linda was puzzled, but thought that maybe it was a mistake. 5 minutes later, the same knock at the door with no creaking sounds on the porch. Once again, nobody was there. When she first told me this story, I asked Linda why she would keep opening the door, and she said in that area, there was really nothing to fear, and it was a kind of community where doors were not locked and so forth. About 5 more minutes passed, with one more disembodied knock, and then it stopped for the night. The farm couple got home very late, so she didn't have a chance to mention it to them. However, the following morning, the rancher called her to ask if she had seen or heard anything unusual the evening before, so she told him the story then. Turned out that something, and they never did find out what, caused an enormous herd of cattle to stampede in the night, and they were ranging all over the surrounding farmland. They assumed that it might have been teens playing a prank, except that nothing like that has ever happened in that area before, and it never did since either. That story has always frightened me. I'm generally not one who enjoys or is good at watching other people, not even for money and free food. But there are 2 times that I did, and both were awful. The first one was my niece, who was around 6 at the time. She was incredibly wild, and well, very crazy at times as well. She'd throw fits over nothing, and it was like watching an exorcism movie. She'd be crazy strong. She'd bite and growl and get very violent. A few months before the night in question, she tried to stab a cop with a pair of scissors. Yes, you read that correctly. So yeah, I was very scared of being alone with a first grader. I noticed that she's been too quiet, so I look for her, and I find her with her dog, a smallish poodly thing. I don't know dogs that well, and a sharpened pencil raised over its head, and exclaimed that she was helping the dog go to heaven so she could get a cat instead. So I save and hide the dog, at which point she goes to the large locked plexiglass cage where my 3 parrots live. She pries and forces the lock open, then soaks my birds with Windex for no reason. Luckily I caught her, washed them off, and they weren't hurt. Nothing else happened that night, but that was more than enough. I wasn't alone with her again for about 8 years. I was almost positive that she was on the path to being a serial killer, but surprisingly, as a teenager, she's much better and hasn't tried to murder anyone recently. The only other time that I watched anyone was in high school, when I was watching my 90-year-old grandfather while my parents were out. He'd been a little off, hence the watching. Unfortunately, a little off quickly became very off. He started insisting that there were children running around the house, asking where their parents were and yelling at them to leave. There were no children, just me, and telling him that only made him angry. He went back upstairs and came back with a surprise loaded shotgun that no one knew that he even owned, and proceeded to walk around the house hunting the children. He didn't shoot, thank God, but he did leave a lit cigarette on the pile of papers, and then go outside to yell at more things that weren't there. I had to call and beg my parents to come home. Turned out to be an issue with his medication. I realized that this makes it look like I live with a band of criminals, but I swear that that's not the case. Okay, 2 times I babysat, one with an actual baby. He was 1 at the time, and I house sat / puppy sat for a friend another time. I had done a few others, but these two were the creepiest. Okay, here's the 1-year-old story. I was friends with his mom and aunt. Actually, more of a friend of the aunt, and I was visiting. The sister needed a ride and asked if I could stay to watch her kid while my friend, her sister, drove to get a few things. I said sure, mainly because she had already put him to bed and it shouldn't be any work at all. This was around 7 p.m. They leave, and about 15 minutes later I hear a thump. Now both of their rooms are next to each other, and my friend has her cat locked in her room, because her sister and I have allergies to the cat. Anyway, I assume it's the cat, and I just continue to watch TV in the living room. Then 5 more minutes go by and I hear a smaller thump. So I go and check on the cat first. I know, kind of a bad move, but I was thinking logically that it was the cat, and I figured if I calmed it down it would stop acting out and not wake up the kid. Well, I opened up the door, and the cat is asleep on my friend's pillow. At first, I thought the little jerk was just pretending or something, and while staring at the cat, I hear the thump again, but this time, it's clear that it's coming from the other room where the kid is. I immediately freak out, thinking that the kid fell out of his crib or something, and before I could even close my friend's door, the cat freaks out and hides under the bed, and the kid in the next room starts to cry, which definitely makes me feel like he did fall. So I shut the door and go to the next room, open the door quickly, and he's standing up in his crib crying. I feel relieved that he didn't fall, and I go to calm him down. Now mind you, for some reason the electrical doesn't work so well in her room. The light switch doesn't work, so you have to turn on the floor lamp by hand. So I'm in a dark room, minus the small nightlight, with a crying baby. It then dawns on me, what the heck was making that noise? So I turn on the light and look around. Her closet is open, and some of the stuff seems to be moved around, but nothing that looked like it fell several times or anything like that. So I closed the closet, mainly because the kid was crying while staring at the closet. And being the horror movie geek that I am, I was like, okay, closing the closet. He seemed to have calmed down, and it took me 5 minutes to get him back to sleep. I left the light on and the door cracked open so I could keep an ear out, but not wake him up myself with the TV. Anyway, that lasted about 10 minutes. Then I hear another thump noise. I get up and peek in. The kid is still asleep, so I open the door some more and the closet is open. Now, it's a sliding door closet, which isn't as creepy as a walk-in closet with an actual door. But closets in general are really creepy, especially at night. Anyway, my first instinct is to run, but I man up and go check out the closet to see what could have happened, or whatever. And nothing. I just told myself maybe it's a mouse or something. A big mouse that can open a closet door. So like I said, I closed it up, checked on the kid still, left the light on, and went back to the living room. Not even 5 minutes go by and he's crying. There was no noise this time, so I figured maybe it was a normal baby cry, like the light was bothering him or he peed or something. So I go in again. This time, the closet is only opened a little bit. I'm extremely freaked out. I've already texted my friend telling him to get the heck back home. So I go towards the closet door to close it. My hand reaches for the edge, and then I hear a small thump, and then one of those baby police car toys that have the siren effect goes off in the closet. I open it up slowly, and there it was just going off. The kid is still crying his head off, and I know for sure that this toy was not in the closet. So I take it out, put it away, and close the closet door. I put the kid back to sleep and wait in the room with him. He didn't go back to sleep, but I could tell that he tired himself out with the crying fit that he had. He laid there staring at me, almost like he was telling me to get the heck out of there. I felt so uneasy in that room, like someone or something was watching me, and it was angry, especially from the area where the closet was. So after about 15 minutes of waiting in the room, I stand up and start to head out. The light then turns off, which is odd since you have to turn it on and off manually since the wall switch doesn't work. I figured the light bulb blew out or something, so I walked over using what little light the nightlight offered as a guide towards the lamp. After I got to the lamp, I heard the closet door sliding open, I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life, and my instincts kicked in, like turn on the light, and I felt for the switch on the lamp to turn it on, hoping that it would, and it did. Looking back, I was both relieved and creeped out that the light bulb didn't burn out, and that it somehow turned off by itself. Anyway, the light was back on. I turned around, and luckily, nothing. Or rather, I didn't see anything there. I grabbed the kid and shut the closet again, shut the door to the room behind me, and held him in the living room till his mom and my friend got back. Almost 9 p.m. At first, she was angry that I took him out of his crib and that he was awake. But I was like, you need an exorcist or someone to bless your house, because things aren't okay here. I don't think she really believed me. She said that she'd noticed some small things happening, but nothing to that effect. That was almost a year ago, and apparently nothing that drastic ever happened again. Weird stuff happens to me and around me often. I've been told that I was a magnet for these things before, so I'm not sure if whatever happened because I was there, or maybe I brought it with me or activated it or whatever. They did do a prayer of some kind to try and bless the house/apartment. Maybe that helped. Well, okay. I think I wrote long enough, so I'll save the puppy sitting story for another time. So I know this is kind of late, but I finally got some free time to sit down and write this. I live in a rural area, and the nearest Walmart and Target are about 30 minutes away, just to give an example. So my friend at the time, who lives in another small town nearby up in the mountains, a town called Wrightwood, asked me to puppy sit/house sit. I agreed. A free mini vacation away from home, and I actually like the dog. A big, sweet-hearted black lab mix named Lainey, or however she spelt it. Anyway, I drove up to the house, saw my friend off, and made myself at home. And after settling in, I took the dog out for a walk. This was about 3 p.m. So the sun was still out, but it was cooler and shadier out. Anyway, we get back home. I make myself some dinner and then feed the dog her dinner. I turn on the TV and ended up dozing off for a bit. When I woke up, it was later at night, around 9 p.m. or so. I get up to walk around and stretch. Lainey was sleeping on the floor next to me and stayed in her spot even after I got up to move. I decided to take a tour of the house since I didn't really get one when I arrived, since my friend was leaving so shortly after I arrived. So it was a decent-sized house, 2 bathrooms and 4 bedrooms, including the master bedroom. The master bedroom was on the left side of the house, all by itself, with an ensuite bathroom. The other 3 rooms were on the opposite side of the house, down along the hallway, and at the end of the hallway was the other bathroom. In the middle of the house was the kitchen and dining/living room. My friend had just recently moved in. She was there for about a month, but had only lived in it for like 3 weeks due to business trips. The house also had very big windows too, which made it kind of creepy at night, especially because the windows in the living room, which faced the small backyard, didn't have curtains or blinds. Not that she had any neighbors behind her, but still, it was a little creepy. So I look around. The 3 extra rooms were just being used as storage at the time. One she was going to make into an office, and either one or both of the others into guest rooms. After I was done, I closed all the doors back up like they were. I checked the rest of the house for my lockdown procedure. I turn off all the lights, the kitchen, and go back to watching TV. Midnight rolls around and Lainey starts whining, so I let her out in the backyard to go pee. She runs around sniffing and whatever, usual dog stuff. I'm freezing cold standing in the doorway, asking her to hurry up, when I hear a crashing noise from inside. It gets my attention, and also Lainey's. So I turn around, peek my head in to see if it happened to be the kitchen or the living room. I can't see anything, and just figure that something fell in one of the rooms. Lainey finishes and comes in. I close up behind her, and I decide to go down the hallway to see what fell over. Lainey followed me to the entrance of the hallway, but then stopped and started to whimper. Her tail went between her legs and she started to growl a bit. At first, I thought that maybe she was growling and scared of me because I didn't turn on the hall light. So it was dark. So maybe she didn't recognize me, so I called out to her so that she would know that it was just me. But she was still scared. So I opened up the first door and I look around and nothing seems to have fallen over. I leave, close the door, look over at Lainey, who is now laying on the floor at the entrance of the hallway, still whimpering. I open up the other room across the hall. Same thing, everything looked fine. I closed the door and went into the third room. There, I found a small box had fallen over. I go and pick everything up and move the box elsewhere. Then I noticed that the window was opened a bit, so I scared myself thinking that someone broke in. But I realized how dumb that was because there wasn't anywhere to find in the room, and I would have heard the door opening and closing if they had left the room. I close up the window and I lock it, and I check the other rooms and lock them up too. I go back out to watch TV, and Lainey lays down at my feet and seems better now. I start to doze off again. I'm about to fall asleep, and then Lainey just starts barking and acting berserk over by the hallway, just barking at the dark. I'm half asleep and freaking out, thinking, oh no, someone did get in. I go over and turn on all the lights, and I notice that the third bedroom door was open a little bit, the same room where the box fell. So as a cliche, I panic, go into the kitchen and grab a knife, and then I go to the room. The window was still closed and nothing seemed out of place. I go, check out all the other rooms in the bathroom, and even the master and its bathroom. No one to be found. I put away the knife and I see that it's 2 a.m. I decide to head to bed. I was staying in the master bedroom. Lainey came with me and I closed the master bedroom door. I just had this feeling that I should. I get into bed. Lainey goes to her little corner where her bed is, and I try to fall asleep. I wake up to a huge slamming noise. I'm all disoriented, and Lainey is barking and jumps on the bed and barks towards the door. I get up and try to calm her down. I get my glasses on and go see what it was. It sounded like a door being slammed shut. I get out to the living room. Everything looked fine. Same with the kitchen. I get to the hallway, and all the doors are closed, but in the third bedroom the light is on. I can see it coming in there at the bottom of the door. I then hear growling. I turn around and it's Lainey. The hair on the back of her neck was straight up, and her teeth were showing like she was getting ready to tear someone apart. I whispered, "Good girl, get ready to attack." I creep over to the door. I waved at Lainey to come over, but she didn't, so I knew that I was truly in this alone. I opened the door, and no one's there. Now, I know I turned off the light, and I know I locked up the house, but the light was on, and the boxes had been moved around, almost like they'd been thrown, but none of them opened up. It was just freaking me out. I noticed it was like 3:15 a.m., so I heard the slamming noise at 3 a.m., since it did take me a few minutes to build up the courage to leave the master bedroom and to open up the other room. I turn off the light, close the door, and go back to the master bedroom. I couldn't sleep. I had the small TV on in my friend's room. Lainey was on the bed with me and I just couldn't relax. Finally, around 6:30 a.m., the sunlight was just peeking in and my eyes were getting heavy. It felt like it was okay enough to go get some sleep. So my friend was due back later that evening, so I knew that I had some time to sleep during the morning, then get up and look like I've been somewhat productive that day. So I get my sleep, and finally, Lainey wakes me up whining her usual whine to go pee. I get up and let her outside. I see that it's noon. I go back inside and look around the house. I get to the hallway, and all the doors are wide open. I peek in each one, and no one's in them. I close all the doors and watch TV, feeling like I'm being watched. P.S. Lainey was back inside with me again. So I'm watching TV. I get a text from my friend saying that she'll be home even earlier, and she's actually on her way home now. I'm thrilled, but also worried for her. And an hour and a half later, she gets home and she asks how Lainey was. And I told her that she was amazing. And then I sort of go quiet and sort of mumble something like, "But your house wasn't." She was like, "What?" And I told her straightforward, "Weird stuff happened last night. And either you have an invisible ninja kicking around boxes in your house, or there's something ghostly here." Well, she finally comes clean and tells me that the house is like 60 years old, so it has a history. An old man passed away there in the master bedroom. Some kid went missing from the house back in the day, and some other weird stuff. I tell her that it felt like something else. I didn't feel the old man's presence, or a missing kid that may have been killed. This was something dark, or at least it felt like it. I don't know. She didn't end up staying too long after anyway. She got tired of commuting back and forth from the city, and ended up finding a place down there for her and Lainey. And by the way, she was just renting the house. She didn't buy it. So she was able to go without having to worry about selling the house or anything like that. I've driven by the house a couple of times since then. I still get a weird vibe from there. Well, that's my story. Probably lame, but it felt scarier for me when I babysat the little boy. The house was slightly isolated, and I was alone except for a dog. At least the other time I was in an apartment complex, so there were lots of people around to hear me scream for help if needed, and I had the kid with me, which I could carry if I had to run for my life. So yeah. Also, I remember that when I had dozed off a few of the times on the couch, I felt like something was standing over me. And one of the times I woke up on the couch, I felt like someone had been touching me or grabbing my arm. It was so weird. I was babysitting a couple of siblings, a brother and sister, and the sister had a friend over to play with as well. The two girls were 5. The boy was probably 7 or 8, a little bit older. I was watching them during the day on a weekend because their single mom had to go into work. When I got to the house, the boy was zoned out watching TV, and the little girls were playing with dolls in another room. The morning went fine, but in the afternoon, as I was making lunch, I hear screams in the backyard. I run back there, and the boy is wielding a seriously sharp kitchen knife. The two little girls have barricaded themselves into one of those plastic playhouses and are screaming in terror, and the boy is madly stabbing the knife through the slits in the windows, laughing. As I run over, I'm shouting at him to stop, but he just keeps stabbing, and I have to tackle him and wrestle the knife away. I ended up getting cuts on my hands in the process, and the boy was kicking, punching, and biting trying to get out of my grasp. I somehow managed to drag him away and throw him in his room and call his mom at work. She comes home a few hours early, clearly angry that I called her and grumbling about how he obviously wasn't going to hurt the girls. She gave him a good smack, but basically told me that I was a bad babysitter. I was not that old myself, only 12 and terrified, so I just nodded and went home without getting paid. My sister was a nanny for a wealthy family. She was having a bad time with kidney stones and asked if I could assist her for a few days. I agreed. First off, it was a really strange family, but whatever, I could handle it. They had a 7-year-old son and a 3-year-old twins, a boy and a girl. The mother is out on a date. The kids are in bed, and my sister and I were up in her room eating dinner and watching TV. All of a sudden, we hear a loud bang. We turn all the lights on downstairs and check the house. Apparently, there was a large bar across the basement door, and it was clear that it had been knocked down. Someone was trying to break into the house. My sister gets on the phone and calls the police. I'm guarding the stairs in case anyone is in the house. I want to protect the kids. The oldest wakes up. We don't want him to be scared. I told her, go upstairs with him, and I would wait for the police. I stayed at the stairs holding 2 knives. in case I needed to defend myself. After what felt like an eternity, the police showed up. They weren't sure if someone tried to break in or not, but they made sure that no one was in the house and took a report. There had been break-ins in the neighborhood, so it wasn't unreasonable to think that someone had tried to break in, and turning the lights on scared them off. We couldn't get a hold of the mother or father. He no longer lived there, but we handled it. A day later, I'm watching the kids in the backyard. The oldest runs up to me and says, "Look what I found." It was a hunting knife. I told him I needed him to hand it to me. I also let him know that he wasn't in trouble. He hadn't done anything wrong, since I was clearly upset. I asked the mother and father. He was visiting, and it wasn't theirs, so we called the police. Unfortunately, I had to touch the knife to take it from the child, so I likely messed up any prints that were on it. The officer understood. She agreed that taking the knife away from the 7-year-old was the best option. It was found by the basement door, so clearly someone had tried to break in. I was pretty freaked out. The one thing that I was pleased with was finding out that I had the ability to stay calm under pressure. I was able to put the kids first, think clearly, and do what I needed to do. I can't even explain how happy I was to leave that place and never go back. The family was incredibly strange, and I felt really bad for the kids. I was babysitting my little sister while my grandparents were out of town. We lived with our grandparents. When we hear my grandparents' bedroom door open, I grabbed the only weapon that I had, a mini Yankees baseball bat, and was just sitting with my sister quietly in my room. We heard someone walk down the hall to the kitchen when I called my uncle to come check on us. This whole time, I wasn't completely convinced that what I was hearing was real. So 10 minutes later, he arrives and comes in through our front gate. We had a large outdoor courtyard, and he comes and searches the house. We go into our grandparents' bedroom, and their sliding glass door to the courtyard was open, and the chair in front of it was pushed forward, propping up the blinds. So someone had clearly entered the house, but my uncle searched the house and no one was there. We assumed that whoever it was had probably left the house when he heard someone come. So my uncle left. After that, my sister and I were in the kitchen eating some food when the doorknob to the garage door starts rattling. First softly, then harder. The knob was broken and almost impossible to use. So I grabbed my sister, ran out the front gate, got in my car, and left. I have never been so scared in my life.